Alright, what's going on everyone? I am back with a nice practical tutorial this time, and what we're gonna build in this tutorial is a rental platform. So what it means is we all have items laying around in our house, camera, drill, tools, whatever it is that we don't use. The idea behind this is that you can rent those items out to other people and start making cash, because let's say I have a digital camera that's too expensive and some people might not afford to buy it, or they just don't want to buy it because they just need it for a weekend. Then they can rent it from you and you make money and they're happy, and that's how the community grows. Alright, so that's what our slogan is: unlock extra income, rent your unused items. The app has two modes, a host mode and a guest mode. In guest mode you can go and rent items. In host mode you can basically list items, details, enter the details, and we will see that. Now if you scroll down, basically it just tells you how renting works. So you have you list your items, set your price, and just start making money. And these are the categories. Of course you can add as many categories as you want. And yeah, so let's say I can go the browse camera gear. As you can see, there's only one listing at this point. You can see the picture of it, which is being stored of course in Firebase, and you're gonna see we're gonna make a very nice multi-file upload component that we can just take anywhere, take it and put it anywhere you want. It shows the number of bookings in the past, so it has not been booked, and then the pricing, so daily pricing, hourly pricing. Now if you want to rent this, you have to be logged in, so that's why we have this. So I'm going to go ahead and rent this. I'm going to log in. Now we have we're using Auth.js or Nextjs it was called, and we're basically using Google and Facebook. These are, I guess, the most popular one. If you learn to do these, you can do the others pretty easily. So you're going to learn how to do that. So what I will do is I'm going to sign in with Facebook. Boom, so I'm signed in, and right away you can see on the top it displays my name. And now when I go in, I'm gonna say here, and now as you can see it changed. Now I can rent it. So I'm gonna go to rent now. Cool, so as you can see I'm on the rent now screen, and you can go through the pictures. That's the carousel, and it's hosted by this individual. There's a description. You're going to see how we can change the description, and there's nobody has rented it, so there's no basically rent reviews or ratings. Alright, so if I go ahead, let's say I'm going to rent it daily. Okay, so basically now that's the daily price. If I go hourly, then that's the hourly price, and it gets updated right away. Cool, so I'm going to say I'm going to rent it from, let's say, the 21st, and then I'm going to, let's say, rent it for 2 days. And let's say I have you know, it will be returned on the 23rd. So I'm going to say process to payment. Okay, so here we are now on the Stripe checkout page. So I'm going to enter an email, then I'm going to enter a fake credit card number, of course. It's a MasterCard. Okay, then expiry date, and these numbers is made up, but make sure these numbers are just found on the Stripe website. John Doe, and we're gonna enter some fake postal code, and now we're gonna say book. Cool, so now the processing is done. That's gonna take us back to our app, and then payment was successful, and we just tell the user that your item has been booked and you can pick it up on this. And then now they're going to click on here, boom, and we show them the item that they have rented. And as you can see, the since the item will be picked up tomorrow, which is 21st, that's why they can only cancel the rental. So that's why we have this, and you're going to see how we're going to run database triggers to automatically switch this state to basically renting or rented, and that will be just run in the background. It will run whatever you want, you can update. So that's a pretty advanced feature you will learn how to do. And so let's say I'm going to cancel this. I'm going to cancel this rental. There you go. So rental ended. So now it's been canceled. So now what I will do is I'm going to go in and log in as the host. So I'm going to sign out, and basically it takes me to my rented items. That's fine. So I'm going to sign in again, and I'm going to sign in as the host. Cool. So now I'm signed in as the host. I'm going to go to switch to host. All right. So there's my item. That was the digital camera. And if I go to booked items, we have this nice simple UI, and you can see the different items. So if I go to canceled, that's the item that was basically rented by an individual, but they canceled, and my earnings are 0. So that's that. So now let's go to my listings, and I'm going to add another listing. So we're going to create this nice custom stepper, because shared CN that we are using does not come with a stepper. So I just cooked one on my own. So let's say I'm going to list power. I'm going to say drill. I'm going to list a drill. We're going to hit next, and I'm going to say power tools. Then I'm going to hit next, and I'm going to say comes with batteries, right? And then I'm going to say next. So now you're going to hit your daily hourly pricing. So let's say per hour is 45, but daily is $90. So I'm going to hit next. Now we're going to come and we're going to select the images. So let's say I'm going to select this. I'm going to select this. And then I'm going to select these. So we're going to say open. And we have this happening pretty cool. So let's say, you know what, I'm like, oh, that's a wrong image. Boom, delete. Boom, delete. And now we have these images. So I'm going to say submit. Okay, item created. So I'm going to close this. Let's refresh. Boom, I got my drill here. So if I go edit, I can list and unlist. I can change this. I'm going to say powerful drill. Let's just, make it enticing, and let's just save it. Item updated. So I'm going to go back and powerful drill. Boom, there you go. So now let's log out, and I'm going to log in as the other user. The reason why we have to switch users, because a person, let's say I created my items, I should not be able to rent them. So now I'm going to go under power tools, and there is the drill. So I'm going to go to rent now. And as you can see, I'm going to do daily. So let's say I'm going to pick it today. I'm just going to rent it for 2 days. And as you can see, the details, the description came here. So I'm going to say process to payment. I'm going to quickly fill this. Okay, we're going to go to book. All right, so that's done. I'm going to go click here. Cool, so the powerful drill is here now. So let's say I'm going to go as the other user. I'm going to sign in, and you will see that. Let's switch to host. If I go to booked items, and as you can see, this item has been rented. So since the item was picked up for rented on the same day, that's why the status is already rented. And then there you go. It's going to be earnings will be $90 and blah, blah, blah. So now I'm going to sign out. I'm going to sign back in. I'm going to sign in as the other user that rented the item. Okay, so I'm going to go and I'll say rented items. That's my drill. So I'm going to, let's say I used it. I'm going to end the rental. And now we have a nice feature where we can add comments. So I can say very clean and host was very nice. So I'm going to give it 5 stars. I'm going to say end rental. Boop, it rental ended. It says returned. And now when I go here, right, so if we come here now, and if I look at power tools, as you can see, it was booked once. So that's why it's showing the booking of 1. If I go back, for example, look at this one. This has never been booked. So that's why it is showing a status of 0. So that's a very nice thing to have, that you can quickly see if you want to rent this item or not. If I come here, we have actually now the stars, and you can see the our comment, right? So left by this user, very clean, on host was very nice. So there you go. Cool. So there you go. That's the app in a nutshell. A lot of work went into it, a lot of research. That's why it took a while to prepare this. I hope you guys enjoy this, and we're just gonna get started. the Next.js project, and the command is create next app at latest, and we will call it easy rental. All right, let's use yes, and we're just gonna go with the defaults, and because they basically work pretty good. So let rip. All right, and then the next thing we're gonna do is install shadcn. So I mean, if you go to this link, and the command is basically this npx shadcn UI latest. So I'm gonna come here and do like this. Okay, so let's say yes. Cool. Oh, actually, I did in the wrong folder. I should be in this folder because this is where the package.json is. So we're going to try it again. Sorry about that. All right, so we're just going to go with the default and then CSS variables yes. And boom, so that's done. All right, so let's now open this in VS Code. Cool. All right, so as you can see, here is our shadcn, and well, I mean the project. And one thing I will do is, so I will come here, and the theme that I'm going for is the kind of yellow color, so this one. And so basically you just come here, go to themes, and you can choose whichever you want. You can hit customize and choose more options. So I'll go with this, and then what you do is you do copy code, and you want to come here and don't select everything because you're going to get rid of this, and then you'll be thinking why it's not working. So we're going to paste this here like that, and I'm going to hit save, and now I'm going to bring over, there you go. So the project is up and running. So let me organize the screen a bit. All right, cool. So now that that is done, what we can do is come here to my page.tsx, and let me just get rid of everything. And I'm going to do that. So there you go. Let's add a, I think what I should do is bring in the shadcn, and let's just put it here. All right, so let's start by, let's go in here. And if you go to installation, they are telling you basically what to do for the fonts and all. So let's just follow their thing. So I'm going to copy this line, and this is going in your root layout file. So that's going to be this file. So you can see enter as, so I'm just going to do this like so, and then I'm going to copy this line, which is export const font sans blah blah blah. So we're gonna do this. All right, and then they're also bringing in the CN, the class utils. So in case you didn't know, shadcn installed this for you, so it's right here, the CN. It looks like you know what we'll do, I'm gonna delete this. We're gonna fix it when we do the rest of the stuff. So anyway, so I'll come here to the body and I'll copy this. All right, and then we're gonna come here, let me close this. I'm gonna come here and do like this. So now what I can do, I can just do cn. There you go. So now that is here. Now it's complaining about the enter, that what is enter. So I think, you know what, we don't need this actually because it's not being used. So I'm going to get rid of this, and we're going to hit save. Now what we can do is try to add, oh, by the way, sorry, the other thing we need to do is, sorry, for this thing to work, we need to go to tailwind config.ts, and in here we need to go to theme. Where did it go? I'm going to go to theme and go to extend. So we're going to do, well, I think we already have extend. So all I will do is font family, and I'm saying what is font family. So we're going to come to the top, copy this line, I'm going to paste it here, and save it. And that, I think that should take care of it. So now if we come here, so there you go, font family, font sans. So I think that's pretty good. It's working. All right. So now what we can do is come here to let's add a button because that's the first thing we do. And I hope it's big enough. Let me add it. Cool, the button has been added. So if you come to components, button is right there. So let's add it on our main screen. Button, and how about I do this? Button. Okay. Let's try again. Button, there you go. And we'll say click me. All right, so as you can see, our theme is working, the button is coming, so we are in good shape. We're gonna keep going, and what I will do next is, well, we're gonna come into this, and I wanna fix the layout a bit. I just wanna add maybe something like flex and flex column, just to make sure everything is in a nice column, and that doesn't change anything here. Well, okay, I think I need to run. I was trying to check in the code, and I think which will be available, of course, on GitHub. So that's why. Yeah, there you go. That works. All right, so we are good here. So I think we're done with the layout.tsx file. We're not going to touch this. Maybe just come here, and for like SEO purposes, we can do this easy rental, and then here I can say rent your items and earn instant cash, like so. All right, so let's see if that, there you go. So that got updated. So I'm gonna close this, and then we're gonna come back to this page, and let's start hammering this and see if we can, make something cool. So I'm gonna take this out. And what I'll do is I'll start with the div, and we're gonna be flex dash column, and then I can do minimum dash h dash screen. In case you didn't know, you can do this technique. Just quickly type this. So let's organize this a bit. We're gonna have a header, right? And we're gonna have two type of headers. One is gonna be for the host, and one is going to be for the guest, right? So you guys will see, I mean, you saw in the demo how it was. So, and then what we need is a nice hero, to attract people to what's going on. Then we're going to have a another section, I guess, say how it works, right? So this is where we tell people how this thing works, I guess. And then finally, or not finally, but we're going to have another section where people can browse the items. Okay, items. So we're going to do that. And then we're going to add, finally, at the end, it's always good to have a footer. So that's going to be that. So what we can do is start with the header. So I'll come here, I'll come to my components, and we're just going to add the UI components to this one. I don't need a folder, but what I do need is a new file, and I'm going to call it header.tsx. So I'll try to keep the naming convention. I want this project to be very professional. So what I'll do is RFCE, and let's call this a header, like so, and I'm going to save it. And right away, what I will do is I will come here and bring it so we can see our changes. Hey, header. All right. By the way, this RFCE, that's a plugin or extension. I think it's called React something. There you go, VS Code extension. So I'm sorry, it's this one, the ES7 plus React. If you install this, then you can get these nice snippets, which I think saves a lot of time. So anyways, I'm going to go into the header, and we're going to start cracking. And what we can do is we can create a header. That's an HTML element, and I'll give it a class name of fixed, because we want this to scroll with the page. And I'm going to make it a full, I love Tailwind, And then I'm going to have it Z50 because as we scroll, I want this thing to stay on top of everything. So that's all we do. All right, so I'm going to save it. And then what we do is we create a nav. All right, so let's do it the cool way. So I'm going to do nav.bg-primary, okay, flex, and then items center. Whoops, center. Okay, and then justify between actually. I want them to spread apart. And then padding -4. And on large screen, I want a padding in the X direction of 8. Boom, right there. So there you go. That's your tiny nav bar, but we're going to fix it. All right, so what we need here is a logo. Okay, so by the way, all the pictures, the photos, they are available from the GitHub. So you guys can go ahead and grab them and use them and appreciate them. All right, so what I will do is I'll come to the public folder. As you can see, we got these Next.js thingies or SVGs. So I'm going to move them to trash. And what I will do is copy from the GitHub repo the file. So I'll quickly do that. All right, so I'm going to come here to public and I'm just going to paste them like this. So as I said, go to the GitHub and grab them from the public folder. They are available to you. All right, so what do we do is we're going to add the logo, and it's a nice logo, and I'll explain why I chose this logo. And so what I can do is I can say div.flex, and then on large I want a flex -1. I want this thing to like kind of take the space. So then we can add a link. So make sure this is coming from next link, and let's give it a href of, it's a pretty standard thing on websites. So what we will do is let's add a span, and this is for screen readers only. We want to make sure that we take care of everyone. So I'll say logo. All right, so this is a good SEO practice too. And I'm going to use image, so make sure to do next image. Okay, so now it's going to complain because they need a bunch of stuff. All right, so we need to give it a width, and for logo I think usually 40 works pretty good. I'm going to go with the height of 40 as well, and then we're going to give it a class name, and let's call a auto on this one, and the height also I'm going to do auto. Okay, and then finally we need to give it the source. So that's going to be logo.png, which we just brought in, and you want to give it an alt, so I'll just do alt of logo. Let's save it, and there we go, our nice cute dog. So the reason why I chose this dog is because dog shows trust, and this is what this concept is about. You want to trust others with your items, or you want to trust them with renting your items. So, and there's a key, so you're giving them the key to your item. So there you go. That's the reason behind the logo. Anyways. All right, so now that we're done with the logo, we're gonna go ahead, switch gears, and start adding the rest of the stuff. So what I want to do is create another div, and it's gonna be a flex, and I'm going to make everything center like that. All right, so within it, I'm gonna create a link, and for now, since we don't have the auth and all that, so let's just keep everything to this hash. We're gonna fix when we add the rest of the stuff, then this is gonna just come along. And what I will do is call it switch to host like that. As you can see, it's here, so it's very ugly, but we're gonna fix it. And so there's a nice trick you can do where you can just do like something class name, and then I can use the squigglies, and I can do cn, and then I can do button variants. That's from shadcn. And then I will do variant of outline like that, and let's see, boom, there you go, you got a nice button right there. I mean, it's a link but looks like a button. And then what I can also do is come here and add some other classes. So for example, I want to add a shadow. So you go, so it's a subtle, but it's there. And what we will do is we're going to hide this by default, but we will only show it on medium and up. And then also what I can do is I want to give it some margin right because I want to have some icon here. So let's test this. All right, because we want to be responsive, mobile first. So there you go. You see how it full screen on desktops, and then that's mobile. Cool. All right, so what do we do after this? Well, we're gonna add a login thing and a drop-down menu and blah blah blah. All right, so we're gonna come here, and then here I can just do, let's add a comment just to make sure we are organized. We can say drop-down menu. All right, so now we need the drop-down menu, but where does it come from? Well, that comes from Shatcn. So we will come here and we will look for drop-down menu. Here we go. So it's like this. So what I can do is whoops, no, that's not what I wanted. I want npm, and then I can come here and paste. Nope, I need to do paste. All right, so what I can do then is once we've installed that, then we can come here, we can say drop down menu, and see, it's going to bring from Radix UI. You want to bring it from the Shatcn UI. And then I can do drop down menu trigger. We need something to trigger this. So we'll say drop down menu trigger like that. And for that, what I'll do is create a div flex, and we can do text slate or slate, I guess, 500. And then in here, we need to add a menu. So now this comes from Lucid React, which is the icons. So I'm going to add that. Okay, let's take a look. Like so. So that's the menu icon. Beautiful. All right, and then what we can do is after that. All right, so what we will have here, by the way, by the side of the beside the icon, we're going to have the logged in username. So that's how we know we're logged in. We're going to get to that once we set the sessions and everything up, but let's just get the structure going first. All right, so I got the trigger, the menu, and now we need to add the content. So we can say drop down menu content. All right, like that. All right, and what we want to do is drop down menu item is what I want to add. Okay, and first I'm going to add a link, and for now let's just make href of this. Okay, and this will be called switch to host, like so. So let's see, there you go. So that works. Switch to host. So the other thing is, by the way, you see I have a switch to host. I want to toggle, like for example, when this is visible, I don't want to show this one. Then when I go on small device, mobile, only I want to show this. So let's fix that with Tailwind. All right, so what we can do is I can say class name. I'm going to do flex. So let's say it's visible, but then on medium and above it's hidden. So if I come here, you see it's not there. But when I go, let's say small screens, it's there. Beautiful. That's working very well. All right, so the other thing we also want to show, let's say I log in as a user and as a guest, and I've rented items. I want to be able to see what items I've rented. So this is where we're going to add the second drop-down menu item. So what I can do, I can copy this, and then we're going to paste this one. And the only thing we will change is rented items, like that. All right, so if I come here, okay, okay, so this one, actually, I don't want to, I just want to show it all the time. But when we have the session, so you know what I should do? I keep talking about this session. How about I do this constant session, just to show you guys how this will work. So what I can do then, come here, and for example, so I'll come here on the href, for example, and let's see, we're just going to add this. So I'm going to add these ticks, and then I'll say if session is there defined, then we go to my listings. Okay, otherwise we go to API auth sign in. And of course, we're gonna set this all up. It's not there yet, but as you can see, I think I need to refresh. Okay, so that'll take care of that. Then I can do the same here. And what we can do is I can come here. I can do this. I'm going to bring this on the next line so it's easy for you guys to see. And what I can do is I'll say if session is defined, that means someone is logged in. Then take them to this route, which is my rented items, like that. Otherwise, we're just going to go to API auth, and they need to sign in first to see this. So that'll take care of that. The other thing is I want to show this menu item only if I'm logged in. So for example, I can just do session and then I'll take this and paste it here. So before saving, I'm just going to show you guys. You see how it shows rented items? If I come here and hit as save it, he's gone. So that means I'm not logged in. So we're kind of simulating this, just preparing for what's coming in the next couple of videos. All right, so now after this, what I will do is I'll come here and I'll say drop down menu separator, like that, just to add a nice separator. And then after that, what we can do is drop down. Let's just add, one more item. And for this one, I'll just give it a class name of flex text dash left and padding y of 0, like that. And for this one, there's going to be a sign in and sign out button. So I'll just add, I'll just do sign in and sign out, like that. So if I come here, well, we're going to fix this. That's the separator right there. Okay, and then finally, we're going to add another separator after this. And then after this, I'm just going to add like a drop down, a dummy one, and we're going to call this how it works. So like how the platform works. There you go. So now let's switch to mobile view and see how this looks. So this was switch to host, sign in, sign out. We're going to add that. And there you go. So the sign in, sign out is going to come when we do the auth stuff. So for now, it doesn't make any sense. All right, we're going to come back to this. The header is started. At this point, I will actually go ahead and commit the changes. So we'll say git status. So these are the files that we touched. So I'll say git add dot, add them all, commit -m, and we'll say added header, but no auth, right? So we know we just started header, and then I'm going to do git push, and let's just make sure, boom, done. So there you go. So now the changes are in. All right, so now we're going to move on to the hero section. So I'm going to get rid of this, and this is the hero, actually. Hero. That's weird. So I'll come here to the components. I'm just going to minimize this, and we will create a new file. And let's call it hero.tsx. And then we'll do RFCE hero. All right, so hey man, make it caps. Cool. I'm going to come here and just punch it, or just lay it down here so we can see my typing mistakes. And why is it not showing anything? Because I need to maybe refresh. Oh, it's probably under the thing. Don't worry, we'll fix it. All right, so what we will do is I'm going to get rid of this, and excuse me, I'm going to add a class name, and I'm going to give it a padding of 48. So, and then I will also, let's say hero. Like so, there you go, that came in. And then on small and above, I want to give it a padding y of this. So the idea is on small basically devices, because we're hiding the banner, the image, so that's what it shows here. But on large screens, we show the banner. Okay, then I'll create another div. Let me close this, and it'll be a flex, and then it's going to be items dash center, like so. and then we'll do justify between like so, and then I'm gonna do like this. All right, so what I want to do for this one is on small and up I want to give it a padding of 48, and then and small and above also I want to give it a padding of bg dash hero like so. Okay, and then bg dash cover and then bg dash no repeat. So this is, you know, how you would do for an image. We just want to make sure it covers the entire screen, well, that area, there's no repetition, and I want to nice and center it like that. So well, now you must be asking, well, how come we don't see the image? Well, we'll see it. There's a nice thing we can do, but for now let's just add the rest of the stuff. I want to give another div, and it's going to be auto and max dash 2 dash width 2xl. I want to add, I want to text it center, and then on large and above I'm going to do text dash left like so, and within this I'm going to put my h1, so you know we take care of the SEO stuff. Excuse me. And I'm going to do text 4xl. Let's put something here so we can see what's going on. So I'm going to say unlock extra income. Whoa. Okay, and rent your unused items today, exclamation mark. So okay, so I'll come here and I'll say font dash bold. That's nice and bold, and then I'm gonna do tracking of tight. As you can see, there you go. And then what we will do is text, that's too dark for me, so I'm going to text dash gray dash 900. That looks a bit soft. And then what I will also do on small and above, I'm going to go away higher. There you go. So nice big font. I don't know if I should do like 600 maybe. Yeah, I think that looks better. I don't know. You guys be the judge. All right, so let's see how that looks. I think that looks not bad. Okay, and then what I can do is right after that, I'll create a P. I'll create a P, and then I want to give it a margin top of 6 and text. You know, this is like that subtext, so that's what we're trying to do. And I'm going to give it a leading of 8. And then what we'll also do is text dash gray. So this will be much lighter than the text above. Okay, so I'm not going to type this. I'm going to grab it from the GitHub repo. Basically what it says is turn your idle gear into join the community. I'm going to just do a little bit of formatting on this. All right, so we want to also add a button here that basically will, you know, take people to our link. Well, actually we want to add a link. So I will do link. Next link, let's just make it for now that hash thingy, and what I will do, I'll say start now, and I want to do end right arrow. Okay, that didn't work. I think I need to do right arrow. Aha, like that. All right, and then what I will do is I'm going to do the same technique that we did before. So where we did the class name thing, I'll do class name. Okay, we will do cn, and we will do button. I think I didn't bring cn. Come on. Okay, and we're going to do button variance. It's going to bring that. Excuse me. And let's see what that does. That does very good. And then what I will also do, margin top of 10, like that. And then font, I want to just make it a semi-bold. There you go. So it's nice, you know, it's there. Let's bring this on next line. That's one of the problem with small screens. So I'm going to give it a shadow of MD. You can see a nice subtle shadow. And then on hover, what we can do, we can say shadow dash none. So basically when I hover, watch, doot, 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 like that. Okay, so that's that. And then what we need is, right beside it, we need those images, the items. So what I can do, I can say image, like so. I want to make sure brought in from the right place. I want next image, And source for this will be hero items. So again, if you're joining late, these are coming from, I'm providing these resources to you so you can check them out. And we'll say hero item z like that, and we'll just give it a width of, I was just playing around and I found that 600 kind of works best. So yeah, and the height, honestly, I'm just going to leave it at 0. And let's see what this does. So if I save it, there you go, that's what happens. So remember we did that text left right here, this one. So that's why we did it. All right, so now you can see it's coming nicely. And if I go small screen, well, obviously we need to fix that. Okay, so I will come here and I will add some class names here. So width of auto, okay, like that, there you go. And height also auto. And I'm gonna have this hidden by default, there you go. But on large and above, I'm gonna make it block. So there you go. So let's see. All right, so as you can see, there's this gap here. I think we can fix it if I just do auto. Aha, you see it shifted? That's what I wanted. So that's what I'm talking about. See, there's a nice, the distance from the edges is good. It's perfect on both sides. So I like this. And that you go, that's your mobile view and that's your desktop view. I am happy with this. I think it looks beautiful. All right, so one thing I think we're missing is the background that we saw. I don't know if we should add it actually. I kind of like this. I don't know. Anyway, so I'll add it anyways because I want to show you guys how we can do this, right? The BG hero. So what you do is you come here. You come here to your tailwind.config.ts, right? So there's a lot of things you can do here, but one of the things is if I come here to extend, okay, and I can do background image, you can see. And then what we will do is I'm just gonna do this so this thing is happy, and I will do hero, and then you can do URL, okay, and then just provide the URL of where the image is. So it's gonna be hero-image.png. Save it, there you go, perfect. So the image is basically where it's in the public, and that's the name. And you see how if you go on mobile it disappears, but on large screen it's there. I love the wave. I don't know, it looks so cool. That's brilliant. All right, so let's go to actual mobile view. There you go, that's how it's going to look on mobile. And then if I go to iPad, that's going to look on iPad. Brilliant. Cool. All right, I'm excited. Not sure about you guys, but I'm pumped. All right, so we're done with the hero section, and now what we can do is how we always do is, first of all, I mean, the hero has been added, which is good. So I'll come here and we will commit our changes. You know, we want to be good people. So I'll do git add dot git add everything. Just want to make sure there's nothing fishy we are adding. No, and I'll say git commit -m added hero section like that, and add a ddd. I don't want that. I don't want that. All right, so then I'm going to do git push. And boom, done. We're going to now move on to the next section. We are on to how it works. So I'm going to come back here. Now you guys know the drill. We just come here and just start adding these basic, you know, bare bone structures. So I'm going to say how it works. So as you can see, I'm very consistent with my naming convention. I'm adding the hyphen. So just want to make sure you guys follow this naming convention, or if you do your own thing. Anyway, so what I'll do is I'll do RFCE, and we will say how it works. I'm gonna hit tab this time. I think what I should do how it works like that. Should have done this from the start, but that's okay. All right, and then we're gonna go back to the page. Let me just close this for a sec, and then I can bring it here how it works, so we can see how it works. There we go. So then what we can do is come here, and I'm gonna add a section. It's gonna be just a section, padding y of 2. And on small and above, I want to have a padding y of 16. And okay, so looks like that's not gonna roll with this thing. That's okay. So I'm gonna do class name, and I think just need to fix this, and we are good. So there you go. That thing just got pushed somewhere. I don't know. Oh wait, no, because I removed it. All right. So what I need is a list. Well, actually, I'm gonna add a header. I'm gonna add h3, and let's just call it how renting your items work. We're gonna add that. Okay, there you go, it appeared. And then what we can do is we need to add a list. Well, so what is list then? Well, we need to create it. So what we can do is we can come here to component. I'll create a new file and I'm going to call it list.tsx. Okay, and list like that. All right, all right, all right. Okay, so we need to provide it some list, children basically, right? So that's what we need to do. So what I can do, I can say children. Okay, and then children is basically a React node like that. And then what do I put here? Well, I'm just going to do return, and it will be a div. Let me close this, and padding x of 2, and on small and above padding x of 0. It's going to be flex, and it's going to be flex column. We want the list to just come one above the other. Padding y-8, and on large and above I want a flex row. Okay, and just give it some gap of 8, and find large and above. I'm going to do gap-x-4. Like so. All right, and then in here I'm just going to put the children. That is it. Now why is this thing complaining? That's because I have 2 returns. I don't need 2 returns. 1 return is enough. All right, like that. Okay, so well, we need to now create the list item. Okay, not you. Okay, so what I will do is I'll say export function, and I'll do list item. Okay, we need to pass in some props. We'll pass that. All right, so what we need to give it the number of the count, like the number, and then the color and the secondary color. Okay, so now because it's TypeScript, so we need to just tell it, what is what. Primary is a string and secondary is a string, like that. And of course you need a return, which we're gonna add. So this is gonna be very simple. We just create first of all the fragment, and then I'm just gonna create a div of flex, justify of start, and items dash center. Okay, beautiful. My fingers are all over the place. And I'm going to create a span like that. All right, and then within the span I'm just going to give it a class name of minimum width of 8 and margin right of 4 and flex and items center and justify center and border, and then rounded, founded, I like that, rounded, and I'm just going to make it a full circle. That's what I want to do. And then finally I will do border dash gray dash 500, like so. All right, you know what, I think we should use this so we can actually see what the heck is going on. So what I will do is I'll come back here, and this time I'll do list, so it's coming from our list like that, and then I'll do list item. There you go, list item we created, I'm going to give it a count of 1. Okay. And then what I will do is, since this is self-closing, I'll say primary, and then whoops, I'll say list your items for free. Okay. And then we have secondary text, and then it's going to be yes, that, and then I'm going to do that apostrophe thing. That's right. That's right. There is no fee, not fee. No, come on. There's no fee to list your item like that. So as you can see, like things happen, but it's just not the most beautiful. So if I scroll down, yeah, we're gonna fix it. We're gonna fix it. So I just want to add this here so we can see it. You know what I should do? I should just add the other ones. How do we duplicate lines? Let me see. There you go. Okay, so that's 2 and that's 3. Cool. So they're here. So now I need to go back and fix this. So I'll come here, and then what we can do is I did this. Okay, and what I want to do is I'm going to do a span, and in here I want to show the count. There you go. It's like a watermelon, I guess. And then on the span, what I will do is I'll say class name text dash gray dash 500. So there you go, that's that. And then text dash large like that, and then font dash bold. Cool. So you see they're more rounded now, they're like oranges. All right, okay, and that what I want to do is I'm going to come here. Well, I need to do this, and then after this I will do a class name. Too many flex, man. We're flexing here. Flex dash column. I swear I cannot type today. And then I want to create a span, and I'm going to give it a font bold, and then text dash large. Okay, and this will be primary. Okay, so that's your primary text. And then I need to do the same, but this will be secondary. And what we will do is we're going to make this, okay, I'll be back. What I'll do is instead of bold, I'm just going to do text dash slate, and we'll make it 500 like that. Now it's not showing the text. That's because maybe we're not passing it. So no, we are passing it secondary. Let's see. So secondary, let me just change this. I'm gonna refresh, and there you go. So that's coming up nicely. Of course, we need to change the wording. So what I'll do is I'll just take it from the repo. So where did it go? It's right here. So this one will say, you know, you're in complete control. And for the last one, what we will do is gonna do this. So it says earn while you sit on the beach or blah blah blah. All right, so while that is done, so now one thing we need to do is we need to center this, because currently, as you can see, it's kind of to the in a weird space. We need to fix that. So I'm gonna close this. We're done with this. We're done with this. We can create like a container and then maybe put everything in that. So what I'll do is I will come here and we'll create a new file, and I will call this max with container.tsx like so. And let's do this. Okay, max with container. I'm gonna close this, and what we will do is basically we're gonna pass children. We want this to be kind of like a wrapper, and any classes that anyone wants to pass, we will also pass those. So it's kind of flexible. And what I will do is I will say children, and it's going to be a React node like so, and classes will basically be a string. I'm going to make this optional, so you know, in case nobody wants it, they don't have to pass it. This can be React react.react node, like that. All right, and then what I will do is children. I'm going to put that. But so you know what? Let's use it so we can see this in action. So what I can do is I can say max with container, and then I will encapsulate everything but the footer. So there you go. So nothing happens because we're not doing anything here. So I can come here and I can do something like class. I'll use the cnutil, and what we will do is we will say container. Okay, so right away that's shifted, and then max width to XL, right? We want a 2XL width, and then on small and above, I want a max width of 4XL. There you go. So now if I go, aha, you see how it is? I think I like this. So that's looking pretty good. If I go on mobile view, oops, not this. Then as you can see, one thing I do see, the header is kind of in an ugly place. We're going to fix it, but you can see this coming nice. So I'm liking that. All right, so I'm done with this. One thing we need to do is just make sure we add that just in case we pass something. So we want to add that. All right, and then what I can do here is we need to fix this, right? So how it works, so that's the header right here. So I'll be kind of creating these sections. I want them to have the same kind of header, so it makes sense to create a I guess a component for it. Okay, so what we will do is I'm going to create a new file here, and I will call it section headline.tsx. And then what we will do is we will do section headline like that. Okay, and what we pass to it, the title, right, and any styles. So what's the title? It's a string, and styles, it's also a string. I'll make this optional, so I mean in case we don't need to pass anything. All right, so what we can do here is I'm going to start with the class name, but first I'll close that, and we will use the cnutil, and I will just pass in these styles. Okay, and then we will do relative and text center like that. Okay, and then I'll do h2, and in here I will do the title like so. So let's actually use it, and then we can see the changes. So I'll call this section headline, and title I'll pass this, and since it's self-closing I don't need this. I'm going to do this. So there you go. So that's already nice and centered. All right, so what we need then is actually we can only have one h1, which is that one at the top, so I don't need to do that again. All right, so for this one, what I will do is I'll do class name, and I want to do text-2xl. That's that. And then I want to do font bold. Let's go nice and bold. And then tracking, I want to do tight like that. And then text -gray -900 like that. I think, I don't know, it's maybe 800. Yeah, it's subtle, but it's there. And then on small and above, I'm going to do text -4xl. Boom, right there. Okay, what I want is kind of like a line, but it's not kind of completely behind it, but going through it. So let's try to do that. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to create a div, and we're going to give it a class of absolute and bg-primary and width-full. And then height, I'm going to give it a height of 6. And I'm going to just move it back with a z of -10, z index. And also, I'm going to push it to the bottom. So if I save it, that's what you get. A nice kind of, different So let's go to mobile view. Aha, okay, not bad. I'm gonna close it. We're gonna go back here. One thing I will do is, I see it's kind of close here, so we can use our styles prop, and I will do this 12. Let's see. There you go. That kind of pushed it, so that's working well. Okay, one thing. So let's go on mobile. One thing I see is kind of. I wonder if I should just stick to. Yeah, I think that's not bad. And then one thing I will do is It's a bit too much padding. I don't know. I think that's kind of good actually. When people launch on or I guess land on your website, they will see this first. But maybe we could move this up a bit, and maybe what we can do is not here. So we're done with this, but I think right here. I think we should do 8, and then small and above we can do 16, like that. So even about 4. Yeah, 4 is better, so you just see it right away as soon as you scroll. But if I go desktop, then I see this, so that's not bad. All right, anyway, so let me just do this. Oh, that's good. Okay, so we're done with how it works, and then we need to now move on to the next section, which is browse the items. So let's go work on that. So for that, I'm going to come here to components, and then we are going to create a new file. Okay, and I'm going to call it browse component or items.tsx, and we will do this, and I'll say browse items, like that. And then I'm going to come here and add it, browse, like we have been doing. So let's see what happened. There you go. That's your browse items. Ugly, but we'll fix it. All right. So first things first, we need a section. Okay, and then what we need is a header with style. So there you go. That thing is already coming in handy for us. Sorry, we need the section header. So we'll say section headline, and title. Title will be looking to rent. We'll say browse items. Okay, and let's do that. So there you go. That's looking nice. Looking to rent. Okay, I don't know what that means. There you go. That fixes it. Cool. So with that done, and then what we need now is some padding on the top. So what I can do, I can come here, say class name, and we'll do padding y of 2. Okay, and small and above, I'm just gonna do padding y of 16. So it's kind of nice, and there's a nice gap. All right, so what do we do here? Well, we're going to create cards, and then those cards basically will display the kind of items that people have put up for rent. So it's going to be like the categories. And when you click on the category, then it's going to take you to the respective section. So that's the idea. So it's very robust and easily extendable, which you guys will see. Okay, so we need to create a card. So you must be asking, well, where's card coming from? So I'm going to go to shatcn, and we're going to click npm, and we're going to add the card. All right, so now that the card has been added, so what I will do, I'll say card and UI card, like that. Okay, so a card needs a header, and we're going to add the card header, and we need a card title. Okay, yep, and then the title will be camera gear, like that. Let's see if it actually, yep, there you go. It's coming. Okay, it's kind of like, I think right there. So we need to first fix a couple of things. So what I will do is, I'll say class name, I'll say flex dash column, and let's see, items center, and hover, I want to have a shadow of MD. So when I come here, I hover, as you can see, there's a nice subtle shadow. That's what we're after. All right, so that's the card header. Then I need the card content. Okay, and what we need is an image. Okay, the image is coming from next image, and I'll just say camera gear. Okay, and then the source is going to be rent camera gear dot jpg, and then we need the width. So that's going to be 200, and then the height, we'll keep it at 100. Let's save it, and there you go. So by the way, these images are provided as I mentioned before, and so that's the card content. And then finally we need the card footer, and again it's going to be a link, next link, and href. So we're going to create these routes, but I'm just going to put them here. So it's going to be like rent and then camera gear, like that. And then we're going to just do browse, and then and right arrow, like that. So as you can see, boom, there's a nice button and there's a link, and it goes to camera gear. We don't have it yet, so nothing will happen. Okay, so what we need to do now is basically I'm gonna copy this, and we're gonna do it however many times, or however many items we have. Okay, so currently it's coming like this. That's because well, we need to fix this. We'll fix it. So for the other one, it's gonna be power tools. So I'll come here and I'll say power tools, and you will say power tools, and then the thing will be power tools, and that's it. There we go. And then for the last one, it's going to be house tools. Okay, house, and then it's going to be rent house tools. Perfect. Actually, why do I have 4? I don't know, because of this. Cool, so that's good. All right, so one mistake I see I'm making is this should be okay. Yes, that's what I'm after. So as you can see, they should be in a row, and then when we go mobile, then they become nice cards. So that's what I'm after. Now one thing I do see is there's this nasty, they're kind of like overlaying on top of the section headline, so we need to fix that. But I'm gonna just shift these up a bit, and let's see what's going on. I don't know where did the scroll come from. This should be padding Y. Okay, so that's that. And then what we need here is styles, and I'm gonna do padding Y of 12. Let's see. Boom, there you go. That's nice. I like that. Okay, let's go mobile. Beautiful, I like it. Cool. All right, so we are done with the browse items, and what we can do then, let's see, is we should add some marketing garbage. So let's say after how it works, we should add some stuff here. So what I can do is I can say, so I'm going to add a spacer, and the easy way honestly is just do this. Okay, I'm just going to come here so we can see it. So what I will do is I'll say h3.text center XL on mobile, and then on small and above I'm gonna do 4XL, and then padding X 2 and padding Y of 4, and small and above I want padding Y of 8, and finally I want a BG of primary. All right, so what do we say here? Well, we can just say I'm gonna copy the text. Basically, we're saying is, why buy when you can rent, choose from thousands of items available, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that's just some marketing stuff. It's good to add them. Yeah, and what I can do is I can also add it right after the browse items. And for this one, what I will do is basically just, I'm not going to type it, but what it is that we just add a link. I'm going to say link. Next, and what we're saying basically is, let me just show you. It's ready to make money, start now, right? That's what it is. Okay, and finally, we're gonna add the footer. So what I can do is I can come here and my components, we're gonna add a new file and I'm gonna call it footer.tsx. Okay, footer. I don't know why it does that. Footer. There you go. So that's your footer, and we are gonna add it here. Boop. Let's save it and see. There you go. That's your tiny footer. All right. So for the footer, so if I go to my footer. All right. So what I will do is I'm gonna get rid of this and close this, and then what we will do is say BG gray 200, nice and light, padding top of 4 and margin top of 8, like that. Okay, and then we will do MX auto and then padding Y of 16 and then max width of 2XL, all like so. Finally, I'm going to create a grid because I feel grids are very good for footers, so you can very easily organize things. So I'll say columns of 1 and then small and above. Whoop, and small and above, I'm going to do grid columns -2 and place items center, and finally on small and above we do gap of x-32. I like so. I'm going to save it. Of course, we got your nice light gray background. What I will do then is I'm going to create another div, 2 mini divs, margin bottom of 4, like that, and we will add an image. The alt of this is logo. Okay, and source is not logon.png, and then width of just the same as we did above in the header. I'm going to do 40 and a height of 40. Cool. Beautiful. I got an error. Amazing. Why? Because of this. Yes. Oh, there you go. The dog is there. Okay, so what we can do then is create another div and make it a flex. Okay, and flex column, and then I can do gap of 1 and padding Y of 4, like so. All right, so what we need here is now links, of course, and these will be next links. Okay, so what we can do is I'm going to give it a class name of text -small, and then it's going to be about. Now the href is, for now I'll just set it to, these links actually just you can see about pages, and you can create them on your own, so they're not like very exciting. Oops, went too fast. This one will be tools, so like calculator tools, and then policies. There you go. So I'm not going to create these pages, by the way, because they're just like text pages, so there's no point, there's no fun basically in creating these. We're going to create another link, and this one will be, let's say, I'll point it to my website. Okay, so this will be basically who created this nice awesome platform, and we will do I don't know, and copy, and we will do 2024 grab soft. Woohoo! There you go. So it's going there. That's cool. Now what do we need? Well, I'm going to create another div, margin bottom of 4, and then I'm going to create a p tag, and this will just call it renting, right? So basically, if you have some questions about renting, you can check this out. It's going to be a flex column, and gap -1 and padding y-4, like so. So you know what's the same story? I'm going to copy these links. It's going to be just a bunch of links, and this will be like listing your item, right? Like that. And then this will be like tools again, and then what we need is insurance, and I'll do amp and then protection. Of course, if you're running a service like this, you want to have insurance. Like, what if somebody, takes your stuff and run away with it? So you want to have that, or damages it or something. So that's how it looks. That's how it's looking on the mobile view. So I mean, we could, let's see if I do for, there you go. So that's kind of, so what I'll do is, I will only do this on mobile, but on desktop and above, I'm going to do Auth0. Okay, so when I go desktop, it looks like this. There you go. So let's maximize it and appreciate the work we have done so far. So as you guys basically at this point, I mean, if you made it this far, well, congrats. You have created a beautiful homepage for this nice platform. And after this, we're going to start adding the functionality and move forward. So let's go in there. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and do the authentication because that's going to help us move with the rest of the stuff. All right, so what we're going to do is, first of all, come here and we're going to go to authjs.dev. Okay, you're going to come here, and the first thing I want to do is get started. And I'm just trying to find where let me expand this. So I'm just trying to find where we can do the npm install. All right, so we're going to come here, and then you want to copy this npm install, and then I will open this terminal here, and we're going to fire this up. Cool, so that's installed. And what the other thing we need to do is, so I'm going to do Google and Facebook. And if you can get these done, then the rest are actually easy. You just follow the same kind of process. So let's say I come here, and I'm going to expand this so we get the sidebar. And we're going to go to the login providers, and here's all your providers. So let's start with Google. And what basically we need to do this, but first you need to get the client ID and the client secret. So go over to here, click on that link they gave you. You want to click on the credentials under the APIs and services, and you want to click create credentials and select OAuth client ID, like so. And so I'm going to select the web application. You want to name it, so I'm going to say easy rental. You want to add the URI, so it's going to be localhost 3000 because it's a local host. So for the callback, go back to the Auth.js, and they actually provide it to you. So it's going to be right here for development. You want to copy this one. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it right here. And then we're going to hit create. And that's how easy it is. And then what you do is, we need to now add this into our environment file. So copy the client ID. I'm going to come to my .env file, and I'm just going to label this. So I'll say Google, and then we're going to do Google client ID, and let's paste this. And then we're going to also do Google client secret, like that. I'll come back here. I'm going to copy this one. Then I'll go back here and we're going to paste this. Then I'll save it. I'm going to close this and we're okay here. So I'm going to hit OK. So I think we're done with this. Then the next step is you want to come over here to your app, and then I'm going to create a new folder and we're going to call it API. So we're going to create a new folder within the API and I'm going to call this auth. Okay, and then yet another folder dot dot dot. So you make sure the square brackets. Basically all you're saying is, you know, anything. That's all it's going to accept. So API auth whatever. Then within this next auth folder, we are going to create a route.ts file, like so. All right, so what do we put in this TS file? Well, we're going to come here and we will say export const auth options, and this is of type auth options from Nextauth. And then we're going to now create the providers. So I'm going to say providers. Okay, so here, as we said, we're providing Google and Facebook, but all providers, let's say you're doing Apple, Microsoft, you can add all of them here. So I'll say Google provider. So it's not going to bring it. So what you need to do is you need to say import Google provider from, and we'll do next-auth providers Google, like that. Okay, so then I'll say provide Google provider, like that. And then we need to give it the client ID and the I think is, oh sorry, it's a default export probably in that file. So what we need to do is we need to say client ID, like that, and then this is where you're going to take it from your process.env.google client ID, and then we're going to do client secret, and then you do process.env.google client secret. Okay, I just need to spell this. Let's make sure we got this right. Google client ID, Google client secret. All right, so you need to just tell it that it is a string, like that. All right, so that's actually all you need to start with basic authentication. Okay, actually one thing you need to do is you need to come back here, and I completely forgot about it, that you need to actually create a next auth. We create the auth options, but we're not using it actually. So I'm going to say handler is equal to next auth. Okay, and then we do the auth options, like that. And don't forget to export the handler as get and as post. So it's going to handle the guest and post requests, like that. So I'm just going to do handler. I'm going to save it. All right, so when that is done, then what we can do is we also need to provide the pages, right? So when somebody lands on sign in, what do they see? So I'll come here and I'll say pages. Okay, and I can do sign in, and it's going to be auth sign -in. So now you must be asking, well, what is this? So what you do is you come here. So under the app, we're going to create a new folder. It's going to be called auth. And then within that, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it sign -in. Then within that, we'll create a new file, and let's just call it page.tsx, like that. All right, so within this is going to be a client component, so I'll do use client, like that. And I'm just going to do export default function sign in, like that. Okay, and then we just return something. All right, so what I can do, I can say max with container that we created earlier, and then in here I'm going to put h1, and let's just call it welcome to easy rental, like that. So let's actually go to this page and let's see if, there you go. So we're seeing this here. I'm gonna minimize this, like that. All right, so for this, let's just give it a classes of border rounded, and shadow and padding Y of 24 and margin top of 8. There you go, that's that. And for this one, I'll do class name and text dash to XL, font bold, and text at center. There you go, that's that. All right, I'm going to do this. So we need whatever buttons you're doing, you're just going to put them here. So I'm going to put a horizontal divider like that. And then what I will do is, okay, I don't know what happened here, but that's not what I wanted. It was supposed to be center. Yeah, that explains it. Okay, so here I'm gonna do a flex dash column item center and width of full and space dash y dash 2 and padding y dash 8. Okay, and then what I want to create here is a button from components, and we're just going to give it a class name. Whoops, class name of shadow dash small, just subtle, and a variant of outline. Okay, and then there you go, that's your button. So what we want to put inside the button is basically sign in with Google. Whoop. Like that, sign in with Google. So it'll be nice to have a Google ID, sorry, the logo. So what I can do is I can say image, and this image is coming from Next image, and I'm going to give it a width of 24 and a height of 24, like that. And then the source is, again, it's in the project files, so you guys can grab it from here, .svg. Okay, and alt will be just simply Google logo. Okay, and we're gonna do this. There you go. I think it would be nice to just give it a little bit of space on the right. So what I can do is I'll say class name margin right of, let's say, 2. Boop, there you go. Okay, so now once this button is hit, I want to be able to go to, sign in with Google. So how do we do this? Well, this is where let's just bring this here, and we need to come here and we need to say on click. We're going to execute this function, okay, and it's coming from Nextauth React, and you want to tell it what do you want to sign in with. So I'm going to sign in with Google, and then we also want to say, after the user has successfully logged in, where do you want to go? So we're just going to go back to the home page. So we're going to do window dot, it's going to be location dot origin, so wherever they came from, we'll just go back to that origin, not they came from, but the origin basically. So now the other thing is, if you see this sign in function returns a promise, so that means we need to await on it. And then if you want to wait, then definitely this has to be async, like that. All right, so that should technically I guess take us to the sign in, Google sign in. So if I hit it, what, there you go. So it's working, and it looks like we can go to the sign in. Let me sign in. Beautiful. So we actually are able to sign in with Google, and I think that's amazing. It'll be nice to show the logged in username to kind of drill the concept to home. So what I can do for now, I'm going to sign out, and it's going to be API auth sign out, and that's the generic sign out page. So what I will do, I'll just sign out. You can definitely change it. All right, so how do we get the username and all that? Well, so what we need to do is we need to actually first of all provide the session to the app so that we can grab it from that. And the way we're going to do this is, if I come to my layout, well, I'm going to come to my, first of all, we need to create a provider first. So the way we do this is right here in the auth, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it auth session provider.tsx like that. And then I'm going to create a function, and it's going to be auth session provider. Okay. And then what you do is it's going to take children, whatever it's wrapping, and this children is nothing but a React node like that. All right, so then we're just going to return session provider, and it's going to wrap the children like that. So now you must be asking, well, what's session provider? Session provider comes from import session provider from Next.js React. And then what we all, okay, so I guess that's why it wasn't not bringing it, because I did a fantastic job of spelling it incorrect. So session still, there you go. So that works. I think I should also bring React, import React from React. Cool. Now this has to be a client component, so we need to use client. I like it so. All right. So then, with that done, you just need to come here and you just need to say export default auth session provider. There you go. So then I'm gonna go back to my layout, and what we can do is we can wrap this thing. So this is the main like layout of your project, of your app. And I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna save it. So now no errors, nothing. It looks good. So I'm gonna close this. So now let's go back to my header, and I'm just gonna close everything so we have less clutter. So remember how we if you've been watching the project from the start, we created a session. So now what we can do is we can say get server session from Next.auth, and you need to give it the auth option. So that's one of the object, I guess one of the argument. So we can do auth options like that. Okay. So this one, it returns a promise, and we need to then await on it, which means we need to make this async. Cool. With that done, then right here beside the menu icon, which is this one, what I can do is I can do something like this. I can say session dot user dot, now I'll say name. Well, actually we'll just say if session dot user, if the session dot user exists, then we can go ahead and do the rest of the thing. So all I'll do is I'll just say session dot user dot name like that. There you go. I'm gonna hit save. So currently there's no, we're not logged in there, so it's not showing anything. All right, so now that we have added the name, the one thing we also need to do is we need to come here to the end file, and you want to add a token here. It's called next auth secret. Okay, and what you can do is just go online and just do like let me just come here, hash token generator. So basically just come here and just say this is an easy rental app, right? And it's just going to basically just pick whatever you want. So I can do SHA-25. It's going to generate this huge string, but just generate one, and then what you want to do is you want to come back here and then just paste it like that. Okay, paste it twice. So yeah, just paste it here, and then I'm gonna just bring this to the next line. We're gonna save this. Cool. With that done, and then let's now try to log in and see if we can at least display the name here. So I'm gonna come here and I'll say API auth sign in. Okay, let's sign in with Google. I'm gonna pick this one. Aha, there you go. So now, as you can see, the name is coming, which is amazing. So what I can do is let's also do the sign out, which will be in the header. So as you can see, we have kind of placed this template. And what we can do is here is we can then now do the sign in, sign out. Now the thing is that this header is a server component, right? So, but the button, we can't put the sign in, sign out button here because it's going to have the sign in, sign out basically click handlers. So what we can do is we can basically come here to our components, and within this I'll create a new file and I will call it sign in button.tsx. Okay, and we will just do sign in button. Okay, and the sign out button is going to be the same story. So this has to be a use client component. Okay, so the way you do this is you just come here and you're going to do a button. So that's coming from UI button, and what we will do, we'll just say sign in. Okay, like that. And then what we want to do is on click, we want to basically just call the sign in button from Next Auth React. That's all you need to do. That's it. And I think for variant, I'm gonna keep it at ghost because I don't want to see the, well, actually we're not using it. So let's go ahead and use it. So if I come here and if I do sign in button like that, let's see. If I come here, oh, there you go, sign in. Okay, one problem I see is there's a padding. I want it to be kind of aligned. So if I go to sign in, and what we can do, class name padding x of 0, let's see, perfect. All right, so that worked well. And what I will do is I'll copy this button, and then this will be a sign out button. So we will do sign out like that, and then I'll do sign out, and we will do sign out. I'm gonna get rid of this. So what we can do, we can say sign out. There you go. So that's your sign out button. And so I'm gonna close this, close this. So now the thing is, if we need to do like this, if there is a session, okay, then we show the sign out button. Okay, otherwise we show the sign in button. Makes sense. If you're logged in, then so let's see if this works. There you okay, I think we messed up. So if I go to okay, we need to change the wording, sign out. Perfect. As you can see, so we're logged in. So I'm going to do sign out. Okay, we got logged out. I'm going to sign in. Okay, I'm going to go to Google. I'm going to sign in. Beautiful. So look, this is amazing. I'm excited. So our sign in and sign out is working very well. And one thing I see here is if I sign out, this kind of ugly thing is appearing. So let's see if we can fix that. So okay, so we have a session, which is good. That's working very well. So we have this right here. So this is above. Let's see. Yeah, I think the problem is this. So what I should have done is this. Okay, I'm gonna take this and put this here, and let me just organize this a bit. Okay, so if I save it, let's see if that did anything. Session, if I have a session, then we show this drop down menu item, which is rented items. Let's see. There's one more, which is this one. And if we come here, I need to come here and do this. Okay, so let me just fix this. And I think there is this separator that's probably causing issue. Let me get rid of it and see what happens. Yeah, there you go. So that works. So now if I sign in, go to Google. Okay. So now we have this rented items, sign out. So that's working very well. And then if I sign out, then basically we're here. So I think that's good. I like it. One thing I will do is when I sign in, I come here, is I want to make this bold. So what I can do is I can say class name, font dash bold. Whoop. Like that. So that works well. And then what we can also do is take this guy, and I think if we put it here, yes, so we need to do the fragment thingy. Don't forget your fragments, guys. All right, so let's see. Aha, that's what I wanted. All right, so I'm going to sign out, and that's clean. I'm going to sign in, go in. Beautiful, liking it. All right, so now let's go ahead and do the Facebook login. All right, so for Facebook login, so remember how we were on the Google. I'm going to come here and we're going to hunt down Facebook. For some reason, I find Google a bit easier. All right, so you're going to go to Facebook OAuth documentation like that. All right, and what you want to do is you want to come over here to, so sorry, before we go forward, you need to create a developer account. And to create a developer account, you need to create a meta account. So create a meta account, then create a developer account, and then you can basically, when you click on the link right here, then you can actually land on this one. So it's developer.facebook.com. So we're going to click on apps, and then this is where all the apps that you have are created. So let's create an app, and it's basically you only have 3 options, but we're going to select the authenticate and request data from user with Facebook login. That's what we want. So you're going to click this, and you can read whatever the hell you wanna, if you wanna read it. Then we're gonna go ahead and click on next. And no, I'm not building a game, so we're gonna click next. All right, so this is where you wanna provide a support email. Make sure it's a correct email. And then here I'm gonna type the name of the app, and basically just create app. Cool. So you're gonna land on this page, and you can go in here if you want, and then go to settings. So by the way, before they used to have this is optional, you could just check and uncheck it, because let's say you want to do this in localhost on your local computer, but now they just it's by default HTTPS. So I don't even know why they put it if you can change it. So anyway, you don't need to put anything here. I see on forum people were like, oh, what do I put local host? Don't do it, because they will just take care of it for you, Facebook. So, I mean, I'm just gonna, that's another thing I don't like. It says saved, but I don't know where to go from here. So anyway, so I'm gonna go back to apps. That's the app we created. And one thing then we do is come to app settings, basic. This is where your app ID, by the way, is. This is your client ID, and this is going to be your app secret. So they're here. And then what we can do is we can just come here to add platform. I'm going to select website. I'm going to hit next, and this just provide your site name. Localhost /3000. Save changes. Okay, so that's that. So if you do this, you're gonna, let's say, just like anybody would do, you're gonna come here and you're gonna go to your end file, and we are going to then come here and say Facebook, let's say. And then just like this one, I'm gonna come here, I'll say client ID, and let me just do this client secret. All right, so we come here, we're gonna copy this, paste it, and then I'm gonna say show, copy this, paste it. Okay, then I'm gonna save this, and then what I will do is I'm gonna close the header. We're gonna come to the providers, and then here we just do simply Facebook. provider. So of course not going to come in. So what we do is we say import Facebook provider, and it's coming from next auth providers Facebook. Okay, like that. All right, so then I can do provider, and it's the same story. We have client ID, and it's going to be process.m.facebook client ID, and then you're going to do client secret, and it's going to be process and Facebook client secret, like that. So we don't forget to force unwrap it, I guess. And I'm gonna hit save. All right, so now we will come back to our app, and let's say I'm gonna sign out. All right, and this time, well, actually, wait, let's not get excited. So we need to come here to the page, and remember how we added one for Google. We need to do the same and add one for Facebook. Okay, it copies it 2 times. I don't know why. But what we need to do here is in the sign in thing, we're just gonna do Facebook, and then it's gonna be Facebook logo, and then it's gonna be Facebook logo, and sign in with Facebook. All right, so I'm gonna hit save, and let's go to sign in, see what happens. Cool, so now you got sign in with Facebook. So I'm gonna hit sign in with Facebook. And basically there is an error, and if we go to the, if we come here, it says client ID is required. Okay, so let's go back to the route and see if we made a mistake. Facebook client ID, Facebook client secret. So let's open the env file, and that's amazing. Sometimes copy and paste will get you. So I'm gonna do Facebook, okay, client ID, and I'm gonna do Facebook client secret. Let me save it, and let's try this again. So I'm gonna hit this again. Sorry, something went wrong, go back, blah blah blah. We are working. All right, so I just want to show you guys the problem, so you guys are not scratching your heads like I did. So what you have to do is go back to this, your project. You're going to select your app, then you're going to do create test app. Click that. We're going to say dev, right, for development, and I'm just going to do create test app. Okay, stay on this page or leave this page. I'll say leave this page. Okay, so now you are in the dev app. Then I'm going to come here to app settings, basic. Now you're going to take this app ID, and I'm going to put this here. Then I'm going to come here to app secret. I'm going to take this app secret, paste this here. I'm going to save it. Okay, and then we're going to come here and refresh. Actually, let's just do this from the start. So I'm going to, okay, so oops, I'm going to say sign in with Facebook. And there you go. So now basically you're getting the proper whatever it says, easy, it's requesting access, blah blah blah. So you're just gonna say continue. OAuth callback error, and that shouldn't happen because we have the dev app. Let's make sure we provided the right oh, wait a minute. So 149, so this is correct. I'm just gonna do this. DB846, where's DB846? I think, you know what happened was when I pasted, yeah, see it's here. When I pasted the other one, they kind of copied together, got copied together. So what I will do is I'll copy this and I'm gonna do it properly. So I'm gonna select, paste this, that's correct. I'm gonna save it. We're gonna go back, and now if I do sign in with Facebook, awesome, there you go. Look at this. So now I'm signed in as signed in with Facebook. The thing is showing the first and last name. I think what I want to do is just show the first name, and for that we can go back to our header. Where you are, right? It's here, and the way we can do this is right here. So what if I did split, because it has a space, and what if we just took the first name? There you go. There you go. That's awesome. So I'm going to sign out. That's good. So I've signed out. So now I'm going to go back to sign in. I'm going to sign in with Google. And let's see. Look at this. That's crazy. So now we can sign in with Facebook and we can sign in with Google. And that basically covers the authentication part of the cool. So now we can actually go ahead and do the rest of the stuff. We go ahead and see if we can use the or actually store the user session account and info in the database so that we can basically have a nice proper session thing going on. And for this, we're going to connect the MongoDB with our Next or Auth through a MongoDB adapter. So the way it works is if you come here to providers, and so these are the Auth providers. What we are looking for is the database provider. So here's database providers, and you're gonna come here and look for MongoDB. Here we go. So this is your Mongo thingy adapter. Just copy it. Then we're gonna go back to our app and we're gonna install it. So I'm gonna say MongoDB adapter. It's gonna install MongoDB as well. So that's kind of cool. All right, so let's just take a look and see what, because I think the versions are probably, so this is 6.3.0, which is okay. And then we have the adapter is 2.0. Blah blah blah. So that should work. And the other thing we need to install is Mongoose. I'll say npm install Mongoose. And the version that I'm going to install is 8.0.3 because that worked or works with this MongoDB adapter and blah blah blah. Okay, so that takes care of that. So I'm just going to close this. And now what we need to do is probably go ahead at this point and create these schemas and so that we can shape our users. So I'm going to close this. And what we can do is in the root, create a new folder and let's call it schemas like that. All right, and then within this, let's create a new folder and let's call it types. All right, so I'm going to go inside the types and I'm going to create a new file and let's just call it index.ts. So basically all we do is in this one is just create a user, right? And there's no need to type it. I'm just going to copy and paste from the GitHub repo. So all they have is ID, name, so the image will be the profile image and email, verified phone, and email. So that's that. So then we're gonna go ahead in the schemas. I'm gonna create a new file. Create a new file. Actually, it should be in schemas. Yep, we're gonna create a new file. And I think, so this should be here. Okay, and then the schemas, we're gonna create a new file and user.ts like that. Just want to make sure. Yeah. Okay, so within this, I'm going to say const user schema is equal to new schema. So this should come from Mongoose. And the type is user that we just created. Okay. And then what I'll do is I'm just going to open this. Whoop. Like that. And let's just do export const user model is equal to models.user. So if it's already defined, just give us that. Otherwise, what we will do is we're going to do model. This comes from Mongoose, and we will say user, and it's going to be user schema. So it's going to create a new one for us. All right. So it looks like it Didn't bring that, so there you go, that's that. All right, so in here, all we do basically is the fields that we defined here, we're basically just going to define them again. So I'm going to copy these, come here, and then just paste. So this should be, I'm going to fix this quick. Cool. Now, one thing I would like to do is Mongoose, if you do this timestamps equals true, then Mongoose is going to create these two extra fields for you, which is when the item is created and when it's modified. So we don't have to track that, which is, I think, pretty cool. All right. So now what we can do is actually just close this, and then that's this. And then we can actually come here and start doing provide the adapter here. But before that, we need to actually now go ahead and create a Mongoose DB, I guess, in the lib folder. So if I come here, I'm going to create a new file, mongodb.ts. So this is where like the database connection, we need to define it. So if you come here, that page, they actually give you a very nice example on how to do it, right? So what I can do actually is copy this part at least. We just have to change a little bit, and there's a reason for it, which I'll explain. And so that's that. And then what we need to do is we need to say const URI is equal to process.env.mongodb URI. So this is, I'm going to show you guys how when we do the set up the MongoDB, then this is where we get this. So don't worry about it, I'll explain it. Okay, then we need to define a type here, and then it's going to be Mongo client type, and it's going to be Mongo client, and it's going to be mongoose dot mongo. Okay, so I think I need to bring in mongoose, so I'll say import mongoose, and I'll also bring in mongoose from mongoose, like that. All right, so then it's going to be mongo dot mongo client, like that. All right, and then I will also do let client is equal to of type Mongo client type. Okay, and then we're just going to define a global global. So you see how they're doing here, but we're just doing it a little bit different. Okay, so we'll say global with Mongo is equal to global as type of global this. Okay, so you're kind of defining this database client in the global scope, so we don't create again. And the whole reason this is only for development, for you don't do this for production. And if you read this, they will explain that that's because of the hot module reader. So every time you make a change in React, it readers the whole page, the component, and then every time you're just going to keep creating these database connections. So to prevent that, we are doing this. That's the whole reason. All right, so what we can do then is export const connect to DB. Okay, and this is going to be an async. All right, so if process.env.node, so this is given to you from the node environment. If it's development, okay, then we do one thing, otherwise we do the other thing. Okay, so I'm just going to do else. So this is for production. Let's say you move this to production. This is how you would do it then. So we'll say await mongoose dot connect, and it's going to be the URI, and then client is equal to underscore client dot connection dot get client. Right, so this is how we get the client. Now, if we are in development, the way we do this like this: if not global with Mongo dot underscore mongoose client. If we haven't defined, so let's say you start for the first time, then what we do is we say global mongo dot underscore mongo client equal to await mongoose dot connect. So create one, right? So this is going to create a new connection. And let's just also come here and we're going to do client is equal to global, and we're going to do mongoose client dot connection, and then it's going to be dot get client. So we need to get the client. And the reason why we are doing this is this client is actually required by the adapter. So that's why we need to do this to satisfy that. So that's all you need to do. So this is done. We can close this. All right, and then we can come here, and then here we can say adapter is gonna be MongoDB adapter. It's coming from there. That's what we installed. And what we see, we need to provide a client, and it's got to return a promise of Mongo client. So we are going to do client promise. And okay, so now it's asking where's client promise coming from. So we're gonna do import client promise from at lib. I think it's gonna be at lib, and it's gonna be MongoDB. All right, so that's that. So then we're gonna do client promise like that. So it looks like we probably did not export. Yeah, we did not export that. So what you have to do is you have to come here and you have to do export const. You're going to do client promise equal to async, and we're just going to connect to the database first, and then we're going to do return. So remember, it's a promise. We're going to do promise.resolve, and it's going to be of type Mongo client type, and we return the client like that. Okay, so now if I come here and we can come here, and now it's basically complaining that it's of this type, and so we need to just say it's of promise, and we're going to do Mongo client like that, and then finally you just have to do as adapter, and that basically now fixes that problem. So the beauty of this is now that it is going to store the user info in the database for us. So you know what? Let's go to that and do that. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to go to mongodb.com. All right, so you're going to just sign in. I'm going to sign in with my Google. Cool. So you're going to come here, and I've done honestly so many videos in the past where I talk about how to set this up. So anyways, you're just going to come here and go to database. Make sure you have an account, by the way, and then just go to browse collections. So as you can see, I already have a database, but what I'm going to do, I'm create a new one. We're just going to call it easy rental YT. And then collection, I'll just say users, and I don't know what this means. I'm not gonna just pretend I know, but I'm just gonna leave it at that, and I will say create, and it's gonna create it. So that's your thing created right there, the database. And what we then have to do is we need to go to network access, and just make sure that you put this in case you're testing. For production, you can just limit it, but for testing, just set it to that. All right, then you're just gonna come here and hit connect, then come here, and you wanna actually just grab this thing right here, the string. So you're gonna have to enter your password, whatever you use for your database, and basically that's all you need. And we're gonna take this and put it in the end file. So I'm gonna close this. All right, so we're gonna come to the end file right here, and then what I'll do is at the top I'll say MongoDB DB, and I'm gonna just come here and paste this. So right here is your database name. You want to change this to like YT, which is that database we created. Just want to make sure. Browse collections and easy rental YT. Yep. So easy rental YT. Yeah, there you go. So make sure you do that, and I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna get rid of that. All right. So then I think this is also good. And I think at this point, if I come here, you can see, whoops, you can see there's nothing here. All right, so what we can do is now do a sign in and see if we create an account and a session created. This is exciting, people. All right, so I'm gonna come here and we're gonna do sign in. We'll sign with Google. Okay, it looks like no errors were thrown, which is a very good thing. So I'm gonna come here and just do a refresh. Aha, there you go. As you can see, so it created an account for us. So that's the account we provided was Google, and then the OAuth, and then we have a session. That's the session right now going on, and basically it will expire too. So that's amazing. And then here's the users. There you go. We got an ID, and then the name, and an email address, and I think that's crazy. So I think with just a little bit of work, you actually get this out of the box, which I think is pretty cool. So now that that is good, one thing we need is we need to get a hold of this ID because we will be needing it when we are doing, adding rental items installed. So I think we should take care of that. So I'm gonna go back to my app. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to come here and you have these callbacks. So what you can do is you can say async and basically just say session. So you're going to get a session and you're going to get a user that's provided to you. So what you do is you say session dot user dot. Now as you can see, there's no ID. So how do we do this? Well, we can do this through something called a module augmentation, and it's a pretty neat technique. So we can do declare module, and the module that we're targeting is next auth, like that. And then what I will do is I'm going to define an interface, and so it's going to be the same name that is inside this module. And then what I can target is the user object, and I'm going to define an ID of string, like that. Then I can come here and I can say, there you go. So now I have access to ID. I can say user.id, like that. So this ID is the one that's coming from the database. All right, so then I can do return promise dot resolve, and all you have to do is just say session. I'm going to save it and let's just log out. So I'm gonna sign in using Facebook. Cool, so that's good. I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna do a refresh. Cool, so we got the second user now right here. And if I go to sessions, this is the currently active session that we have, which is cool. Okay, so that takes care of saving the session, user session, and in the database. I think that's important that we got this out of the way. And then now we're gonna move ahead. All right, so now we're gonna give the host the ability to add items they want to rent. But before we do that, we need to then go ahead and create the schema and the type for it. So if I come over here to types, and I'm just gonna go to index, and within that we're gonna create the interface, and we're gonna say export. We'll say interface item extends, and it's gonna extend the document. Okay, and we're gonna go like that. So this document is actually coming from Mongoose. So the reason why I'm extending from document is, we're using TypeScript, and this will allow us then to have access to underscore ID or ID and that sort of thing. All right, so we're going to start adding the stuff for the props or properties for the item. So we have a name, we have a host ID. So that's the person that is creating the item. And then it's going to have a price. So the price, the way I have it set up is a price would basically have a daily price and a, let's see, an hourly price. So you can set that up. So that's that, and that, so that will be price. And then what we need is photos. So the basically the photos that we'll upload to Firebase, and then we need a description. It's going to be a string description like that, and also a status string, and finally we need a category. What does this belong to? Then we also need a number of bookings, right? So that's going to be a number. So how many times has this item been rented? Actually, that's what it is. Then every item also will be booked. So for that, we need an interface. So just like how we saw in the initially, how we are setting up our model, or that's actually we're just following that. So it's going to again inherit from document, and basically I'm just gonna get this from the GitHub repo. Don't need to type this, but an item has an ID. So that's this item, right? Then the guest stats is renting the item. When was the renting started? When does it end? And then the duration is like how many days or how many hours. That's what it is. Duration type, is it hourly, daily, the amount, comment, rating. Stripe ID, when you set up payment, so we need to store that. And then the booking status. So the booking status, again, I'm just going to get it from the GitHub repo right there. So that's your booking status, and this will be helpful as we code. So as you can see, pending is item to be picked up in future. Rented is currently guest has item. Returned is when item is returned, and cancel is of course when they have canceled the item. So all right, so and then I can go over here in the schemas, and we can create a, actually I should bring this types out of the schemas. Let's see if we can do that. Will it allow me? Move. There you go. So that's moved out. And then this user, I'm going to put this in the schema. And we'll say yes. Okay, so that fixes that. And then I can come here in the schemas, create a new file, and we're going to call it item.ts. And then I'll also create one more, and I'm going to call it booking.ts. So that's for keeping track of the booking. So for item, basically we just create the schema, or define the schema actually. And this could be a new schema from Mongoose. And then the type is item. There you go. And then all we do basically is I'm going to take from my type. Okay, I'm going to save this. I'll come over here to my types. I'm going to take the item like this, and then we're going to put it here. So this is going to be string. The host ID is going to be a string. Well, actually, so the way we do this is like this. The type is basically a, let me delete this, mongoose dot types dot object ID, because it's referencing another collection or entity. And then ref is where you say what it's referencing, and default will be null. So we just say basically nobody's renting it. All right, so for price, then what we do is we just need to say daily, that's a number, and for hourly, that's a number. So we're just reflecting the object type. Then photos is an array of strings. And that's what we're doing this. Host ID. You don't need this actually. All right, and then description is a string, and then status is a string, and category is a string, and the number of booking is a number. And again, I don't need this. Whoop. And like we have done before, I'm just gonna come here and say timestamps, and we're gonna set this to true, and then finally we're gonna do export const item model is equal to model. So if we have it, take that. Otherwise, we're going to do model item, and we say item schema like that. Right, so models is coming from here, I think. Yep. All right, so I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to go to booking, and we're going to put this here. So I'll just call it booking schema. Cool. And then this is going to be booking the type, and I don't need to bring in the item, so that's gone. And then this is going to be booking, and I'm copying pasting. I hope I'm not making mistakes, but we'll find out. All right, so this is going to be booking. All right, so that takes care of that. So then what I can do is get rid of all this, and then I'm gonna go back to this types. Let's go to booking, and let's take this and put it here. Boop, like that. All right, so item ID. First we need to get rid of this, and then the type is a string, and then the ref is item, and default is null, means it's not rented yet, like so. All right, so guest ID, same kind of deal. I'm just gonna copy this and paste it here. Actually, this one is mongoose dot types dot object ID. Like so. All right, take this and do this, and this will be user. Cool. Commas, no good. All right, duration is a number, and duration type is a string. Amount is a number. All right, what else? Comment is a string. Rating is a number. And what else do we need? Stripe ID. All right, so I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna say this. All right, so for rating, what I will do though, by the way, is I'm gonna say type is number, but let's just make the default to 0, means no rating. I think we need to do this, and we need to do this, and this. Yes. All right, so that's that. And let's see booking status. So booking status is basically a type string, right? And let's just give it a default, and we're just gonna say booking status dot let's say pending. So when you book the item, the default, we're just gonna give it a pending status. So like, you just picked it up, or I mean you're gonna pick it up. That's what it means. Cool. So we have this. Let's just see. Do this. All right. So I'm gonna close this, and let me just gonna organize this. It looks good. I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna close this. So now we can actually go ahead. Shard. Cool. Nobody. How come nobody said anything that I misspelled this one? I mean, it's not the first time I've done this. So where is this? This is on the hero. Shard. Amazing. You don't want a shard. You want to start. There you go. I gotta refresh this. Yes. All right. So the thing is, when we click the start button, we want to go somewhere. So as you can see, it's a link. So let me just drink my water. So what we need to do is we're going to do href. Okay. Why is this coming from wrong place? Next link. Oh, that should be correct. Oh, we already have href. That's why. All right. All right, cool. So the first thing we should do is make sure the user is logged in, right? So I'm gonna do session. You could do get server session. Okay, we're gonna give it auth options like that, and like we have done. What? like we have done before. We're gonna do this async business, you know. I guess so. Then what we do like this. Yeah, I'm gonna do like this. Whoops. Okay, so if we have a session, if session is available, then we go to this my listings. Okay. Otherwise, you basically just tell the user API auth sign in. We just go to sign in like that. I'm going to save it. So first of all, what I need to then do here, come here under the app. Under the app, I'm going to create a new folder and we're going to call it my listings like that. Let's just create a layout.tsx and then page.tsx. Okay, and let's just do RFCE. We're going to call it my listings page like that. Okay, and then for the layout, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to do my listings layout. There we go. So in here, then under the layout, what we can do is, so for this one, actually now, let me do this first. We're gonna talk about it. So I'm gonna do a max width container first, and let's just give it a padding Y of 32 like that, and then we're gonna put here in the children. So you must be asking, well, what the heck is children, bro? All right, children is, so we're gonna come here, we're gonna do children is react node like that. Cool. So now that takes care of that. So you know what, let's try this. So if I come here and I hit, so I'm logged in, I'm gonna sign out. Cool. So I'm gonna hit, so as you can see on the bottom, it's gonna go to auth sign in. So I'm gonna hit it. There you go. I'm gonna hit sign in. I'm gonna sign in. Cool. So now when I go to start, you see the bottom, how the listing. So now if I hit start now, cool. Now we can actually start adding items. How cool is this? Cool. I like this. All right, let me just put this here. So let's start working on this page. Not this page, but this page. So in here, what I can do is, well, actually, so here's the thing. So let me just undo this. What we need is, for, since the app has two modes, so one is a guest mode, one is a host mode. So for host, we need a separate header, and that'll be handy because we will have a different menu. So let's do that. So let's come over to the components, and then what we can do is I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to call it header-host.tsx like that, and I'm just going to do this, and we're going to do header host, okay, like that. And right away I want to come here to layout, and then I can put this here, so I can say header host. Okay, let's save it. Aha, there you go. So now you get that. All right, so now let's get into the header host and start cracking at this. Okay, so I'm gonna do header. Okay, and let's just give it some, put some makeup on this. So it's gonna be fixed width of full and z-50 like we did before. Oops. Okay. You guys see this? There you go. I think I'm gonna bring this out a bit and then do this. All right. Okay, and then we're gonna create a nav bg. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go here and I'm going to copy from this guy because it's kind of the same idea. So no need to type it again and again. And why is there an error in this one? User.name. Okay, let's fix this. So if I go to session, I just need to come here and add name string, And there you go. That fixes that. Anyway, so we were here. I copied this nav item. So now I'm going to go back and I'm going to just do this nav like that. So that takes care of that. And then what I also need is the logo. So what I can go back to the header and let's just copy this. And man, I love copy paste. Okay, so we need to say link, next link, and then image. That's gonna be next image, and instantly we have a logo. All right, cool. So the thing that's going to be different this time is that we need a menu here where the host can quickly see the items that are booked and what the item like they're listing. So we should do that. Okay, so I'm gonna come here and I'm just gonna name it, let's say, I don't know, quick menu, right? Want to help people do their business. That's what we do. All right, so this is going to be a div of flex, flex, and then it's gonna be large flex, and then we will say large flex dash one. Oop, okay, that just went quick. Okay, anyway, so I'm going to come here and then I'm going to do is I'm going to create a link. Okay, and then href for this will be my actually booked items. So yes, it doesn't exist. We're going to create it. And then the way it works is this is going to be hidden on mobile. Okay, then medium and above, we're just going to do flex. And then medium and above, I'm just going to do font dash bold like that. And then let's call it booked items. So let's see what happened. There, it's there. All right, and then the other link that I want is going to be my listings. Okay, my listings like that, and it's gonna go to the link that we just created, the route. It's going to be my listings. So I'm going to do my dash listings like that. So now if I come here, as you can see, booked items, my listings, and on mobile, yeah, we don't have the burger yet thingy, so it's going to show up there when we are mobile. So don't worry, we're going to take care of it. All right, so what we're going to do for this, the quick menu is we need to actually first of all get a hold of the session, because if the user is not logged in, we don't want to show this, right? It doesn't make any sense. So const session is equal to await get server session. I love this thing. This makes everything so easy. Auth options, and I'm just going to make this async. All right, so remember guys, this is a server component, so we can do stuff like that. So I'm going to save it. All right, and then what will happen is I mean, you won't even get here because the app is going to ask you to log in. So one thing we could do is just prevent the user from logging in. But yeah, anyways. Right, so then what I can do here is I can say space dash x dash 4, and then let's see what that does. So you see that kind of gave that gap in between. I think I should minimize this so you guys can see this. It's kind of hard with the real estate, so I'm just gonna bring this on new line, new line. All right, now comes the part where we're gonna create the side menu or the main menu. So what I can do is I can say div.flex.items dash whoops center like that. Okay, and you see that got pushed. All right, and if I go mobile, it's gonna get boop beep. Cool. All right, so what I need is a button, and it's gonna be a link. Okay, and href. For now, it's gonna be this. Okay, we're just gonna go back to the home. Our home actually. And then what I will do is we're gonna bring in the cn, and then we're gonna do the button variants like that. I'm gonna bring this to the new line so we can see what's going on. And then the button variants, and then what I will do is I'll say variant of type outline. Okay. And then what I can do is right after this, I can do shadow. What? It's gotta be in quotes. Shadow, hidden, and then medium and above, we're gonna show it, and we're just gonna give it some margin right. So let's see what happened. Okay, I must have messed up. Okay, I did mess up. So we need to close this, and I'm just gonna call it switch to guest. Cool. There you go. So if I go mobile, hi, it's hidden and then show. So the idea is you can switch between guest and host mode. All right, so then what we can do is add that menu. And basically it's going to be the same kind of drop down menu. So what I'll do is I'll copy this drop down menu, header host, and then it's going to be right here. All right, so we need to bring in this drop down menu and blah, blah, blah trigger. So I can just copy this and go back here, and let's see if we can kill all the errors. All right, most of them. Menu, where are you? Okay, menu. There you go, from Lucid React. Let's add that. Cool. What else? All right, sign in, sign out button. So, let's take this and let's do that. I mean, you could actually just create one header component, and then you could create a like a in a context. Just keep just remember if the user is logged in as a guest or host, and then based on that switch the menu. But I thought it was just ugly, and this is just, they're nice and separate, and you can add more to it if you want. So that's why I like this one better. Anyways. All right, so let's now we just need to change this a bit. So the logo is done, the quick menu is done, and then we have this button where we can switch to guest. So now what we just need to do is come here and let's see. Okay, so drop down menu. So when the user is logged in, we just show their name, so that's okay. And then the content, what we have is, all right, so now what we need to do is if you can switch to guest. So what will happen is when I go mobile, so I need to make that button here switch to guest, right? So what we can do is come here and I can say switch to guest. Just do here, and then this will take you to my listings. So for example, when I come here, you see how it just appears and disappears. That's what I'm talking about. I don't need the rented items because this is a host, so the host only, it's only for the guest to see their rented items. So there you go, that's that. And then this one, actually, we just need to go to, I'm gonna get rid of this. We don't need that, so I'm gonna do this. There you go. So now if I minimize, boop, I can go switch to guest, or I can have switch to guest here. So there you go. So that works. All right, cool. So one thing you can see, the button is kind of, but that's because there's a gap between this and that's because we're in a weird state. But I mean, if you're on mobile, you're going to be seeing this. If you are on a tablet, then you're going to be seeing, okay, you'll be seeing this. Okay, so we need to fix that actually. That's ugly. So let's come back here. All right, so now let's add the other items to this. So we need to also be able to come here. Right here, let me just do a little bit of formatting like that. All right, so I'm gonna add a new drop down item, and it's going to be drop down menu item, okay, and class name. All right, so it's gonna be flex, and on medium above it's hidden. Okay, and what do we put inside? We're gonna put a link, okay, and then the href will be, all right, so if I am, let's do this. If I'm logged in, okay, so we only show this when we are logged in. Then basically what we do is we go to my listings. Otherwise, we just ask user to log in. API auth sign in like that. And then the what this one is called. So actually, let's come here. Let's come here, and this one will be called list item like that. So let's take a look. There, why it's not showing up? Ah, okay. So we need to just do this, and okay. List item is not showing up. Let's see why. Okay, so it's only showing on mobile. Sorry. So if I come here, list item, there you go. That's the one. Sorry. So I'm gonna come here. And then we're gonna add the other one like that, and then this one will be, this will be hidden on large and above, and then this one we're not gonna do the list item, but this one will be called booked item. So basically, so we are basically taking care of this, and then this one actually the href. I'm gonna come here to delete this. I don't need this, and we will just do booked items like that. Okay, so this should be hidden on large screen. So if I come here, there you go, because we have it here. But if we go mobile, then it's right here, booked items. So that's how this works. Okay, and then what I will do is I'm just gonna copy this, and we're gonna paste this here. And oh, I think I copied the wrong one, so I'm gonna copy this, and I'm gonna paste this, and then this one will be called my listings. My listing, and we're just gonna go to my listings, and same idea, it's gonna be hidden on large screens as you can see, but when we go on mobile, then it's there. So we're just trying to basically take those two items and just putting them here. That's all. All right, so let's see. Actually, for this one we don't need how it works. We don't need this. We're gonna save it. So there you go. So that's that. Okay, what I do need is switch to guest. So right after that, I just need a drop down menu separator. Let's see, like that. So there you go. So we have this nice separator. And what else? Okay, this class name should be on this one because we want to hide the whole thing. And what we will do is, for this one, what I will do is I'm gonna do text dash primary, and I'm gonna do font dash bold. So let's see, there you go. And then it's also for this one, actually because we can only come here when we are logged in, so that doesn't make any sense. Okay, let's see. So okay, so that looking good. Yeah, one thing I see is we have this list item. I don't even know if we need this, because now that I'm thinking about it, we already have my listings, and this is going to my listings. So actually we don't need this. I'm just gonna get rid of this. One less menu item. So now if I look at it, so we have booked items, my listings, and then you basically just can sign out. And then if I go mobile, then we have booked items and my listings. If I click on my listings, it takes me here. So that I think will take care of the menu for the I guess, sorry, the header for the host. All right, and then the other thing is this ugly thing right here. I think this, because of this, I think. So I don't know why I added that. So we just need to do this, and there you go. That takes care of that. And now I think we should be able to take care of all the, so okay, so if I'm mobile, okay, I got my menu here. Let me go to iPad. All right, so now the problem is that this menu should be in the middle. So let's fix that. So let me close this. And yeah, that's the problem, I think. Oh, beautiful. There you go. So now if I go to mobile, let's go to mobile. I'm just gonna go with the iPhone Pro Max. So there you go. This is good. Let's go to iPad Pro. And that's that. And I'm in desktop is desktop. You guys can see it. It's looking good. I like it. If I go to, let's say, guest, let's go to guest. So it takes me to here. So let's go to host and we're log. Okay, so we haven't done this button. If I go to header and switch, there you go. So we need to fix this. All right, so the way we do this is we're just gonna come here and we will say, so it's gonna be basically, if session, then, okay, if we have a session, then I go to my listings. Okay, otherwise, we basically API tell the user to log in. So sign in like that, and we have session already. Cool. So if I go to switch to host, whoop, we can switch between guest and host. I think that's pretty nifty. All right, so let's go to host. And all right, the other problem I see is these things are not centered. They should be centered. All right, so if I go to header host, and okay, so this fixes it. 1S. Okay, that fixed the problem. All right, awesome. So now that that is out of the way, then we can start working on this. So I'm going to close this. This is out. Don't need this. And now we can focus on this. All right, so what we need is a button that when the user clicks, we pops a dialog and then they can go through like a stepper to add the item. So first thing I will do is let's come here and let's just say const my listings, and it's going to create an empty array. We're going to be filling this later on. All right, so let's come here. Let's create a header and we're going to call it class name and text of 2XL. Okay, that's going to be basically listings. Okay, actually what I will do is basically show the number of listings. So I can say my listings.length, and there goes 0 listings, sucker. All right, and then on small and above, we're just going to do text dash 4XL like that. That's in big, and padding Y of 8, and let's just do font of bold. Cool, so that's that. All right, and then if I come here, then what I need is we're going to have a grid. So that's going to show the items. So for now, what I'll do is I'll say grid and grid dash columns 1. Okay, so that's on mobile. We just want one column. But on small and above, I'm just going to do grid and we're going to do columns of 3 like that. Just give it some gap, and then on small and above, we're just going to do gap dash 4 and padding Y dash 8. Cool, like this. And then what I'll do is I'll just go through the my listings. So if we have my listings, okay, and basically we're just gonna, for now I'm just gonna put a div and we will just do I don't know, listings. Okay, and if we don't have listings, so let's put this on separate line. Then what we can do is we can basically just have a paragraph and you say no listings. I think you should say no listings. Yes. All right, so let's yeah, let's just do text XL and font light. Padding -4, you know, just to look pretty. There you go, that looks nice. All right, so then what now we can do is right here is we're gonna create a dialog that will pop up and allow the users to add new items. So I'm keeping this as a server component because I mean, if we're just showing components, it doesn't need to re-render it and it's going to be nice and fast. But when you're adding, then that can be a separate client component. All right, so here I'm just going to say dialog for adding items. Cool. Okay, so now speaking of dialogues, let's have a dialog about dialogues. All right, so we don't have a dialog. Let's go to chatcn and dialog. Cool, so you can see this kind of dialog. That's what I'm talking about. Add npm, gonna come here, add it. The thing is hiding it, but yeah, it's there. Cool, so the dialog is added. I'll close this, and then what I will do is just copy the whole damn thing, and we're just gonna paste it here. Cool. All right, and let's close this, and let's add the dialog. All right, so I'm gonna do dialog like that, and then you need a trigger for the dialog, right? What's gonna cause it to open. So that's what we're trying to do here. It's going to be a button, okay, a variant of outline, okay. And then what I will do is I'm gonna add a plus icon from Lucid, like so. And we're just gonna do add item. Let's see. Aha, that looks nice. Well, okay, where's the text? So it's going to be add item here. Okay, I need to do this, and this should go away like that. Cool. Okay, a little bit of breathing room will be nice. So what I can do is class name, margin right of 2, height -4, and width -4. Like so. I think that's good. All right, so got a beautiful button, and of course we need to make it do something. I'll come here and I'll say dialog content, and then in here dialog header. Okay, and then within that I'm gonna do a title, and it's gonna be add new listing like that. So let's hit it and see what happens. Beautiful, man. I'm loving this. Look at this. Cool. So we got our dialog, and then after the header we're gonna put, so let's just put some gibberish. Let's see. There you go. So that's coming up. All right. So then we don't need the description. I think I'm gonna get rid of that. Cool. So I'm gonna come here now within the my listings, and let's create this underscore component folder. So when you do underscore, that means like it's private, and that's what we're going to try to do. So basically within it, I'm going to create a new file, and it's going to be list your item component .tsx. All right, so then it's going to be rfce, and it's going to be list your item component like that. And then in here I'm going to say list your item component. Cool. So let's hit it and see what happens. Aha, so it's coming. Okay, so now we're going to leave this, and this is going to be some work. Cool. First things first, let's make this a client component. So that's one thing. And okay, so as I said, we will be we'll be creating the thing is that shared CN doesn't have a stepper. If you go to Material, they have a nice stepper actually you can use, but shared CN doesn't have it, so they might add in the future, I don't know. But you know what, we're gonna make our own. So I have a cool trick for you guys, you know. All right, so I'm gonna come here and I'll say const step set step. Okay, and then we're gonna do use state of 1. So initially you're on step number 1. Right, so that's that. And then what will happen is we need a couple of functions that gonna handle the when we go next or previous. So what I can do is I can say handle next step change. Okay, so that's one function. So basically when you want to go next, and we basically do like this: if step is equal to total steps, right, then we just return. So now you must be asking, well, what the heck is total steps? Well, const total steps is 4. So we have 4 steps in total, and actually 5. So we're adding photo, name, description, category, yes, right? And then we have const the step increment. So that's going to be 100 over total steps. So the trick that I'm using is I'm using the progress bar to actually kind of simulate a stepper, which is I think pretty neat. And so then in here, if we have reached the end of the steps, then just return. Otherwise, set step, and we just say current step is equal to basically current step plus 1. Okay, so that's that. And then const the same for handle previous step change, and we do like this: if step is equal to 1, so if we have reached the beginning, then just basically return. Otherwise, set step, and we do current step and we do current step minus 1. Minus 1. Go back. All right, so that's the beginning. And then when we submit the form, final form, then because we're going to have like 5 forms, then we do basically const handle final submit. So you guys will see a cool trick on how you can actually, because think about it, you're going to have name, blah, 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 and you will have to capture all of that and submit at the same time. So lots to learn. All right, so, and finally, we're just going to have in the end a button where you want to just, let's say, list another item right away. And then we're going to have one for that. We can say handle list another. And we're just going to, so all you do is just say set step to 1, just go back to the beginning. Nice and easy, like that. All right, so how do we now show these steps? Well, so what I can do is, I can actually, first of all, give it a nice header. Okay, so let's say list your item. I mean, we have one already. I don't know if I need another one, but what the heck. And you know what? I'm not gonna type the class name because by now you guys must be like bored of it. So I'll just do this and list your item. Cool. And let's just do this. Okay. So I'm gonna create a div, and we'll just give it a space -y-8 like that. Cool. So here's we need a progress bar. So I go to shared CN. We're gonna find the progress like that. That's what I'm talking about. We're gonna be doing this. All right, so I'm gonna, man, why this thing is not going away, this Apple thingy. Cool, so that's installed. Then let's copy this line, and we're gonna paste it here. Cool. All right, so I can come here and I can say progress like that. And then you want to give it a value. So the value will be step into step increment. That's why we created that. Okay, let's take a look at this. So I'm going to save it. Aha, so step number 1. So watch this. So if I come here and I'm just going to do step number 2, step number 3, step number 4, step number 5. Cool, we're done. Cool, so that's what we're trying to do here. All right. So what I will do is just for fun, I'm just going to create a button and we're just going to call it next. And then I'm going to create, button, and then it's going to be previous. So, oh yeah, we need to do the on click, and it's going to be handle next step change, and then this one is going to be handle previous step change. So let's say, just to simulate, boom, 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 boom. So as you can see, I go to the end, boom, nothing is happening. Go to start, nothing's happening. Very, very nice. Loving it. All right, so now we need to create the components for each stage of the, what do you call it? This stepper. All right, so we're gonna come here and we're gonna start with the item name. So it's gonna be item name. Hope you guys appreciate the effort that's happening here. And all I ask for is, just to like, subscribe, share. And I can bring more real world projects. Anyways, so now before we go ahead with this, we need to install, and I guess forms. So if I go to input, let me just maximize this so we can see what's going on. So if I go to, so I went to shardcn and then input, and then here's form. So as you can see, the code, so they're using Zod and then React form and Zod resolver, blah, blah, blah. So we need to do the same, all right? So if we go to installation, so I'm gonna come copy npm, we're gonna come here and we're gonna paste this. Cool, so that adds the input, but we need to add the other stuff. So we're gonna come here and this will install the rest of the stuff for you. So let's just paste it here. Cool. So if I come here to my package.json, so you see how I got Zod, I got React hook form, and yeah, so that's what we need. So we're gonna close this, and then we're gonna get cracking here. So we need a form schema. So I'm gonna close this, and I'm gonna do form schema. And it's going to be z dot. So what's z? Well, z is Zod. Zod. Such a cool name, Zod. Import star as z from Zod. Cool. So there you go. So Zod is happy. And then object. We create an object. Okay, so item name. And then it's going to be a string. Okay. And then a minimum, we want a minimum of 4 characters. And then let's say a massage of item name must be at least 4 characters long, or at least 4 characters. Cool, so that's your schema. And then the other thing you need is a type, which is the item name type. Sorry, input. Okay, and then this is going to be infer from what? From the type form schema, like that. Cool. And then finally we have our component function. It's going to be item name, and then so what as I remember I said each component is gonna have its own form. So that's what we're trying to do. So I'm just going to put this here. Cool. All right. So on next, on previous, actually this one doesn't have it on previous, but that's fine. And then what we have is we just need to say what is on next. So on next is just a callback function, and that's the type of it. And then the previous is also a function that takes nothing, returns nothing. That's all. Cool. So let's not forget to just do export default and item name. Cool. All right. So we need to return something from here, right? Like that. This. There you go. That fixes that problem. All right. So then I can come here and I can create my form. So I can say form is equal to use form. Use form is a hook that's coming from React form, hook form, sorry. And then you need to give it a type. And then basically we're gonna come here. Okay. And you need to give it a resolver. Okay. And the resolver is, well, Zod resolver. Resolver. So now what's Zod resolver? Well, we need to bring that in. So I can say import Zod resolver, and it's coming from at hook form resolvers, and it's gonna be Zod. Cool. So Zod resolver, and then it's gonna ask, the schema. So we can say form. Basically, we want to resolve it on this schema. Form schema, like that. So that's your resolver. And let's just start with some default values. And then I can say item name is item, whoops, like that. So we're gonna be like, all right, so that's that. All right, so then after that, we just need to handle the submit function. So I can just do function on submit, okay? And then data is item name input. Okay, and then what you do is you basically just hit next like that. So then it's going to call this next, it's going to go to the parent, hit next, and that's how the form is that we're going to move to the next stage. Cool. All right, so then in here, I'm going to create a div. It's going to be a grid with a full and gap of, 1.5. Weird gap, but what the heck? All right, so you know what? It'll be a good time that I come here and I do item name. And on next, I'll say handle next. On previous, we'll just do handle. You know what I'll do? I'm not going to give previous because this one doesn't need previous. So what I can do on this one, I'll just do pop. This is optional. Oh, sorry. This is optional. So then I can just close this. Close, save. Save. Okay, something happened. We don't have anything, but let's add it. Okay, so what I can do is I can say h2. I can do item name. Aha, there you go. That's coming. And let's give it some class. So I'm going to copy it from the GitHub. And there you go. Item name is there. And then what we can do is now create our form. So I'll say form. Okay, so React core form, that's correct. And let's spread the form on it that we created here. Okay, then we create our form and then we say on submit. You basically just call the on submit like that. Actually, sorry. On submit, we will just do form dot handle submit, and here you pass the handler like that. Okay, we need to do this, this, and this. Cool. So now we're going to add the form field. So that's coming from Shatcn. And then, oops, sorry, this is self-closing. Like that. Okay, so on this one, we're going to give it a control, and the control is form.control. Okay, and then the name is going to be item name. You want to match the exact same name that you created here. Okay, so that's what we're doing. And Cool. All right, and then we're just gonna give it this render function, and basically what you do is you are rendering the field. And we're gonna say field, so that gets passed to us. And then we're gonna do this and this. All right, in here, then I'm gonna do form item, okay, like that, and then form control, like that, and then finally I'm gonna have the input, okay, and we're gonna give, oops, I think that didn't come. It's gonna be from this one. I hope it didn't bring a wrong input. No, all right, so we're good. Cool, and then the placeholder will be, let's just give an example. We're gonna say MacBook Pro, okay, and then you wanna spread the field on it. We wanna capture the input value, so that's what we're doing this. And that's also just give it a form description like that, and then this is a public facing name. Okay, so that's that. All right, so get field state. Okay, I don't know where the problem occurred. Let me finish this and then we're gonna fix the problem. All right, so then right here, I'm gonna create another div. We're gonna create a class name of flex and justify between, so they're gonna be like spread apart items dash center, and let's just give it a padding y of 4. Cool, and then I'm just gonna have a button and type will be button, okay, and basically this will be actually I don't need the previous button because we are only gonna have next. I'll add it anyways, but we don't need it. Okay, and then this one, it will be type submit, so this actually just moves us forward. I'm gonna do submit and then variant, not value, variant, ghost, and this is going to be next. Cool. All right, so let's refresh and see what the heck is going on. So, all right, so what's going on? Form.tsx. Did we do something wrong with the form? Let's just double check. All right, so I have a form, and then we're spreading the form on submit, form.handle submit. Then I have a form field. I have a control, form.control. Name is good. We have a render method. All right, so one problem I see is this form is coming from here, but we want the one from this one. That's the one we want. If I save it and hopefully, what? Look at this. All right, one thing I should do is we should do minimum 4 characters. There you go. All right, so I can hit next. Of course, nothing is going to happen yet because we need to fill this, right? It's mandatory. Anyway, so all right, so this previous, I don't know if I honestly need this. If I just do this, what happens? Yeah, you see, so that's what happens. So you know what, I'm just gonna leave it like that. Yeah, leave it for now. Anyway, so now we have the item name. Then the next thing we need is the item description. All right, so now that we have the name, so now we need the next item in the list. And let's do the item category. So what we can do is, I'm thinking, what if I just copy this, paste it? Okay, and then I can do item category because they are kind of similar concept. So let's close this. And this one, I'm gonna call it category. I need to come here, I need to say item category. So that's that. All right, so let's start with this one. So this will be item category. Whoop. That's the thing. Once you have a structure going, then you just like pretty much repeat it. Okay, so the thing with this, by the way, this is going to be a drop down, and One cool trick I found is if you want to enforce that people select something, if you leave it empty, it doesn't work. So you have to just do a minimum of one, and then we just can do item category is required like that. All right, so of course now it's going to complain here, so we need to do item category, and it's going to be item category input. So I'm going to do item category input like that, and on this one this is not optional. Item category input, and this one be item category. Cool. So that's that. So for this we need the select thingy. So if we go to select, it's like this. That's what exactly what we're going to try and do here. I'm going to copy the npm thingy and we're going to go fire. All right. So then what I will do is, whoops, I'm going to copy all this and go to the top. So you know we have this input. I don't need this. So I'm going to just paste this. And then it's going to complain. So I'm going to X this out. I'm going to do the form control. So I'm going to get rid of this. Okay, for the form description, I'm just going to get rid of this as well. Let's just start clean here. Okay, so what I will do is I'll say select. Okay, and on value change. So we were going to do field.onChange like that. Okay, and default value. And so now we need to give it a default value. You know what, let's leave it for now. I'm just gonna leave it. All right, then we're gonna do a form control like that. So the example is here, by the way, in case you wanna follow. And then we're gonna do a select trigger like that, and then a select value. Okay, and placeholder, we're just gonna do select and item category like that. Cool, so that is that. And then select content, it's gonna come after. So it's gonna be select content. Okay, and then what we will do is let's create an array, and it's gonna be, let's say, actually what I will do is I will just basically come here and just do const item categories. Let's export it just in case we need it somewhere else. Okay, and then what, it will be an array of objects. So we're going to have a display name. So let's say what the user will see. So it's going to be, let's say, camera gear, and then the value that we're going to store in the database. So it's going to be just camera gear. And let's just copy and paste this. Pop, pop. Okay, so this one. Okay, this will be power tools. So let me quickly type these. Cool, so now that I have these, then I can come here. Then I can come here and I can say item categories. Okay, and I can say dot map. So go through them and we say cat. Okay, and then I can do select item. Key will be cat.name like that. Okay, and then value will be cat, also cat.name. Okay, and then finally we're just going to display it, cat.display name or display. Cool, so that is that. And then finally here, now we need this button because we want to be able to go backwards. Okay, and then variant, of course, which is going to be consistent, and it's going to be ghost. Cool. So let's come here and actually, so if I come here. Let me just add the item category. On next will be handle next step change. On previous will be handle, what previous is what I meant. Previous step change. Like that. I'm just gonna comment this out so we can see these in action. So okay, there you go. So now we can select the items, and that is so awesome. Okay, so the next in line is going to be the item description. So what I'll do is I'll copy the item name, copy paste, and then what I will do is we'll do item description, and I'm going to delete this one. Cool. All right, so for this one is item description. And let's just say I'm going to keep it 4 so I can quickly type something, but you can change it. And then we can see item description. Okay, and then item description input. So I'm going to copy this, paste. Okay, paste. Description, there you go. And did we change the component name? No. So it's, oh, there you go. No, I think we didn't here. So it's going to be item description, and then I'm gonna go to the end and fix this. There you go. So that's that. Then this will be this description like that. Cool. So for this one, we need the text area. So if I come here, there's a text area, and we can copy and install. So that's the idea. You just copy what you need, install, and boom. Okay, so I'm gonna copy that, and I don't need, actually I'll need this. So I'm gonna just paste it here like so. Of course it's gonna error out because we got rid of this. I'm gonna remove that, and instead what I will do is I'll say text area and field, oops, and placeholder will be, let's say, provide detailed description, whoop, and any rules, right? And let's also cap it, so we can say max length is, say, 200. I don't want people to write a story. Okay, and then we say this is a, please provide, I don't know if I need this, I'll just take this out. Don't need this. So I'm going to come back here. Actually, I'm going to copy the button from this category. So if I come back here, close this. So we're going to take this. Then I can come here and paste this. Cool. All right, so let's go ahead and now take a look at this. In the end, we're going to put all of this together. So I can do item description. Same thing on next is we can do handle next change, and then I can do on why did this change? Oh, okay, wait a minute, this should be, yeah, that's what I was like, something is not right. I need to get rid of this for now, and I'm gonna paste this here, and all I need to do is just take this, do this. So let's just format this. Cool. So what I can do is I can take this and comment it, and there you go. We're seeing the description. One thing, this is not right, so let's fix that. Item description. Where did it go? Item description. And while I'm here, let me check the category, because probably, yeah. Okay, there you go. So now we have category, we have description. Then we can go ahead and do the pricing. So what I will do is I'm going to close this. And what we can do is I'm going to copy the, let's say, description. And we're going to call this item pricing. Boop, like that. Okay. All right, so for pricing, we're just going to do a little bit of different thingy. So I'm going to just come here. And what we will do is we will do, because remember we have two kind of pricing, an hourly pricing and a daily pricing. So we're going to do hourly z.coerce. You want to force it to be a number. So that's why we're doing this. And then now, so let me just bring this on the next line so it's easy to follow. And then I'm going to do dot number like that. And we're going to do invalid type error. And it says amount must be a number like that. Okay. And then we're going to do positive. The amount has to be positive unless you want people to pay you. Then you do message amount must be positive, right? And then finally finite. I don't want people to enter like a, I don't know how would you do that, but we're just going to add it. So we can say must be a valid, I don't know, amount, something like that. Cool. So that's that. And then we need one for daily. So I'm just going to copy this and we're going to paste it. And I'm going to say daily. So it'll be like a daily amount. So basically, everything remains the same. Cool. All right. So now instead of description, we're going to do pricing. Yay. Where did it go? I think I need a break after this. Okay, so we have this and then we have this. All right, so for default values, what we can do is we just need to do the hourly price. I'm going to do 0. And then the daily, I'm going to do 0. Okay. And then what we do is here. So over here, we're going to create one input for, let's call this input. It's going to be this input. I'm going to get rid of this. And this is going to be the hourly price like that. There you go. And I'm going to put them on separate lines. So placeholder, let me just get rid of this. So for placeholder, I'll just do like, I mean, people should know how to type money, but we're just going to do this 30. And then what I will do is basically copy this form field. And then I can come here and this will be daily. Okay, I'm going to save it. Okay, and then I think it'll be nice to give this a label, so I can say form label, and it's going to be daily pricing. Okay, and I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to come here and I'm going to say the hourly pricing. Well, I got this the other way around, so that's okay. I'm going to call this hourly. When you're tired, bro, that's what happens. All right, this is going to be daily. Let's actually use it so we can see it in action. Put this here. Pricing. What is it? Item pricing. What? Oh, we didn't change the name. Let's go back. Yeah, right here. See? Okay, item pricing, and then I'm gonna what? Whoa. Okay, I'm gonna go to the end, and it's going to be item pricing. Cool. So now if I go here, then I can do item pricing, and then I'm going to copy these two, do like that. Let me just comment this out. Aha, there you go. So now we can type, and what if I do this? Pew, daily pricing. Okay, minus 23. Yeah, okay, we haven't fixed that, so it's like fix that, yo. Okay, so now it's not giving us the error. Let's see what's going on. I mean, it is giving us the error, but the thing is like it should show the error message, is what I'm saying. And why is that? Because we don't have the form massage. Whoop. I need a massage after this tutorial. All right, so form control and okay, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. So if I come here, must be a number. Good. Here goes a number. Why is the daily pricing red? What's going on here? Let me just refresh. Cool. So if I do next, amount must be positive. Okay. Oh, it highlights the whole thing. Oh, because this is for this one. I'm thinking it's for this is for that. That's sorry about that. Okay, so amount must be positive. That's good. I'm going to introduce must be a number. Okay, so 45, let's say, and 88, 89, whatever. Cool, that works. Amazing. Here should be pricing, like that. All right, so now we're gonna do the last step, which is gonna be uploading the photos. So for photos, I prepared a very nice component for you guys. So we're gonna get to that. But first, what we should do is just check out this stepping through and make sure we can step through the final and actually spit out the form, like the values, right? So before we go any further. So how do we do this? Well, let's come here and let's uncomment all of this. Let's see. Cool. So like that. So I think the way, okay, get rid of this. I think the way we can do this is like this. So I'm gonna do this double thingy and I'm gonna put everything inside. Okay, and then what you do is right here on this one, I'm gonna do step, and then I'm gonna do just this 0, comma 1, whoop, and then comma 2. Too many red lines, and 3. Cool. There you go. Awesome. All right, so let's now say, I'm gonna refresh. I'm gonna come here and, okay, why is item category first? Item name should be first. Oh, that's why. Okay, I'm gonna say 0. There, that's what I'm talking about. Let me just refresh. Cool, so we have item name. Yeah, we need to, let's go here and do that form message thingy. So if I come here and I say form message, item name must be at least 4 characters. There you go. So now you're getting that. So I'm going to say test. Next. Aha, as you can see, we're progressing. Isn't that cool? Sorry, there's one problem. Okay, I can't go back. That's one problem. Let's go to item category. Aren't we handling that? We're not. Okay, so why aren't we on click? I can say on previous and then on, so this one we don't have to. Cool, so now if I hit previous, come on man, let's refresh. Okay, so next, okay, so I'm gonna do next, previous. Okay, previous not working, why? So let's say I'm on item category, go to previous, previous is this. I'm gonna go back to the host component to handle previous step change. If step is equal to, you know, one thing we should do, there should be 1. We should start from 1. Should be 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. So now I'm gonna come here next. There you go. Next. next and previous. One thing you guys can see, I'm going to type something. When I go next, when I go back, it disappears. So we're going to have a state for this entire stepper, and that's going to memorize basically the value. So we're going to get to that. That's a separate headache we need to deal with. But for now, I just want to step through and make sure we can go to the end. So I'm going to do, let's say next. I'm going to set a category, next. What if I don't do description? Okay, I'm not getting the message, so let's fix that quickly. Right here, I need to do the form massage. There must be at least 4 characters. That's coming. Okay, I do next. Okay, I'm getting that. So we can step through. That's amazing. Let's do one for the photo. And for that, what we will do is I'm just going to copy the pricing. And this is going to be called photos, like that. Cool. And for this one, I don't need actually all of this. Kind of get rid of this. Okay, I don't need this. We don't need the form. Okay, and what else? Don't need actually this. Don't need a lot of things actually, because we're just gonna have our component. So I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna call this photos, and I think I'm just gonna leave it at that. The only thing we will need is the previous and next buttons. So what I will do is I'm just gonna put them here for now. Okay, we don't need the next button honestly, because where are you gonna go from here? You're done. Cool. So let's go back to here, and I actually need one here. So that's the 5th item. Is going to be item photos, and of course we did not name it. All right, so let's name it. I'm gonna call it photos. Photos, like that. Okay, and this will be optional, but this one we need. Cool. So I'm gonna save it, and then let's just close this. And if I do this, so now it's gonna be, we just need on previous, and we're just gonna do handle previous step change, like that. Actually, for the last step, I'll show you guys. So that's, I'm just gonna do this. We should have a button where we say like final submit, or we can have that button on the main. Let's see if I'm here. Yeah, I think we're just gonna have this here on this one. So what I will do is I will just create a div, and we're just gonna give it a class name, and let's just do, sorry, let's not do that first. Let's just create the button. Okay, and then we're just gonna say submit. Now the problem is this button is shown on every screen, so we don't want that. We only want to show this when the user has made it all the way to the end. And the way we can do this is you can say class name. Okay, and we basically do like this. If step is less than total steps, then basically we are hidden. Okay, otherwise we basically just do flex column, and margin top of 4 and width dash full. So that's that. So let's see. I'm gonna let's come here. Let me refresh. So it's still showing. Let's see why. Yes, this should be. Man, I'm really tired. I think I should really take a break. So let's see. This should be here, and this should be here. Does that work? Yes, there you go. That works. So let's say I come here, I'm gonna do this. Then what if I don't select? Okay, we need to add that message here. $4.34. Boom, there you go. So the final submit is here. And then yeah, so that works. So one thing also I need is this one should be a type of button. Okay, and then what I want is on click, we're gonna do handle final submit like that. So that's gonna take care of that. I'm gonna copy this, and what we will do is for this one, I'm gonna do handle list another, and it's going to be called list another. Cool, so that's that button. I think we just need a bit of spacing between them. Let's see. Will that work if I just do padding space dash y dash 2? Cool, that looks good. All right. I don't know if we should let's see, variant. Should I call it? Should we make this ghost? Yeah, I think that's better. We just want to emphasize on this one, or should it be outline? I don't know. Yeah, I think that's better. I'll let you guys be the judge, but anyway, so let's see if I do list another, bam, we go back to the start. So let's do this as if I'm listing something. Let me do this. I'm going to say list item. So I'm going to say test. Next. I'm going to pick camera gear and all sum. Next. Okay, so 4, it's gonna be 5. Cool, so we made it to the end. We have photos. One thing I would like to do is on the submit, I would like to, it'll be nice if we can spit out the values just to make sure that everything's correct. But what we need to do is we need to now have a state for this so we can remember all these values. So let's do that next. All right, so to do the state for the form, I'm just going to minimize this. We need to install ZooStand. So I don't know if we have already done that. Let's take a look. No, we haven't. So let's go ahead and install that. So we can do npm install ZooStand. And I'm just going to do like this. All right, so I'm going to close that, and we have that here. All right, so what we can do is we can come here to the my listing thingy. I'm going to create a new file, and we're just going to call it listing store.ts like that. All right, so we are going to first minimize this, and we're going to say create from ZooStand. Oh, it's gotta be like that. Yeah. Okay, let's do export type, item type. Okay, so we have a name, it's a string. I think, do this. Okay, and then description. It's going to be a string, and see if I can duplicate. Number like that. All right, so that's our, you can say the type. Then what we can do is we can say export export interface, and then the item state. We need to have a state. Okay, so we need to have data. The data will be of item type, and what we can do is each time we add something, update something, we need to update our state. So we need to do update state. It's going to take data which will be of type item type. Okay, and it's not going to return anything. And then finally we have a restart state. Cool, with that done, then finally we can come here, we can say export const, you can say use my listing store. Okay, and then we're just gonna do create. Okay, and it's going to be of type item state. And we have this weird kind of notation set like that. And then finally you just do data. So we just basically initialize your data. So name, category, then we have description, price, so pricing. Actually, let's call it price. So I'm going to do price, and we're going to do daily 0, hourly 0, and finally photos and empty array. And then after that, what I need is the update state. Okay, and it's going to take data, and we're going to call the set function, provide the state. Okay, and then what we do is we say data is take the current, take the previous state and merge it with the current data that we passed in. And then finally we have this restart. Excuse me. I can say restart, and basically we just call set and data. Okay, and all you do is just reset. So this is when we hit the restart button, then we do basically this, right? Just reset everything. Okay, so here it is. So we have initial values, and then we do update state, where we're saying take the data, take the previous state, and update with the new data. That's what we're doing here. And then on restart, we just reset everything. So that's that. So let's start with the item name. And what I can do is I can come here and I can say const my listing is equal to use my listing store, like that. Then in here I can do my listing dot data dot name. Okay, like that. Then on next, what you do item dot, you say my listing dot data, update, dot update state, and then we just say name is equal to data dot item name, like that. Cool. So if this work, then let's refresh, and I think when I type something here, when I go next and come back, how cool is that? It remembers. So I can say, let's say MacBook Pro 1. When I go next, come back, it's there. So beautiful. So now we need to do the same for the others. The next is the category. Go to category. One thing we were missing here is the form message. Let me save that. So when I hit next, it says item category is required. So that's good. So I can do the same kind of deal where I can say const item, my listing is equal to use my listing store. And then here you can do my listing dot data dot category, like that. And then on here, my listing dot update state, and then you do category should be data dot item category. So let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna go next. So let's say I'm gonna do camera gear. I go next. I can go previous in the description. And why is that? Is because we're not calling anything. On click on previous. All right, let's go. All right, so I'm going to say camera gear. I'm going to go next. I go previous. All right, so it's not. Let me just refresh. So let's say, so name, next. I'm going to camera gear, next. I'll go previous. Okay, for some reason the category, it's because of this. That's description. Let's come here to item category on submit. When we hit the next button, we're gonna call this and we submit. Okay, we do that, then we do that. Okay, one thing we should do here on the select here is what you want to do is if you want to keep that value, you need to do something like default value, and that is basically my listing.data.category. Let's save it. So now if I select camera gear, I go next, previous, boom, it's there. How cool is that? Power tools, go next, come back, haha. Okay, so that's that. So I'm gonna now go to same story here. We just come here, we say const my listing to use my listing store. Okay, here I'm gonna do my listing.data.description. Okay, and same here, we just do my listing.update state, and description will be data.item description. Cool. I want to save it, and let's see. It still remembers everything. This is a whatever. Next, previous. Okay, I think we made a mistake on the pricing. So let's go ahead and fix that quick. Yep. On click, we say on previous. Cool. Let's go back. There you go. So it remembers. I'm going to add more. Next, previous. Boom, it's remembered. So for the pricing, it's going to be the exact same story. Like that. So I'm going to save it, and don't forget to here update the state. Okay, and then we're just going to do price, and let's just do hourly is data dot hourly, and then daily is data dot daily. Cool. All right, so let's go next, and if I do 1 2 4 to 4 next, previous, there you go. So it's remembered. Awesome. So now let's on submit, let's spit this out and see if our hard work has the fruit of our hard work. Okay, so final submit. All right, so in here we're just gonna get a hold of the store, so we can say my listing is equal to use my listing store, and let's just final submit. I'm gonna come here and I'll say console.log. Let's just do json.stringify. Nope, I want to do that. My listing.data, and let's see if we can just make it look nice. Cool. So let's just do a refresh. Since this is a client component, so it's going to be here, the output. Okay, so minimize. So let's just do camera Nikon. Next, camera gear. I mean, you can go back. Next. Oops, sorry. Camera gear. Next. Okay, it remembers. So if I go previous, I go next. Okay, there you go. So it remembers. This is an awesome camera. Next. Okay, so daily pricing, let's say 55, and sorry, hourly, and then daily, let's say 90. Next. So when I hit submit, oh, look at that. How cool is that? We are getting all the data that we need. So we can actually then now actually shoot that to the database and see if we can save it. One thing, so I want to see previous, so I can go back. Cool. That's pretty cool. All right. One thing, so we do need here is first of all, the user ID. We need to know who the logged in user is. So we need to associate this item with the current logged in user ID. And the way we can do this is we come here and we can say const data session equal to use session. So this session has come from Next.js React. Okay, like that. Okay, so once I have the session, let's see if I can just console.log session.user.id. Let's make sure we have that. So I'm gonna clear this and let's just yeah, that's another thing. When we launch, we should clear this. But anyways, I'm just gonna continue. That makes our job easier. When I hit submit, yes, so we have the logged in user ID. So now actually we should be able to shoot this off. Okay, so we need an API endpoint, and then we can use that to shoot the data off. So for that, we're gonna come here and we're gonna go to API. Okay, then within the API, I'm gonna create a new folder. We're gonna call it host. Then within host, I'm gonna create a new folder and it's gonna be host ID. So for whichever host. Then within that, I'm going to create a new folder item, then one more, and we're going to call it create. And within that, I'll create a route.ts. Yes. So it's basically like host ID, item create. So you can have then host ID, item delete, patch, and blah, blah, blah. So that's the idea. All right, cool. So what we do is I'm going to do export. This is the exciting moment where we see this thing coming together. Export async function. And we're going to say post. Okay, and we're going to say post. And we're going to be having a request of type request. Like that. Okay, and we're going to pass in the params. Okay, and params, the type of params, we're going to have a host ID in it, and that's a string. Cool. We're going to do a try catch because that's the easiest of the bunch. So let's just console log the error, and then we're going to do return new next response. Let's come from next server, and then we're going to do failed to list item. Okay, and then just do a status 500. All right, so what do we do in the try? Well, we try. So we will do basically const form data is equal to type form data equal to await, and you basically do request.form data. Okay, like that, and then we do const data is equal to form data.get data, and we're just gonna get it as a string. Okay, and then const data JSON is equal to JSON.parse data, like that. You can also, I think, send in the body if you want, but they all do the same thing, doesn't matter. And then we can do const host ID equal to params dot host ID, like that. Okay, and then finally const item is equal to data JSON dot item as item. All right, and then if we don't have the host ID, let's say we deleted this individual, then we just say return new next response, and we say host not found. We're just gonna say this status of 404. Okay, so then finally we can just connect to DB. Okay, and then let's save the item. So we do like this const save item await and item model dot. Okay, let's call the create function on it. There you go. And basically what we do is just fill in the fields. So name is going to be item dot name. Okay, and then description item dot description. Right, so I'm not going to type these all the way. I'm going to copy them from the repo. So basically all we're doing is just filling in the ID, the host ID, the price, all that. And if that's all good, then we just do return next response dot JSON. We do a massage and it's gonna be item created. Okay, otherwise we just do item and then we also set the item to saved item. Kind of return it to the person that called this. All right, so now that that is done, so what we should do is in here we should actually now fire this to the database and see if we can see some action. So I'm going to do const data is equal to new form data, form new data, and then I can do data dot set data, and then it's going to be JSON JSON dot stringify. Okay, and I'm going to do item is item dot my listing dot data, like that. Cool. And what we can do is const result is equal to await fetch. Okay, let's see. So this should be async. Okay, and then here I can do actually like this API and then host, then it's going to be the session. Okay, do we have session? We don't have the session. Okay, so const data session use session, like that. Let's see if this works. Session dot session, did I name it? Session. There you go. So that's your session. So we're going to do session dot user. There you go. Dot ID. And it's going to be item create. Okay, so this should be, I think, optional. There you go. So that is going to create the item. Oh yes, and then we need to also specify the method. The method is post. Okay, and body, I'm just gonna do data, like that. Cool. Right, so one thing we should do is when we're submitting this, we should like have a status thingy. I mean, we can do like this const submitting set submitting, and I can do use state false. So initially we're not submitting. Okay, so before we go to the server, I can do set submitting to true, and afterwards I can just do set submitting to false. like that. And if result dot OK, then we should do a toast. Actually, we don't have a toast, so let's take care of that quick. So if you go to toast, I'm gonna expand this a bit. All right, so they have this solar thingy, show toast. Yeah, I don't know what's the difference actually. What's this? They're kind of same thing. It's a new thing, so let's go for the new stuff. So I'm gonna come here, I'll say npm, and let's just add this here. Cool, that's added. And then what you have to do is they're saying add the toaster component. So I'm gonna go to the app. So first of all, I need to copy this. I mean, to layout.tsx. Let me do this. So we're gonna come here and we're gonna go to the layout. Yeah, that's my layout. Okay, I do this and then what? Okay, I'm gonna put it right here. Is that what they're saying? Toaster. Oh. Okay, and then just use it. Cool, that's easy. All right, so let's see. Can we just show it here? Toast. Hello. Anything happened? Oh, well, there you go. We got a hello. Okay, that works. Cool. So then what I can do here is toast, and we can do result dot message. Actually, just do item created. All right. Okay, so if all of this worked, then I should have, let's expand this. Okay, we should have, so right now we don't have any items, but we should have an item here. So let's go ahead. We have an active session, that's good. And if I come here, I'm going to say add item. Let's create a camera. So I'm going to say Nikon or Canon camera. It's going to be a camera. Next. Comes with a lens. Next. So hourly pricing, let's say I'm going to go to 45. Daily is like 120. Next. Okay, so if I hit submit, cool, item created. How cool is that? Let's come here. Let's refresh. What? There you go, man. That's what I'm talking about. So object, so that's the object, that's the host ID, the person that created it. Let's see the price, daily, hourly, beautiful. We're gonna get to that. We have a category. That's awesome. That's so cool. All right, so how about we now show the items that we have it, and that's coming from here. So how about we do like this? If I do async, this is a server component anyway, so we're just gonna directly get it here. I can do await. I can say item model pop dot get find. Okay. So here's the thing. We need to find the items by the currently logged in user. So I can do like this. So if we go to the item model, host ID. So I'm gonna go back. So what we do, we say host ID is something. So the way we're gonna get this is we have access to session now. So if I do const session await use server session. How come we don't have that? Get server session, sorry. Auth options. So can I just do like this session.user.id? You know what I'll do? I'm just going to, for starters, let's do this JSON stringify, and my listings. Yeah, let's spit them out. What? There you go. That's nice. Cool. So now we can actually show them here, no? Yeah. So if I come here, I can then do, for example, my listings.map. Okay, item. Then I can do something like, will this work? Item.name. Whoop. Oh, you need to give the key. Item.id. Okay. If I save it, there you go. Canon camera, that came up. That's awesome. All right, so we can now see the item. Can I see the description also? Of course I can. Okay, what happened? Description, do we have description? Let's take a look. Oh, we don't have a description here. Something is, okay, so we're not creating the description. Let's go to our endpoint. First of all, the route and description. That's why description. There you go. I don't know at what point that got messed up, but anyway, so after fixing the description thing, let's go ahead and create a new one. We're gonna say, let's say Nikon camera, and I'm just gonna select this. You know what? I'm gonna create a, let's say, I don't know, house vacuum machine or something. We're gonna say power tools or house tools. I'm gonna say next comes with extension cord. Gonna hit next, so it's gonna be 34, and then let's say 65. So one thing, by the way, I see that when we hit submit, no, that's fine. I was gonna clear the thing, reset, but actually, yeah, we should do it here. We should do my listing dot restart, right? We should clear everything. Anyway, so I'm gonna hit submit, and that got created. That's good. We are doing, by the way, this thing submitting, set submitting, but we're not actually using it. So let's see, where can we use it? We should probably use it here. And the way we can do this is here. I can do submitting. And what I will do is we need to create some kind of loader, right? And for that, let me just check. For that, we're gonna install something called npm install react spinners. Beep. Install. Okay, install. Cool. So we got react spinners, and then we need to create a loader component. So we need to create a loader component. I'm going to come here to components, and this one is so simple that it doesn't even need any introduction. I mean, it's just it's a client component. It's a bootloader we're using, and all it is just bootloader from the React spinners, and the size is 10, and that's all. So I'm going to save it. Okay, so when we are submitting, I'm going to do a loader. No, not this loader. Loader from our loader. Otherwise, we show the button. So basically, the idea is while you're saving, you don't want to show users the buttons. That's the idea. Cool. Let's say vacuum 2, house tools, good, external cord, and a pipe. What the heck? Pricing, I don't know. What the heck? Very expensive. Let's submit. Do you see that? That was pretty cool. All right. So now we can actually. What if I delist another? Cool. You see that's how it resets everything. So that's pretty cool. And as you can see, also the items are coming here and they're coming here. Vacuum. See, because we added that description. Let me close that. Close that. So I think it was here. We added the description here, and that's how it's showing here. So vacuum 2, that's the name, and that's the vacuum. I think that's pretty nifty. So we're gonna actually now take this, create a separate component for it, and we're gonna display them in a nice tile formation. One thing I want to see is how does it look like on mobile. Actually, let me get rid of this. We know it's coming through, so we don't need to see this. If I do look at the form on mobile, oh, pretty cool actually. It's looking very good. And power tools, next, for previous. How's the errors work? Cool, errors work too. So we're in good shape. So we're gonna then display these. All right, so now we're gonna create a component so we can display these in a nice order. So I'm gonna come here and we will just probably come here under the components, and I'll create a new file and we would call it single listing.tsx like that, and we will do this, and it's gonna be single listing like that. All right, so it's gonna get a the listing, and it's going to be listings, and the listings will basically be, if I can click here, the listings will be basically an array of item like so. Cool. So that is that, and I'm gonna get rid of this, and then we're gonna create a fragment, and then what I will do is I will do listings dot map. Okay, and then we have item. All right, so first of all, we're gonna do a flex gap dash 4 pad dot padding y dash 1 padding bottom dash 1. But now you guys should know the drill. So that's that. All right, we need to give it a key. So the key will be item dot ID. That only makes sense because it's unique. All right, and then what we will do is we are just going to create another div, and what it will be a flex column justify dash center, and then space dash y dash 1 like that. So here, once we do the photo thing, I'm going to leave a comment and we will just say photo, and let's just do to do, so we remember we need to do this. All right, so here, you know what, I'm going to expand this so we have more real estate. I'm going to create a p tag. Okay, once I turn on the caps, class name will be text-2xl, and then on small we're going to do text-xl, font bold and capitalize like that, and this will be item.name. Like so. So you know what, at this point I think we can call this and see if we can start displaying this, and we can see this in action. So remember what we did here, right here. So now I can get rid of all of this and I can say single listing. All right, so it takes listings, so it's going to be listings, it's going to be my listings. Cool. I'm going to do that. I'm going to refresh, and there you have it. So now we can see the 3 items that we created. Cool. All right, so we're going to then come here I also want to show the status of the item. So let's say whether it's listed or not. And for that, we need a badge. So we're going to go to chatcn badge, and I'm going to copy, come here, install. While that's happening, I'm going to copy this. That's done. Now go up, done. All right, so that's that. So what I will do is I'm going to come here and I'll say badge. Okay, and what we will show here is the item dot status. Status like so. So let's see if that shows up. Why is status not showing? So I'm going to go back to my database, the collection, and if we look at the items, oh, we don't have status. I thought we, okay, so no problem. We're going to go back to our model and let's start from there. So if I'm going to go to item, we have a status, but it's so the default should be listed every time the item is created. We want to, yeah, it should be default. We'll do item status. I don't know what we call it. So if I go to types, actually, yeah, we don't have that. So we come here and I'm going to just do export type. It's going to, sorry, enum, and I will do item status, and all I need is listed. It's going to be listed, and then the other is unlisted, like that. So now I can come here and I can do item status dot listed. So when we create the item, initially it should go to listed. All right, so I can close that. Now for the ones that we don't have it, I'll just come here and you can manually add it, and we will just do listed. I'm going to update. Let's just refresh and see what happens. Cool, that's what I'm talking about. Let me quickly do it for the others. So for the last one, I just changed it to unlisted just for fun, I guess, or for testing. So that here we can see, because I want to have these different colors based on the status. All right, cool. So we can go back to where we were. So let's just keep going back here. All right, so as you can see, I have this badge, and what I want to do is I'm going to do class name. It's going to be this, and let's just put pick on the item. If item dot status, okay, is equal to item status dot listed, right? Then what we do is we say bg dash green 500. Otherwise, we do bg dash red 500. Cool, let's see. All right, I can already see this. So there you go. So that's looking nice. So now we have the badge working. And the other thing I will do is also to this right here, I'm gonna do text dash white uppercase, and how about text dash center. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so we probably just have to play around with this. We'll fix this later on as we go along. All right, so I'm gonna move on to the next one. And the next is we need the button where we can edit or delete the item. So flex gap dash 4. Okay, it's going to be a link, right? And it's going to be next link href. So it's going to be my listings like that, edit, and then item dot id like that. So we're going to do that. I think that's fine. Okay, and then it's going to be called edit. Let's take a look. There you go. That's your edit. It's a link. And then what we will do is also on this one, I'm going to do that class name trick. We'll do class name C and util. Then what you do is you say button variants, and then you do variant of ghost. Okay. And then what I will also do is right after here, I'm gonna do text dash blue dash 500. Let's see. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Nice and beautiful. All right. And then finally, what we will do is, because I want to shift it, you see how it's like kind of pushed. I want to shift it back. So we can do padding x of 1. There. Okay. And the other thing we need is the delete button. So I'm going to copy this. And then we're going to do remove. For this one, I'm going to do red. Let's save it, and there you go, that's remove. And for this one, instead of the edit, what we will do is, because we want to show like a toast, so actually that's a good point right now that we do use client, because we're going to be doing the delete thingy. So I'm going to make this a button, and let's copy, and I'm going to get rid of this. And then on click, what I will do is I will say handle item remove. Just pass the entire item. Okay, and then what I will do is here, I'm going to create a handle item remove. Okay, and basically it will take an item of type item like that. Okay, I should do this like that. All right, so handle item remove. What did I do wrong? Const handle item remove. It's inside the return. It should be here a little bit early. All right, so that is that. And so what then we need to do is, because we want to show a confirmation dialog to the user, so that's why I'm doing it this way. If you were just gonna go do it straight away, then you don't need this, which is I would not recommend. Anyway, so what I will do is we will do item to action or remove, whatever you want to call it, and then I'm going to do set item to action, and we'll do use state from React, and initially it's going to be null, and then what we will do here is a set item to action is item like that. And of course, going to complain. So what you do is you do item or null. I should fix it. Cool. All right. So now we need to show a. Okay. One thing I see is the color is so ugly. Oh, what we can do, I think, link. There you go. That's beautiful. All right. So that works. Okay. And one thing I'm going to do on this badge is probably maybe give it a width of 20. Let's see. Yes, that's actually better. I like this one. All right, so what we can do then is create a dialog that we can show to the user that basically, we try to delete something. So for that, we come to chatcn, and do they have alerts? Yes. So there's this alert, but then there's alert dialog. Yes, that's what we want. All right, so I'm going to copy, and we come here, boop, paste, done. And then what we will do is copy all this, and I can come here like so, and then I'm going to take all this, and let's just put it here. So let's see if I save it. Okay, so dialog is coming, that's good, but definitely we want to do it differently. We want to show this when someone clicks the delete button. So for that, let's create another state. I'm going to copy this one. Wow. Okay, we're going to say dialog, set dialog, and we will just initially have it false. And then here I'm going to make it true like that. Then here I'm going to get rid of this, and instead we will do open. It should be dialog. Okay, like that. And we just see, are you absolutely sure this action cannot be undone? This will permanently remove the listing. Actually, the item from your listing. Like that. And all right, and then cancel on click. We basically just set dialog to false. So let's try that. So if I hit remove, beautiful. Are you absolutely sure this action cannot be undone? This will permanently remove the item from your listing. I'm gonna hit cancel. Boop, here you go. So that's good. Then on this, let's do this. I'm gonna do const and let's do handle confirm, and then let's for now just do console.log item.id. So we're just gonna split the actually sorry, it should be item to action. And how about I do this .id? All right, so let's see. So I'm gonna come here and let's open the console. Okay, what was that? I think that's from before. Yeah, that's the unique key. All right, so I'm gonna hit remove, cancel, nothing happens, continue. Oh, why is, because we're not calling it. Okay, so on click, I'm gonna say handle confirm. Cool, let's say continue. All right, so let's do again, remove, continue. Why is that? I think it's underscore ID if I'm not mistaken. There you go. All right, so remove, continue. Yeah, we're getting cool. So that's working. So then from here, we'll just fire a call, API call. So actually, this should be ID also. We're gonna fire an API call to actually delete the item, and actually then we should also refresh the screen. So it should be, I think it's use router, that's what it is, next navigation. And then you can do router dot refresh. Right, that should refresh the screen. So while we're here, let's just take care of that. So if I come here to API, host ID, we can add it here. We need to create, actually, no, we're gonna create it because you just want to delete an item. So what we will do, we'll create a new folder. I'm gonna call it item. And then within that, I'll create an item ID like that. And let's just create a route.ts like that. So within this, I'm just gonna go export async function delete. Okay, and then so what we need to pass is, well, we need the request. All right, and then we need the params, and the params, we're gonna have the item ID, and it's going to be a string. Cool. All right, so all we need to do then is basically first connect to the database. So we'll say connect to DB. Okay, and then we'll say item ID is equal to params.item ID. And then what we'll do is we'll find the item and then delete it at the same time. So we'll say item model dot find and delete. Just give you the item ID. Cool. And then if actually just do delete result. So we'll do if delete result. I'm gonna leave a note here. Make sure to delete the photos like that. So if delete result, then what we will do basically is just say return next navigation, sorry, next response. Okay, dot JSON, and we'll just do a message of item deleted like that. Otherwise, else, gonna come here. Let me see. Make this, just change the name. Oh, find one and delete. It should be find by ID. Find by ID and delete. There you go. That works. All right. So if we are unable to, then we just say return next response .json and just say a message of item not found. Okay, let's also put this in a try catch just to be, you know, safe. Error. So I'm going to take all of this. Okay, I can do it. I'm going to put this here, and then in the catch, let's just console log the error. And then what we can do is we can say return new next response, and we'll say server error, and let's just do a status of 500. Cool, like that. All right, so now what we should do is come back here, and yeah, we need to just call this. So what we can do const result is equal to await. Let's make this async, and I can do fetch, and it's going to be API, and we said item. Okay, so I need to do the ticks, and I'm gonna do the dollar sign. Wow. Item to action dot ID, and it's gonna be this. All right, and then for the method, it's going to be delete like that. And if result dot OK, then we do this. Okay, but also we do a toast dot success. We say item deleted. Cool. So let's refresh this. All right, so that works. And what I can do is remove this one. So I'll say remove. Are you sure? Yes. Oh yes, item got deleted. So if I go to the database, it was this one that we deleted. So I'm going to refresh. Awesomes. Look at that. So there you go. So now we have the remove function working, and then we're going to tackle the edit so we can edit an item. All right, let's take care of the edit. So if you, as you can see, okay, so one problem we have is, as you hover my mouse, you see the edit, the ID is undefined. So let's figure out why. I'm gonna come here. Yeah, this one should be ID like that. So now if I refresh, that's what I'm talking about. Cool. So now we can create, come here under the my listing. I'm going to create a new folder, and we're going to call it edit. Then within that, I'm going to create a new folder, but this is going to be like this. And then within that, I'll create a page.tsx like that. Okay, so what we do is we're going to do async function item. It's going to be a server component, item edit page like that. And then it's going to take params. And then what we will do is params, it's going to be item ID of type string like that. Cool. So what we should do is let's just do a return. Whoop. All right, and then I'll create a div and then h1, and we will do edit. And for now, let's put the item ID like that. Params dot item ID like that. And let's just also beautify this. So it's gonna be text dash 2XL and small and above text dash 4XL, padding Y top 8, font bold, capitalize. Cool. All right, so let's click this edit and it should take us to this page. Okay, the default, oh yes, export default item edit page. What? Edit. Man, what's going on? There. All right, there we go. That's working. So if I come here, edit my listings. Cool. So we are coming here. So now we need to just have a form where we can let the user basically change the listing. So for that, what I'm thinking is we create a component. Okay, and then within that, I will create this file. It's going to be called item edit edit form.tsx like that. And then let's do this item edit form. Cool. All right, so this will be a client component. Okay, I'm going to save it. So let's just go from the top. First, what we need is the schema. So we're going to do form schema. Okay, and it's going to be Z. So import Z from Zod. We need that Zod.object. Okay, so the first thing is status. And I'm going to say Z.boolean. Okay, and then we need the item name. Z.string. So it's basically the same where we were remember doing the stepper. It's kind of the same thing, but now we'll just have the form all in one page. Cool, so that's our schema. And I hope we don't have to touch it again. And I'm gonna minimize this. Then you create a type out of this. So you say type form input. Okay, and then finally, then we can come here and start using it. So I want to use a router so we can refresh the screen or page, sorry. Router, and that's from Next Navigation. All right, and let's create the form now. Form is equal to use form. Okay, React hook form, and it's going to be of type form input. Okay, and we need a resolver, and that's going to be a Zod resolver. It's coming from here, and for what form schema? For this form schema. All right, so of course we need to pre-populate all the values. Okay, so status, for example, will be item. Now you must be asking, well, what is item? Well, we need to pass it, bro. Item, and then item is of type item, like that. Okay, so item dot status, like that. Cool. All right, so status is a boolean. So the way it's going to be like a, as you can see initially, it is a what do you call it? A switch. So it's going to be, if it's listed, then it's on, otherwise off. All right. So item name, again, item dot name. And so I'm just going to quickly, actually, don't need to type these. It's the exact same thing. We'll just put it here. All right. And then what we have, I'm going to scroll up, is the submit function. So we'll do on submit, and it's going to be form input. Okay, form input. So what we'll do for now, just console log it. But of course, we're going to shoot it off to the backend. We're going to call an API endpoint to actually save it. All right, then comes the fun part where we start to add the form. So let's create a fragment. I'm going to close this. And what we can do, we can say form spread that guy, form. Okay, what happened here? Form React hook form. Yeah, this should come from UI form, not this one. This will give you a headache. So we should do form, should be this one. There you go. So what we need here is form, and we're going to do on submit, and it's going to be form dot on handle submit, and we are going to give it our handler, like that. And I will also give it a class name space -y -6, like that. So I'm going to save it. I think we should, let me see, we should just organize this a bit so we can see these two in action right here. All right, so what I need then is a div background slate 500 padding -2 and rounded -medium. Cool, like that. All right, so I'm going to have a form field. Okay, and self-closing. First of all, you give it a control. It's going to be form.control. Name is going to be status. By the way, okay, well, we're going to get there. I was going to replace the name here, but we'll get to that. And so that's status, and then in the render, okay, what we do is the field, like that, and finally I'm going to do this. I think this should be this and this, and this should be like that, and this should be here, if I'm not mistaken. Cool. Okay, so form item. Okay, and then we have form label. Okay, and then after form label, we have a form control. All right, so we need a switch. So to get a switch, you go to chatcn, open this, components, open again. Components, where are components? All right, I'm gonna do switch. Cool, so here's the switch. I'm gonna copy npm, install, and then I'm gonna copy this, come here, and paste, like that. It's still installing. Oh, I should press enter. Cool, so the switch has been installed. What's wrong with you? You don't like it? How about this? Cool. All right, so switch is on. I'm gonna go back here, and let's come here to form control, and I will do switch self-closing. All right, so what I will do is I'm going to say the check state. So it's on a field dot value. It's a boolean anyways. And on check change, I like that name. On check change, we're just going to call the field dot on change. So I'll take care of that. At this point, I'm thinking we should display the name and the switch just to make sure we're on the right track. So if I come here, what's going on? All right, so first of all, we're not using the form. That's problem number one, and we're not getting the data. So how about we do this? First, we connect to the database. This is a server component anyway, so we can do this. So I'll do connect to DB like that. That's one. Then what I will do is I'll say item is equal to, I'm going to do await item model dot find by ID. And what's the ID? Params dot item ID. And I want to take advantage of TypeScript type safety, so we're just going to do this like that, and then I can do here item dot name. Cool. Let's see. Aha, there you go. That's working. So if I go, let's say vacuum, edit vacuum, edit, there you go. So I think the okay, no, I thought there was a caching problem. Anyway, so now it's coming the vacuum and the Canon camera. That's good. Let's display the form. So let's come here, and so if we have an item, right, then what we do is we say item edit form like that, and item is equal to item. Otherwise, we just show a loader. You know, don't want to keep people waiting like that. So, aha, there you go. So your thing is coming. So if I go vacuum, that's vacuum, go Canon camera. All right, so the colors are definitely ugly. I think it's a 50. I was going to go for a 500. Let's see why. No, that looks good. Okay. I think we should maybe reduce it. That's what I'm talking about. Subtlety is the key. All right, so definitely this needs some work. So what I can do is I can just give it a class name. So let's do flex row. Well, row is already there. So items center. Okay, there you go. And justify between. Okay, and then finally font bold. So I think we yeah, we didn't give it a label. That's what's going on. All right, so what we want to do is basically, depending on the check or the status, we want to show like active or inactive. So the way we can do this is we're going to do basically field dot value listed unlisted. Let's see. Cool. Listed, unlisted, listed, unlisted, listed. Boop. All right. The other thing is, I think we should also maybe change the color. So I can do, for example, class name. And what I will do is, let's do this. Whoop. If field dot value, okay, then I want to do text dash green 500, otherwise text dash black. What? All right, it would be nice to make it like black, sorry, bold. Can we do that here? Text font dash bold. Let's see. Okay, there you go. So it's nice and bold. Cool. So the form is coming up. So now we can move on and do the item name. And so what I will do actually is it would be, let me see, let's organize this a bit. I'm going to take this and I will say status. These forms get longer, then you kind of lose track of like what the heck is going on. So it's good to do these things. I'm going to paste this here and I'm going to say item name. Okay, so this is going to be the same thing, but this is going to be item name. All right, so this is no switch. Instead, this is basically and also for the label, we don't need this. And what actually, okay, this then right here is the name. Okay, there you go. I don't know, it always copies like one too many. All right, so this is the name, and then we need a form control. So it's going to be input. And you know what? It's the exact same thing that we did here, item name. So what I can do is just copy this. Gonna go back and let's just paste it here. All right, and of course we need to bring it in, so I'll say input. No, it should come from this one. Aha, so there you go. So the name is coming. Okay, and then I'm gonna close this. Okay, I think we don't need on this one. That's what I'm talking about. The other problem I see, yeah, spacey, bro. Aha, look at that. I don't know if is that too much, the space. How about 4? Yeah, how about 2? I don't know. I get carried away with these things. I'm just gonna go with 4. All right. So that's the item name. Then what we need is then the. You guys kind of get the drill. So we're just trying to, you know, recreate that form and just putting in the values that we used here, like the form that we did here. We're just trying to do it here actually again. So that's all it is. So I'm just going to take the whole form. That's why, it's good to have consistent naming so you can easily just replicate things. Yeah, I just need the form field. And of course, going to complain about text area. I'm going to do this and then form message. Form massage. And I think I need one for this one. Cool. So as you can see, the description is also coming. And then what we need is the item category. So what I will do is I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Whoop. Okay. And we'll say category. And then this will be item category. Actually, let's just get it from here. All right, so let's see. This form field goes, yeah, it's right here. So I'm gonna take this, copy it, and then go back. Go back. Cool. So I can do basically come here and paste this here, and we just need to do select from this one, and we're gonna fix that. Select trigger, select value. What else? Okay, select content like that. Okay, what else? Item categories. Let's see. It should be item. dot category, like that. So that should take care of that one. And then for this one, remember how we in here item categories, so we just need to bring that in. So we're gonna do categories, and let's see, select item. Okay, come on, there you go. If I save it, there you go. So yep, and it's actually correctly selected too. So we are good here. And then what we will do also is I want to make sure item description. So I got that correct. I got that correct. So don't we have a description for the Canon camera? I thought we did. So I'm going to expand this. Actually, we don't. We didn't add any description. All right, so I'm going to come here and let's just, whoops, add a description. We'll say test, update. All right, so as you can see, we have one for the vacuum. Let's see if we can see that one. So if I go back, vacuum. Yeah, you see this one is coming. If I go to my listings again, go to Canon camera. For some reason, this one is not coming. Why? Description. So let's just refresh. There you go. So now it's coming. It was just cached. All right, cool. So the description is coming. That's good. And now what we can do is I'm gonna just close this. Is we're gonna show the item pricing. So let's see, item category. Then I'm going to copy this and I'm gonna call it pricing, like so. There. And then we're gonna go back and pricing, and then honestly just take this, and let's see. I'm gonna copy it. I'm gonna go back. Right here. Close this. I'm gonna paste. And will this work? Oh, there you go. So there you go. So the pricing is coming up. Would you look at that? Okay, so we got the pricing done. And let me just minimize these. You know, it's just trying to look clean here. Cool. So we got status, name, description, category, pricing, and finally the photos are left. And the photos, as we said, that will be done, you know, once we make that component. All right. So then finally, we're gonna do the let's finish this so we can submit the form, edit it, and all that. All right. So I'm gonna do a div flex and justify and padding y-4, beep, like that. I'm going to create a button component. Okay, so disabled, it will be disabled if not form state dirty. If the form is not dirty, then basically just, you know, don't need to submit it. Type will be submit, and then class name, what? Just expand it all the way. Okay, and then we're just going to call it save. Let's see. That's what I'm talking about. All right, so it's disabled right now. I don't know why you don't need this, honestly. Okay, so that's your submit button. So right now, if I change something, so as you can see, it'll become active. Okay, so what do we do on submit? Oh, we actually spit out stuff. Okay, so I'm going to change the price to, let's say, you know, things are getting expensive. We change the price. Let's look at the console. If I hit save, there you go. So as you can see, the new pricing daily. Okay, I think we got things mixed up. So hourly 65. No, actually we're right. So daily is 120, hourly 65, item category, blah blah blah. If I update this testing, I'm going to clear this and testing. Cool. So now let's shoot this off to the backend and see if we can save it. Let me just check the mobile view. Aha, it looks beautiful. I like it. Cool. All right, so you guys will love the, by the way, the image thing. It's so cool. All right, so in the save function, what I can do is basically I can go data, okay, const, const. I'm gonna just spread the form input like that, like that. Okay, and then what we can do, we can say result is equal to await and fetch. Okay, it's gonna be API item, then item.id. So remember we create that for the delete. It should be underscore ID. And then what you do is the method is going to be patch. Okay, and then the body is going to be json.stringify data. Cool. And then finally, if result.ok. By the way, you could do the same here, but I did it that way. No big deal. So toast, we just show a toast.success, and we say item updated. And then we can do router.refresh. Let's just refresh the page. Else toast.error failed to update item. Cool. So that is that. So now if we go back here, remember how we did the API host item blah blah blah. So now here we can add the patch endpoint. Okay, so I'm gonna do patch. Let's rename this to delete. Cool. So what I will do, I'll say export a. So let's connect to the database first, and then let's do const body. I want to type slow, but I don't know, my finger just go crazy. That's why I keep making these mistakes. So let's get the body, and let's just extract the stuff out of it. So let me just quickly do that. Okay, so I'm just getting the name, category, description, hourly, daily, photos, blah blah blah. I mean, you don't want to see me typing that. Okay, and then what we do is basically we say const item. First, let's find the item. Await item model dot find by ID. I'm going to close this, and that will be the params dot item ID. So if not item, if the item is not found, then basically you return an error. There's no point in moving forward. Return new next response. Okay, and we just say item not found. Status of 404. So return a proper status. Otherwise, we basically just go ahead and say item.name. Yeah, let's do item so we can get access to all that. Is equal to item name, and then basically just do for the others. So item dot description is equal to item description. So I'm going to quickly type these. Cool. So once that is all done, then we just go ahead and call the save on it. That means the item has been saved. And then finally, we basically just return next response dot JSON, and with the message of item updated, like that. So I'm going to save it, and let's just be good and put this in a try catch, because anything can happen. So error. So you know what I'll do? I'm gonna grab one from this one, the one we did up here, the delete, and let's just reuse it. Okay, let's close this. Cool. I'm gonna copy this, paste it, save it. All right, so let's just make sure everything is saved. Let's just go back. I'm going to do this. So let's go to my listings. Let's do a refresh. So let's say I'm going to come edit, and we're going to say this is, whoop, this is a good and clean camera, and I'm going to change the price. Let's say I'm going to reduce to 35, and then this will be $60. So let's hit save. Failed to update item. Okay, let's see what happened. Okay, so that's a cool, so we have a couple of issues here. So this is a warning. Okay, we will deal with that. That's no problem. It's good that that came up. Let's see. Failed to load resource. The server responded with this. Let's go to network. I'm gonna hit this again. I'm gonna hit save. Okay, let's see if we get any meaningful error. So we are passing the payload, and the question is, I did do a console log here. Console log error. Status of 5. Are we getting a 500 at least? 404 not found. Oh wow, the item is not found. Huh. That's interesting. Okay. Find by ID. Let's console log the item ID and see what's going on. So if I do console.log, params item ID. So I'm gonna, let's just, so we're okay here. Let's bring that up. Failed to update item. That's interesting. All right, let's fix this first. This issue first, and then we're going to take care of the other issue. So the reason why this is happening is if you come here to this guy. So you see how this is a server component. This is a client component, right? And we're passing this value over to the server, to the client component, from a server to the client. So the way you do this is like this. We're going to basically do json.parse. You're going to do json.parse, and then you're going to json.stringify, like that. Then you do item. I'm going to save it. So let me restart the server, make sure. Sorry. Okay, let's minimize this, and let me just go back here, compiling my listing. Okay, so I'm going to go to edit. Cool, you see the error is gone. It's not coming up again. So that was that. So now let's say testing, save. Failed to update item still. It looks like we are not even probably hitting our thing. Okay, let's see what's going on here. That's interesting. So I'm going to close this, and where's our submit? Here's our submit. So we're saying API item.id method is patch. Okay, so API item ID. Yep, that's correct. and the method is patch. All right, so we're gonna, after this, let's test it again. So I'm gonna say testing, and we're gonna hit save. Item updated. There you go. So yeah, because I forgot we're in a client component, so we just need to do that slash so it can go to the right. You see API item and then item ID, because before it was going relative to where it is currently. So not bad. All right, so let's see if I come here and I'm gonna change the price to 60, and then let's do 220. Boop, item updated. Boom. So if I go to my items, come back, we got the updated stuff. Go to my listing, go to vacuum, common extension core, blah blah blah, and very clean. And a vacuum. All right, so I'm gonna say 35. Save. Boom. Item updated. What if I just do this? I'm gonna say item. Okay, so item updated. Boom. You see, unlisted. Go to edit. List it again. So now it's available. Cool. So there you go. So now the item update is also working, and looks like we can add stuff. So let's say I want to add test. This is working as well. This is a test item, and let's just do 2, and I'm 3 and 3. Submit. Okay, so item created. I can list another. I'm gonna refresh. Boom, tested here. I go to edit, blah 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 blah, and then I can change the name, blah blah blah. Save. There you go. So that got updated. I can come remove. Yes, gone. Cool. So this is all very good, looking nice and clean. And let's just check on mobile. Oh yeah, of course we're gonna fix this once you start the images. We're not gonna leave it like that, but yeah, I think this is awesome. So now let's move on. All right, so let's build a image drop zone component that we can just take it, plop it anywhere we want, and just handle the file images once and for all. All right, so let's get started first. And the first thing we need is, I'm gonna close this, and we need a React drop zone like that. All right, so React drop zone, this thing is awesome. So I'm gonna copy this, and we will come back here and install this. Cool. So that's one thing. Then the other thing we need is Firebase, and we're going to install that. Cool. So that's that. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go to Firebase, and we're going to create a bucket. So let's go there. So let's go to, so if you're not logged in, just log in. Then I'm going to go to console. We're going to add a project, and let's say easy rental YT. Then we're going to continue, and I'm not going to do any crash test or all that. Continue. All right, so you're going to build, and then we need storage, right? That's what we need. And then we're going to do get started, and let's go in test mode, because in test mode we can easily, well, I mean, we're testing, so that's what makes sense. So I'm going to hit next. Yeah, so basically it's asked for location. You cannot change it. We're just going to say done. All right, so that creates our bucket. That's our bucket basically. So now we need to actually go and get the client, I mean the Firebase ID and all that. So we're going to go to project settings, and we need the API key and all that. So usually if you come here and see how I have this the web, so when I click the web, I'm gonna say easy rental YT, and I'm gonna say register app. Okay, so it tells you basically that's the command you want to enter and install Firebase. So we've already done that. And then what we need is this config. So I'm going to take all of this and I'm going to copy it. Then we're going to come back here and under the lib is, yeah, so let's minimize this. And under the lib, we're going to create a new file and I'm going to call it Firebase .ts like that, and I'm gonna paste this here. So usually this runs on the client side, so for testing that's okay. So for production, a lot of people say, well, the API key and it's going to be exposed and blah blah blah. Well, usually when you go in production you can limit, so I'm going to continue to console and I'll show you guys. So basically what you have is something. You're going to have, of course, users that you can use to control access to who can access this. And then the other thing is basically if I go to storage and if you go to rules, so in here, of course, your website will be hosted on, let's say, somewhere. So you can restrict the access just from that your website. So it's not like somebody's going to take your API key and they can just use it. So if you want to read more, here's more. Basically, you can read, but you can always then also create a user specifically just to have access to this. Then use that user to write data to the Firebase bucket. So there's a lot of ways you can restrict that. So anyways, I just want to bring this up so that it's out of the way. So now this is our bucket, and then we're gonna now use that to get the image thing going. So we install the React dropzone, then we configured Firebase, and now we're gonna get started and building everything. So what I like to do is I'm gonna copy all this and then I'm gonna go to my env file and then I'm gonna come here. I'll say Firebase, and then what I will do is I'll say next public underscore Firebase API. Actually, let me paste these here. Then what I can do, API key. I'm gonna cut this and I'm gonna paste this here and we're gonna do equal. You don't need the quotes. So let me expand this. All right, so I'm gonna quickly type these and then you guys can watch. All right, so now that we have these, then I can come here and we can just say API key is this. So we'll say process.env. Then we can come here and we can say const app equals get apps. Okay, so that's coming from Firebase. Now, of course, it's not gonna bring it up, so I'm gonna minimize this. And we can do import get apps. And the other thing I want to bring is initialize app. And this is coming from Firebase app, like that. So we're gonna do get apps. Okay, that length. So basically what we're saying is if we already have an app, then basically you initialize the app with the Firebase config. So if we don't have an app, initialize it. Otherwise, just give us the existing one. So get apps, the first one, like that. And then we need to then get storage, like that. And we say get storage. Now, of course, not going to bring it. So we're going to do import. we're gonna do get storage and ref, and that's coming from Firebase storage. Cool. All right, so we're going to do get storage, and storage for which app? The whole app we just created. And then finally, we only export the reference to the storage. So we do like this, okay? And so basically, a reference is an item to in your bucket, right? So we need to pass it. We need to pass it a token, which will be a string. Okay, and then I can do ref that we just got, and so ref for which storage, this one, and for which token, this token. So people only need to, outside of this, they only need to care about this. So that's that. So I'm going to close this. I'm going to close this. We are done with this. All right. So now what we can do is come to, let's just close everything, and then under components, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it image dropzone.tsx, like that. All right, so starting from the start, we're going to do image drop zone, like that. And so what we should do is, if I come here, maybe I should drop one here so we can see it in action. Let me just do this so I have more space. Cool. All right, so for example, I can come here to, let's say, my listings under edit, and then the item edit form. I think I can put one here. So right above, I don't know if we added a comment. No, we didn't. Yeah, okay, anyways. So what I can do is say photos. Okay, and in here, then I can do image drop zone, like that. So let's see. Refresh. There you go. So image drop zone is here. Okay. So what we can do then is I can go back here and let's start chopping this thing. So what we can do, we can create a div. Okay. And we need a nice kind of drop zone. So that's what we're trying to do here. And let's give it a class name of grid. Okay. And with a gap of 2. Now we're gonna try to cater for different screen sizes. So that's what we're gonna try to do here. So we can say grid columns. Okay, so basically for mobile, we just show one in one column, and then I'm gonna do repeat. Okay, and one FR, like that. And let's just do for different screen sizes. So for small and above, I'm going to do 2. And then for, let's do for large and above, we're just gonna do 3. Actually this should be 2. Cool, so that'll take care of that for us. Now let's create the drop zone. So what I can do, I can say div. All right, and then what I will do on this one is I'll just give it a couple of class names. Let me close this. All right, so what we do is we say text dash center. That's 1, padding dash 2. Okay, I'm gonna give it a cursor of pointer, border, whoop, dash 2, dash 2, save. There you go. And then border dashed, like that. So there you go, that's dashed. And then border, I'm gonna do slate 200. So it's light. Okay, and then what we need is an input. Now, what do we put in this input? So this is where we're going to use the React drop zone. So we're going to come here, and this one should be a use client before it cries. All right, so I'm going to come here and I'm going to do const, and we should do get root props, okay, and get input props like that. And then we're going to use drop zone. Come on, me, why is it not bringing it? All right, I'm going to come here and we're going to bring it. So we do import use drop zone from React drop zone like that. Cool. Yeah, so okay, so we're getting this. It showed why. Oh, okay, sorry, with the small z. Okay, so we got the React drop zone, and we're gonna accept the kind of stuff that we want to accept. So of course, gonna be images, image, and we're gonna accept only images. That's it. Okay, and then also on drop. So what's on drop? So there are these callback functions that you need to specify, and like basically what happens when the images drop, right? So we need to come here and we need to define that. So what we can do, we can say const on drop, okay, and we're going to use the use callback from React. We don't, so that we don't recreate it. So the async, and it's gonna get the accepted files, okay, and this is of type file, an array basically, and then we are gonna come here and just initialize with empty array. All right, so that takes care of that. So we're gonna get to this later on, but first what we need to do now, we need to get root, get input props like that. And on this div, I need to do get root props like that. Cool. All right, so looks like, yeah, the input has not been closed. So I'm gonna close that. So let's save it. All right, so then we come here and we create another div. I'm gonna create a class of flex and flex of column. Okay, and items center, justify center, text of extra small, and text dash gray dash 400. Cool. So man, I hate this minimum screen size. Okay, so with that done, what I want to do is from Lucid, they have a nice upload cloud icon. So I'm gonna plop that here. So let's see how that looks. There you go, something is coming up. I think what we can do is give it a class name. I'm gonna give it a margin bottom of 8. So there you go, nice. And let's just give it a width of I don't know, 8, and height of 8, like that. And then what we can do also is I'm gonna put some text to help people. So we can say drag, and how about that and ampersand drop to upload. Beautiful. So that's coming. I think that's a bit too much. Should give maybe 4. Yeah, that's better. All right, so that's that. And then finally, we're just gonna create another div, and in this one, let's just create a button. Okay, that's coming from UI button, and let's just say select. All right, because that's not what we want. We want to keep this very simple. So first, I'm gonna do a type of button. And let's just give it a variant of ghost. Let's see how that looks. This is exactly what I want. Cool, looking very good actually. And then what we can do is, I think we're done. So this one is let's just call this upload box. Yeah, so that looks good. Cool. All right, so when an image is dropped, it goes to certain states. I mean, initially when you drop it, it's gonna get uploaded. There's a progress, and then finally gets uploaded. So we need a way to track all of that. So the way we're gonna do this is I'm gonna create a type, and we're gonna call it upload interface. Okay, like so. All right, so it's gonna have a file or no file. And there's a reason why I'm doing this, which I'll explain later. Then when a file is uploaded, let's say to wherever server, we need to get a URL. So that's a string. Should be a string. I'm gonna just keep this like this. Okay, and then the file, there's gonna be a file name with every file. And finally, there's a state, right? So initially it goes into pending, and then finally it goes into complete. I think you can also add like an error in case something wonky happens. So that's that. So then what we can do is we can come here and we can say create a state, and we can say image state, set image state. So these are actually the image states that we go through, and it's going to be use state like that. And this will be of type upload interface. And basically, if you have an array of images, and it's going to be blank initially, right? Because we are doing multi-file upload. So I'm going to call this on file drop so we know what's going on. Then we also, when an image is being uploaded, so we need to track that. And I'm going to do set uploading, and let's just say use state. So initially we're not doing any uploading, so that's that. Okay, and then also we need to keep track of any errors. So I'm going to say error, set error. We're trying to be complete here, people. So it's going to be a state, and it's just going to be a string or a null. Okay, and initially it's just going to be null. So that's that. All right, one thing I will do is I think what we should do is this should be disabled if we are uploading. So I don't want people to keep hitting this while we're uploading. So that will take care of that. Cool. All right, so now we're gonna come here and then we're gonna basically say image states.map. Okay, it's gonna take an image and an index. Like so. So we run through the states that the image is gonna go. So let's say complete, pending, blah blah blah, error, and then we just kind of change the UI based on that. All right, so I'm gonna create a div. The key will be index. We could use the image name, but we will just go with the class name. Cool. All right, so what we do here is I'm gonna have a border of 0, padding of 0, width of full, relative, shadow of MD, and background of slate 200, and rounded. What? Okay, let's go to next line. This is getting longer already. Rounded dash MD aspect dash square. Okay, and height of full. Okay, so that will actually, the image will display the image like that. And then what we do is in this one, I'll say image dot state complete. So let's say the image got uploaded, then basically I'm gonna do an image. It's gonna be from next image. I'm gonna do fill, so we don't have to do the width height. Key will be index, and source. Actually, for this one I don't need the key because I already have it here. All right, so source will be image dot download URL. There you go. That's why we have that. And let me do this. It's complaining because we need that alt thingy, so we're gonna do that. We're gonna say alt. Okay, and then I'm just gonna do something like listing photo, and let's just do index plus 1. Okay, like that. And then what we can do is also let's do sizes. Okay, and max width of 768 pixel. Okay, and 100 VW. So the size is just to make it look appear nicer. I mean, let's say you're watching this on a cell phone, you want to see the full size, or on a browser, you don't need to see the full size. So we're just gonna make it more efficient. And then here I can do max width, okay, of 1200 pixel. This is for 50 VW. And if none of this, basically if the screen is not this or not that, then you just go with 33 VW, which is the default. So that's that. And then finally, I'm going to do a class name, and height of full, width of full, rounded. Just give it nice rounded edges, and cover. Make it a cover, so it just covers everything. Okay, it looks like we have error. Oh, because we have the ternary thingy, so we need to finish it off. So if the image is not complete, then we show a skeleton. Now what the heck is a skeleton? Well, we're gonna go to chat.cn, and if I go skeleton, so this is what we're gonna show. So just tell people, you know, something's happening. Cool. So I'm gonna come here, and we're gonna install this, and I'm gonna copy the skeleton, close, come to the top, whoop, install. All right, so I can do skeleton, and with a class name, okay, height dash full, and width dash full. Let's save it, and nothing will happen because we haven't uploaded any images yet. Oh, let's just click this, see if it works. Oh, there you go. So that comes up, which is very cool. Okay, then we're gonna come here, and when we are uploading the image, okay, which is that state when, let's say, you upload an image, and image, we're gonna start state is equal to pending. Okay, and then what we do is we do basically have a class absolute. Okay, and then this will be actually a loader. This is the one that we created. So when we are actually when we upload the image and it's still in the pending state, then we basically just show a loader. Now this is absolute because we want to just show it in the on the image itself. So top of 0, left of 0, flex, height dash full, width dash full, items dash center, and finally we're going to do justify center, and then rounded dash MD, and BG dash black, and BG dash opacity of 70. Cool. All right, let's what happened there? I think it went somewhere else. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I want to do. So that will actually just show a nice loader. And what I can do is I can just mark this. So I can say loader, spinner, whatever. And then finally here we need the delete button. So let's say you upload an image, you don't like it, you should be able to delete it. And that's what that is for. So let's create a div, and we're going to create a group, and absolute, and right, so it's going to be in the top right corner and top dash 0 like that. And actually what we can do then is create another div, and then height of 4 with dash 4. I mean, this worked well for me, so that's why I'm doing this. Cursor dash pointer items dash center, just to nice and center it. Justify dash center. Cool. So what's going to be here? X. So this X comes from Lucid React, just an icon. And just give it a class name, bg red 500. Okay. And text dash white and rounded dash, so it's going to be like a circle. That's what it is. All right, and I think I'm just gonna give it a width of 16 and a height of 16, nice and square. All right, so now what also we need is we need to handle the delete action, right? So currently we have a button, but let's see, it's not doing anything. So if I come here, I have this div, and sorry, for this one, I'm gonna bring this on the next line, and then I'm gonna bring this here, and then I can do on click, I can do this, okay, and then what we need to do is first, I need to get access to the E, which is the event. So we're gonna do the prevent from doing the default thing, and then what I will do is we're gonna create one or internal handler for this. So I'm gonna say handle delete, and we're gonna pass it the URL of the image because the URL is stored on Firebase. So it's gonna go ahead and delete it from there. All right, so oh yes, we need to create that. So let's do that. All right, so this is going to be a simple one. All we do is we say underscore handle delete. Okay, and it's going to take a photo URL. It's going to be a string. And what we do is, first of all, we say ref equal to storage ref. That's from Firebase. And we need to give it that token, which is going to be photo URL. And then we do await delete object. So that's coming from Firebase, and we're just going to provide the reference. So now it's going to say what async await. That'll take care of that. And then now what we need to do is we need to update our state because we have deleted the image. So what we can do, we can say const new state is equal to image states dot filter. So we find the image by the download URL, state that, because that's going to be unique, download URL and does not equal to photo URL. So basically just give us the images, actually filter the images and give us all the images that does not have this one basically. And then finally we update our local state and we say new state like that. So that actually, so what this will do is this will remove the images from this local component, but now we also need to notify the outside component, like whoever's hosting this, that things are happening. So let's take care of that. So we need to pass in input props, and the way we can do this is I can come here, I can say interface input props. All right, and then we need to first, when files are added, we need to notify the outside people. So I can say file added. Okay, we're gonna make it optional, and it's gonna be added files. Okay, like that, and it's basically just a string. So these are just the download URLs, and it's gonna be a promise. So that's one. And then also we need to then do for delete when a file is removed, and you just need to say URL. So the reason why we need this is so you can update the database. So because we're already removing it from the Firebase here, but let's say you're storing this in your database, so you also need to be notified so you can clean that up. That's why we are doing this. And then finally, the photos. Now, why are we doing this? I'll just explain. So let's say I'm putting this, let's say here, I'm in the edit and I already have images. So we should be able to pass those images in, and then we should be able to show them here, right? So that's what that is. Okay, so then what I can do here on my props, I can take and paste this, and of course we're just gonna get rid of this, comma, get rid of this, comma, and this, and then this will be of type input props. Cool. So then what we can do on delete is we can say on file dot, and you call it with the photo URL there. So that should basically take care of file deletions. And I think, if I'm not mistaken at this point, if I'm not mistaken, we should be able to now upload images. I mean, they're not going to get attached to the item yet, but we should be able to upload them and they should appear in Firebase. Actually, no, they won't appear in Firebase because we haven't done the main function, the drop zone. So yeah, that's going to be a good one. So what we are going to do before I go ahead and get too excited is, let's see. I think we should be able to display some errors. So I'm going to mark this and say error. All right, so basically if we have an error, then what I will do, I'm going to say error, right? So any error message, and I will just say text dash red dash 500, and let's just do font dodge bold. Cool. I think we have this alert thingy from Shartsian. I don't know if we should maybe show it like this. Just leave it for now. We'll get back to it. All right, so let's get to the meat of this thing, which is going to be this, like how do we handle multiple file upload at the same time? Okay, so starting first, let's say you get here, we're going to set the uploading to true. That means we're uploading. That's number one. Nullify, well, reset the error. That's what we do here. And then let's create const promises. Okay, and this is going to be of type promise. Upload interface, an array of basically that, and initially we do that. So what we do is for every file, basically the idea is you create a promise and then you wait for all of them to finish and then you can continue. So let's go into a try catch first to catch any errors, and I'm gonna be nice and just log them to the console like that. And since we have the set error, so what I can do, I can just say error dot massage, and what I will do for this error, let's just make it any, so the error could come from anyone. And let's, before I forget, finally, I'm going to add a finally, and this is where we're going to set uploading to false. Otherwise you will not be able to upload more images, so that's why we need to do that. All right, so I'm going to save that. Whew, here we go. So what I can do is I can say const added files is equal to accepted files dot go through the files basically, and each file is of this type, the upload interface. Then we're gonna get the file, and then what we are gonna do is we're just gonna get the file. Now the download URL is just gonna be blank for now. Now file name, so we're gonna give it a file name, and this is going to be basically a math.random, okay, dot toString, and then we're going to generate like a 36. That's the radix basically, right? So you define the radix, and then I'm going to do slice, okay, and take from 2 to 10, okay, and then to this I'm going to basically append something, right? So I'm going to do underscore, and then I'm going to date dot now. So I'm going to append the date like that, and then finally we need the extension too. So I'm going to do file dot name. Okay, actually, I could have just done this like this. I don't know why I'm doing it like this. Let me just finish this state. So initially we just go into pending like that. All right, so right here then I'm going to do dot, and then what I will do is I'm going to do file dot name dot split, okay, and then we are going to split by the period and then pop. So this is gonna give us the extension of the file. So let me put this on next line, and let's put this on next line. So there you go. So basically we just have a hash underscore the date, and then followed by the extension. Cool. So that's the initial basically state of the files, as you can say. Then what I will do is I'm gonna set the update our local state to kind of prep it for what's coming, and I'm going to see previous images, okay, and I'm going to do previous images. So just do the just add it to the array, and I'm going to say added files, right? So that's that, and then finally we're going to go through added files.map, okay, and we're going to do async file, okay, we're going to come here, and then we're going to start pumping these promises. Whoa. So I'm going to say promises, okay, dot push a promise and create a new promise, okay. It's going to be a lot of promises, people. Okay, I'm going to do async resolve, okay, and then what we will do is I'm going to do const file ref, okay, is equal to storage ref, create that, and what we will do is we will say file, well, I don't actually, yeah, it's a strings. No, I can just do it like this, file name, like that, and then what we can do is wait for upload, okay. So I'm going to do await and upload bytes. So this is coming from Firebase to us, so I'm going to do file ref like that, and file, and this is a file like that. So that will basically upload it to Firebase, and when this is done, then we can say download URL is equal to await get download URL, and then for what? For this file ref, the one that just got uploaded. And then finally you need to call the resolve, otherwise this promise will never finish. So we're going to do file.file, file name is going to be file.filename like that, and then state is going to be file.state, so that's the file state, and then finally download URL is download URL like that. Whew, so that takes care of that. All right, what's going on here? Any, because it does not have blah blah blah. Okay, okay, so here then after we're gonna say wait for all promises to finish. Okay, so that will basically, we're gonna wait here, so I'm gonna do const result is equal to await promise dot all, right? So this basically will wait for all the promises to finish. So promises Sorry, it's all caps. Not, I mean caps. So it'll wait for this. All means wait for all the promises to finish. And then at this point, I'm going to initiate a URL string array. And initially it's going to be empty. All right, and then we're going to go through the result. We need to now do something with it, and we're going to do map. So for each file, okay, so urls dot push file dot download URL. So we store the download URL, and then finally update the image state. Okay, and then I'm going to do image state, and we say const new files is equal to, I'm gonna make a clone of the current state. Okay, so I'm gonna do image, actually it should be image states, so I'm gonna say image states. Okay, and then const image state for each individual state, new file states. Okay, actually this should be new file states. Okay, so this should be new file states dot find, okay, image, find the image, where image dot file name is equal to f dot file name. Okay, so that's that. And if image state, if we found the image, why is it complaining here? All right, so it's complaining here. Let's just go complete the thing. It usually goes away. I don't know why. Sometime VS Code has its own day. Then I'm gonna do image state dot download URL is equal to f dot download URL, and image state dot state, we're gonna mark it as complete. Wow, complete. And then finally, what you want to do, you want to return the new file states. Okay, so let me just explain what's going on. So we did the promises where we're uploading each file to the Firebase or wherever it is. So initially we set it to pending. As each file gets uploaded, we get the download URL and the file, basically the binary data, and we call resolve. Then we wait for all these files to finish. Then we go through, and then we basically get the download URL, push it to the URL, and then we update our local state, and then we basically make a copy. So that's what structured clone does, creates a deep clone of an object, and we make a copy of the state, and then we find the so remember we created a state here, right? So we need to now update the download URL, and we need to set this to complete. So that's why we're trying to find the image by the file name. As you can see, we create these file names here. So that's how we track them. You could create IDs, but I'm just doing it by file names. And then we go mark it as complete, update the download URL, and you need to do this so we can, it will basically return a new state. And that's how you basically do this. And finally, call the caller or the whoever host. Then we're gonna do await on files added dot call it on the URLs, because that's what the end result will be, right? So if I have this item, I know which item it is. I just need to get the URLs of the files. So all right, I need a water break. Cool. So with this done, I think we should be able to upload some images, and let me just refresh and see them in our bucket. So let's go ahead. I'm going to select this, select this, select this. 3 images, go open. Cool, we got error. All right, so first, as you can see, this is coming nice. That's the loading thing. Of course, it doesn't work on the first shot, right? Okay, Firebase storage, unknown error code. Please check the error payload for server response, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that doesn't help. Okay. Actually, we are spitting the error out. We're not. Okay, so it's stuck in the loading stage. Let's see what's going on. Firebase storage, an unknown error occurred. Please check the error payload for server response. Let me just see if it actually made it to the server. No, so that's good. So the files are not there, which is good. So as you can see, by the way, this, let's fix this. It's, you see how it's like kind of so close. I would like to move it a little bit. So that's the delete or the X button. I think it's this one. So can I do minus translate X dash 5 or 4? There you go. And I'm gonna do minus translate Y dash 4. Yeah, this should be positive because Y goes positive in the downward direction. All right, so that's not bad. That's a little bit too much. So 2 and 2 would be good. Cool, I like this. Okay, so we just fixed one thing, but looks like, let's go to console. And we're gonna fix this together. Okay. Firebase storage.google.jpg. What the heck is this? Oh, actually, it returned us a download URL. Okay, that's not bad. Oh, you know what? Something's wrong with the file name, I think. Look at it. I think probably, let's see. So if I go back up here, okay. You know what I'll do? What I'll do is I'm gonna comment this. Let's just see if, where is the error coming from? Is it, so yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna save this and let's just give it a second shot. Cool. So I'm gonna come here and let's just select one file and see what happens. All right, so oh yes, okay, so the other thing we need to do is we need to go ahead. It looks like the file, I think, went through. Let me just see. Yes, the file is here. We just need to add, remember Next.js, you need to add next.config.js. You need to add this line. Yes. All right, so I'm going to copy this. We're going to come here and we're going to go to next.config.js, like here, and we need to add this here. So what you want to do is you want to say images, okay, and I'm going to do formats and image avf, and what's the other one? Just give me them both, and then remote patterns, so basically where they are, and the protocol protocol, protocol. Okay, you don't like that? Interesting. HTTPS, and then host name. Oh, that's my problem. That is my problem. Host name. There you go. Now it's better. I'm gonna paste that. Cool. There you go. So that takes care of that. Let's refresh. All right, what happened there? Okay, let's try again. So I'm gonna select, we're gonna select the same angle grinder. Okay, there you go. Beautiful. Look, the image is coming. All right, cool. No errors. So I'm going to, one problem we have, I don't like the way it looks right now. I think this should be like coming beside it or something. So we're going to fix that. So anyways, I'm going to close that. So I want to fix two problems. Problem number one is I want to see the time beside it. So let's see, I'm going to close that. All right, so I don't know what's the problem with this. that it is not actually it's not actually doing this part. That's very strange. I don't understand this. So yeah, because if I put this back, then Firebase is complaining basically. There's something funky going on. Let me select again. I'm going to select this. Oh, actually it did work. I don't know what was the problem the first time. And there you go. That's what I'm talking about. So we have the thing and then that. Cool. I like this. All right. Okay, so that fixes that issue. Then the other problem we're having is I don't like the way it looks. It should be, yeah, I don't, that's ugly, man. They should appear like in nice tiles, in a nice tile format. So let's see how can we fix that. So we're done with the drop zone. So I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna close that. Let's see. All right, one thing I realized is that this div right here, it should be here actually. So let me do that, and I think we got an no, we don't have any error. Okay, so let's just fix that. So now let me go, that's mobile view. So when I go desktop, so now when I select images, there we go, that's what I'm talking about. That's how they should appear. And then when we go mobile, pew, pew, pew. Nice. So they come one after the other. Let's go mobile actually. Come here and I'm gonna do this. Oh, okay. Well, it refreshes itself. But anyway, so let's do it on mobile. I'm gonna select. Yeah, that's how it is. And I'm gonna delete. Cool. I like it. Cool. So that is good. I think one thing we could do is I could take this. Let's see, flex, and I'm gonna wrap it so it doesn't overshoot. And let's just give it a gap of say 2. I'm gonna come here to the bottom and I'm gonna do a div. Let's save this. So you see, nice and square. That's what I wanted. So let's try. If I come here now, let's select. I'm gonna select. Let's say that many images. Open. Oh, okay. So yeah, actually, let's see. Can we fix this? Let's see. Can I just do 4? Does that have any effect? All right, let's see. I'm gonna add one more, and we're gonna do Excel, and then we're gonna do 4. I think it's because of this. No. Okay. How about I do this? Yeah, just leave it like that. There you go. So that, I think that looks better. Let's see. Yeah, there you go. So now the grid is working, and as we go, cool. I like it. They shrink and behave well. So let me delete these. I don't need these. Delete, and delete. All right. So now what we can do is we can actually use this. I'm gonna just put this back to its original state. I just leave it like that. So now we are done. We're done with the image drop zone, and now we can just take this like how we have done and use it anywhere basically we want. So for this one, I'll just come here and now I'll do on this one flex dash wrap gap dash 2, and let's just come here, put this here. I'm gonna save it. Okay, and then let's add, now we're gonna come here and let's pass in these props. So just to see this thing in action, get values. So now we're gonna get the photos. So we have built this already, the form, and now we're just gonna take care of the rest of it. So I'm going to do handle file delete. We're going to add that, and then on file added, it's going to be handle file add. Cool. So let's add these. So I'm going to come up here. I'm going to copy the handle file add. Let's start with this, and then what I can do is I can say const handle file add. Whoop. Okay, and then it's going to be file, actually the handle file upload, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, it returns a promise, so we'll take care of that anyways. So what I want to do is I want to say files to upload, get rid of that so I can see what's going on. Upload, okay, it's an array. So these are basically the download URLs. That's what we're trying to do here. And what we will do is we're just going to call the onSubmit function and form dot get values. Okay, like that. So remember, we have this onSubmit function. Also, every time an image is uploaded, we just call this and it goes to the server straight away. So that's what we're trying to do. So we're going to make this async like that. So that'll take care of that. Okay, so what we should do is we're going to do like this const. So let's say we already have photos, so we need to append to that, right? So I'm going to do photos, and then we can do dot 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 form dot get values photos right here, and then I'm going to append the files that we got, and then form dot set value. So we're going to set the value, and this is going to be photos, okay, and it's going to be new photos. So basically, let's say you got photos, you can display them, but let's say you upload new photos, we add them. So that'll just take care of that. Cool. We got an error, that's because of that. So I'm going to do const handle, what is it called, file delete. Okay, and it's going to be async again, and URL. So we delete, let's say, a file. This gets called. All right, so const updated photos is equal to form dot get values photos, okay, dot filter, find it, photo, whoop, and then we're going to do photo does not equal to URL, like that. Okay, and then form dot set, we need to update the form, so we're going to do form dot set value, and it's going to be photos, and that's going to be updated photos. Okay, like that. And finally we just call the onSubmit and form dot get values. Okay, that should clear itself. Yes. All right, so let's recap what happened. So on file add, remember in our drop zone we have these files added, and this gets called with the download URLs every time a file is uploaded. So what we do, we take our existing photos, we append that, then we set this on the form and we submit it to the server. Same thing on delete. We get the URL of the file that we want to delete, gets deleted from Firebase by the component, and then we can just go to our database and do the update. So let's actually test this thing. So as you can see, I'm going to do a refresh. Cool. So this is our items. As you can see, the photos is currently empty for the Canon camera. I'm going to come back here and just get rid of all these photos that I was playing around with. We're going to say delete. Yes, delete. Cool. So that is done. So let's say I have the camera, and I'm going to come here and I'm going to upload these two for the camera. So I'm going to say open. Okay, and item updated, which is awesome. So let's go to Firebase and let's see. Okay, here's the two files. Let's go to our database. And I'm telling you, man, there you go. Download URLs, they got in. And let's say I go to my listings. I go to the camera, go to edit. Okay, so it's not showing the photos. Let's see, there must be a reason. We probably just are not setting it. So if we go to where we get the item, it's right here, page. So we're seeing item model find by ID. And okay, so we pass that to the item edit form. It's coming in here to item.photos. Okay, and that should be actually here. Form.getValues photos. Let's do this. Let's come here. I'm going to console log the item. Okay, so we're gonna see what comes out of it. I'm gonna inspect console. Okay, so we have an object, and there you go. So we have the photos, so they are coming through. They're just not being shown here. So if I do a refresh, yeah, something not right with the, so I'm gonna come here. Let's take a look. So we come here to the image drop zone and let's see what's going on here. Yep, so photos is defined and item.photos is what I'm calling it. So let's see. So I want to make sure this is all good. Console item.photos. Okay, item.photos. So that's good. Okay. So let's go to the image drop zone and let's see photos. Oh, we're not using the photos at all. All right, so that's the problem. Okay, so we should fix that. All right, so we're gonna come here and let's basically, so that's the drop zone. I think I'll just come here and I'll do this use effect. Okay, and then I'll basically do photos. If we get photos, okay, and then I'm going to do like this. If photos dot length, okay, if we have photos basically, then what I will do is I'm going to say P for photo, upload interface, and I'm going to set this to an empty array, and then just go through dot map, and basically I'm going to take a photo, and what we do is basically p dot push. Okay, the only thing we need is the download URL, to be honest with you, because it's already on the server, so we just need to get the URL so we can show it. And so that's photo, and then the state will be complete. Okay, and file name, we don't need it, so that's it. Okay, and let's save it. I'm gonna close that, see if that works. All right, so let's do a refresh. Okay, let's come here and just do console.log photos like that. I'm gonna save it. I was actually also spitting it out here. I think I'm gonna delete this one. I'm gonna save it. Let's go to here. I'm gonna go to my listings. Canon camera. Let's see if console. Okay, so array, I got 2. Okay, that's not bad. So it is coming. And then if I go to the drop zone, so this was getting printed. Let's see what happened. photos.map p. Okay, so but what? Oh, we're not doing anything with the p. We should do something with the p. So I can just do set image state p. Okay, I don't need this. Close this. Oh my God, look at this. They're coming through. Okay, so I can delete and I can delete. Cool. If I come here, gone. All right, so now let's go to my listings and say I have this vacuum. I'm gonna go edit. I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna find a vacuum. I had a vacuum. There we go. I got a vacuum just for this. So let's save it. I'm gonna change the price. So let's see, we update this. I'm gonna hit save. Cool, item updated. Go back to my listings, come back. Cool. All right, so what if I upload a new one? Just let's say I upload this one. Okay, that's there. I'm gonna go my listings, come back. Cool. So awesome. Now we are actually able to store images, update them, delete them. This is so cool. And the powerful thing about this is that basically we can just take this component now. Where did it go? And just put it anywhere we want, and we just need to deal with all these three functions. That's it. So we're gonna then move on to the next item. All right, so now that we have the image uploader component, what we can do is, if you guys remember, if we go to my listings, add item, there was at the end, let me just go through this and I'll show you guys just to jog your memory. See the photos thing? So now we need to take care of this. So if I come to my listings and then component, and then you see item photos. So we just, yeah, we don't have anything here. So let's add Shelby, the image uploader. So I can say image dropzone like that. Cool. So that's that. So let me just hit save. Maybe just need to do a refresh. Add new item. Next. There you go. So now it's coming. All right. So we need to now just do the on files added. Okay. So we can do handle file add, and the other one we need is on file delete. So we're going to do handle file delete. So we don't need the photos one because we're just collecting the images. So then I can come here and I can say const handle file add. Okay, and basically this is going to be files to upload. That's what it's going to be. Okay, it's an array of string. And that's that. And I'm just going to make it async. Well, I don't need to make it async actually. And then this one will be handle file delete. All right. And this basically takes a URL. It's a string. Cool, like that. So that should get rid of the errors. Okay, all right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna come here and I can say item dot. Actually, we need to get the store as we have been doing. So what I need to do is then to come here and I'd say item is equal to use my listing store like that. Then I can come here and I can say item dot update state like that, and then we should say photos. Okay, and this is going to be item dot data dot photos. If it exists, then take it, otherwise just create a new array and then we just do files to upload. So that will take care of that. And then in delete, we do like this, update photos. So this should be updated photos. Okay, I don't know why it's so slow. It should be item.data.photos. Okay, dot filter photo foot. Okay. Wow. And then we say photo does not equal to URL. And otherwise we just do empty array. Okay, so that takes care of that. This should be this. And then we just do item.update state. Okay, and we do photos, updated photos, like that. All right, so we have this. We're gonna make this async just to keep this thing happy. All right, so this should take care of this. Actually, let's try it. So I'm gonna let's say add a new item. Let's say test. Oh man, test. Let's say camera category and test next. So $3. Cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and let's say I'm gonna select these 3 photos. Okay, so the photos are here, and I'm gonna hit submit. Item created. That's good. Let's do this. So that's actually for mobile. It appears like that. Well, okay, it disappeared. But anyway, so I have the test. If I go to edit, I got all my 3 photos. Now, one thing, if you guys remember, when we do the remove, we should get rid of the photos as well. So if we go to our API, which is item host ID, blah, 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 I think we left, yes, here. So in here, remember we added this comment. So now what we can do is we can get rid of the photos as well. So we're going to do like this, if item, or actually, so what I can do, then I can do let item is equal to delete result as item. Okay, and let me see if this will work without this first. So can I do like if item dot, yeah, so what you need to do is this, as unknown. Okay, we need to cast it to this first, then I'm gonna do item. So now when I come here, I can do item dot photos. There you go. So if we have photos, right, then basically what we do is we do like promise dot all. So let's say we have a bunch of photos. We're just gonna get rid of them all. Photos dot map and async. Let's close this, escape this. I'm gonna do photo, and basically we create a ref is equal to storage ref from Firebase and to the photo. All right, and then we can do await delete object, and this is going to be ref, like that. All right, so now it's saying item is used before being assigned. Why? We're not promise.all item.photos.map. All right, so something is, did we mess up on our bracket somewhere? Let me get rid of this, see if this goes away. No. Okay, I think we probably by accident deleted the curly. Anyway, so there you go. So that actually will get rid of the photos as well. Okay, so if I come here, I'm gonna do a refresh, and we're gonna just say we have 4 photos. So I'm gonna come here and let me just refresh, and I'm gonna hit remove, continue. So that got deleted. So if I come here now, Cool. So there you go. So it deleted the images that we uploaded for the, so we only have one image for the vacuum and that's it. Cool. So this is working. I'm going to get rid of this. This can be closed. This can be closed. Just close all of this. All right. And I think we're done with this as well. We're going to close this. Item edit form is good. Right, one thing, by the way, we should show a photo. So let's take care of that. So single listing. Yeah, you see how we have a to do. All right, so I'm gonna bring this here quickly, and we're gonna just do this, and I'm gonna create a div. All right, and then basically what I do is item dot photos dot length. If we have a photo, okay, then what you do is we basically show an image from next image, and this, we're gonna give it a class name rounded dash md, and let's give it a width of 100, height of 100, and then we're gonna alt is basically the item excuse me dot name. Okay, and source is going to be item dot photos, okay, dot at. So just take the first one. That's all we're doing. So then I'm going to close this. Now in case we don't have an image, we basically just show one from Lucid React. Same thing, width of 100. So it's like an image icon of 100 and class name. Okay, we're just gonna width of 32 and height 32. Let's see. Okay, that's ugly. All right, so we need to fix this. I mean, it's coming here. Let me just go big screen. Yeah, this is fine. If I go, actually, yeah, so I think it looks good. One thing I don't like is how this is too strong. So how about I do, let's see, will this work? Yeah, that's much better. How about even lighter? Okay, how about this? I think that's better. Anyway, so as you can see now, the that's coming nicely. Our image icon and then the card. Let's see on mobile. Cool, that looks good. All right. Can we change maybe? Let's see. If I remove this, yeah, there you go. That looks better. So then I can get rid of this. Okay, so that's good. And now, one thing, why? Oh, they look the same. I thought they were like kind of off. So if I come here, badge. Okay, so here's the item name. Here is the text white, width of 20, uppercase, text at center. That's I don't know if it's actually center. I don't know. Let me see. Is this actually center? Yeah, there's some padding going on, some weird kind of padding on this. Can I do padding of 0? No. What if I do this? Can I do display flex justify content? Let's see. Yeah, I think we should do this. See, that's better. All right, so I'm gonna do this. And what I need to do is on the badge. So instead of this, I'm gonna do flex. And let me just refresh. Yeah. And then I'm gonna do justify center. That's what I'm talking about. All right, so if I now go, let's just do the unlist. I'm gonna unlist this and save it. Cool. We're gonna go back and say, okay, that looks good. All right, so let's go and upload an image for the camera. I'm gonna upload two actually. Let's see. So good, I got uploaded. I'm gonna go back and there you go. That's your image. And go back, list it, save, item is listed. Beautiful. I'm loving this. And let's go this way. Cool, man. That looks so good. All right. I think we could add some padding on this car because these things are way too close to each other. So let's see. Let's see. So if I come padding dash to, I don't know if I want this. I'll keep it. I'm just gonna leave it. You guys play with it if you guys want to change it. But anyways, I'm happy with this. All right, so there you go. So now we have we can actually list items, we can add photos, and we can basically do the editing and image upload and all that. So that will cover this part. And then now this is the book item thing. So we don't have that yet. So what I'm thinking is we're going to do this after we start having a guest start renting stuff out. Then we can do this one. So it'll make more sense. Cool. All right. So now what we need to have, let's go back to the home page. And as you guys can see, we added this. We added this. One thing I see, these two are too close to each other. Let's fix that. I don't know. I just don't like it. Sometimes it's just these small things and you just kind of, you know, let's see, you will just never like stop fixing them. So let's see. So why by when, there you go. So padding Y, how about I do a margin bottom of 2? How about 4? Man, okay, how about 16? Let's really push that. Yes, I think that's better. That is better. And then also padding Y, I'm gonna do 8. Oh, okay, that's why. There, I think that's better. So if I come here now, yeah, I think it's a little bit breathing room, right? That's what you want. I'm gonna do the same for the bottom one. It's way too close to the footer. Let's come here. Let's come here, and I'm gonna do margin top of 16 and margin bottom of 16. Cool. And then padding Y of 16. Nice. Okay. So that's that. So let's take a look. Yeah, that's better. That's better. All right, let's check mobile. Okay, not bad, not bad, not bad. I think we're good with this. Cool. All right, so now let's go ahead and, man, I'm trying to minimize this. Okay, so now let's go ahead and take care of, when we close and browse items, it should take us to show us all the camera gears so we can rent them out. All right, so for that, we're gonna come here. We're done with this for now. And what we will do is under the app, and create a new folder, and we're gonna call it rent, right? So this is where we rent stuff. And then within that, I'm gonna create a new folder. We're gonna call it category, like that. And then within that, I'm gonna create a page.tsx, like that. All right, so under the rent, let's create a new file and let's call it layout.tsx, like that. All right, so under this, I'm gonna do RFCE. I think I should close everything and accept this. So close others. Yeah, like that. All right, so I'm gonna do, and this will be called rent item layout, like that. And then it's gonna, just like before we have done, you pass in children and okay, VS Code. Sometimes I hate these pop-ups. Children is of type React dot React node, like this. All right. All right. So for this one, I need a header. Okay. And then what we need is a max width container. Classes of padding white 32. And we're just gonna pop in the children like that. All right, so that takes care of the container. And then what I'm gonna do, close this, and we're gonna go to page. All right, so I'm gonna go here and I'll say RFCE. Then it's gonna be rent category page, like that. All right, so let's if I go here, rent camera gear. Okay, so let's just match the params, and we should say params. We have params, sorry, category type string. So how about we do this? We can say params dot category. Cool. So let's say when I go here, I see camera gear. That's good. How about power tools? Let's refresh, make sure it's good. Why is that? Why are they all saying camera gear? All right, let's go to the, let's go here, browse items, and see what the heck is going on. That's why. We yeah, copy and paste, my friend, copy and paste. Okay, so this should say rent, so power tools, basically power tools, and this should say house gear, house tools, like that. Let's see. So if I go here, camera gear, then power tools, there you go, and house tools. Perfect. Actually, you know what I'm thinking? Yeah, I'm thinking. So remember how we created that item categories? Let's be safe and let's just do like this. Map cat, and let's just take this. Doesn't make sense to just hardcode this crap. All right, so what I'll do is I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna take this, put it inside here. Let's format this stuff. All right, so camera gear should be cat display, and alt. It's going to be cat dot name. Okay, and all right, so here I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this. Whoop. Okay, this, man, what the heck. And then I can come here and I can say cat dot name. Cool. So because this is a server component, okay, Yeah, that's why. That's a server component. Oh man. All right, so what I can do is create a new, I'm going to create a new file, and let's call it browse item.tsx. Okay, and this then will be a browse item. This can then be the use client. So what we can do is we can say use client. Actually, it should be browse item listing. Browse item listing, and I'm going to update this. Cool. And then I'm going to save it, and then what we can do here is, so I'm going to basically take all of this, all right, and then we're just going to put it here. Of course, you need to do this. Where did it go? Here, and like that. Cool. You need the card and all that, so I'm just gonna bring this. So let's just take all of this, copy it, and we're gonna put it here, and then I'm gonna take the item categories, copy it, and take the link too because it's gonna complain. All right, so that will take care of that. And finally, it's complaining about the image. I'm gonna take the image and I'm gonna do that. Cool. So all that for that. All right, and then what we can do here is we don't need this. I'm just gonna do item categories. No, sorry, item listings. I browse item. Is that what we called? Yeah, browse item listing. Like that. Let's see. We need to save it. Save it. Save it. Save it. All right, so it's coming. Then I don't need this actually. All of this. I don't need this. So I'm gonna get rid of this and then get rid of this, and we don't need none of this. So I'm going to delete, whoop, command X. Cool. Let's refresh. Cool. All right, so now something's wrong with the images. So rent camera gear. All right, let's see. All we need to do is this. So if I come here, I'm gonna first of all do this. Okay, that's one. And then I'm gonna do this. Then I'm going to do this and this. Okay, what we should do is we should only do it here, camera, and like that. So this should be category.name. There we go. So basically now it's dynamically done, the images and the name. Cool. So that's that. So if I come here and if I go to browse, it says camera gear, power tools, house tools, and there you go. So that's working. So sometimes you just have to know how to just do these things quickly. So anyways, so that is done, and now we can go focus on this one. Okay, so what we need to do here is first auth all. So this is the server component. All right, so I'm gonna do async here, and then what we can do is first of all get a session. Okay, await get server session auth options. I'm going to connect to DB. All right, so const items. So what we're going to do is we're going to get items, await item model dot aggregate. Okay, so this probably will be like a complicated query on Mongo, but it's good to learn it because I mean most of the queries you see on tutorials just like grabbing stuff, updating and all that. But it's good to do sometime complex queries. So anyways, so we're gonna come here and we're gonna basically do a match. Okay, and then the match will be on category. Okay, and params dot category. Okay, so we're saying basically grab all the items from the grab all the items for this that match this category. So that's one. Then the other thing we're going to do is we're going to do a lookup. So the lookup, if you're familiar with SQL, is basically like a how you do the inner joins or left joins and all that. So that's what that is. Now, one thing we need to remember is later on when we do bookings, we need to get the total number of bookings. So we can show that to the guest, like how many time this thing has been booked. All right, so when we do lookup, you need to provide a table from where you want to do the lookup. Okay, and then the local field that we want to match against, so it's going to be the host ID. So every item has a host ID, it's created by host. And then the foreign field is, this is the field that exists on, this is the field, the foreign field is the field on this table. So if, for example, if you were to do like a SQL, it will be like, for example, select star from blah blah blah, and then you will do left outer join, so it'll be like users, right? So that's, so this from is actually this table, so that's what it is. So I'm gonna get rid of that. I hope that makes sense. That's the ID field, and then as we're just gonna call it host, like that. All right, so then, so it's like a pipeline, right? You're just going through from this will be passed to this stage, and then this is going to be passed now to the next stage. And what we do then is we're just going to do unwind, okay? And we unwind the host. So unwinding is because you get an array, and we're just trying to like kind of unwrap it. That's what we do. All right, so that's that. And finally, remember, if I'm a host, right, I don't want to see the items that I have listed, because you don't want to be I don't want to be booking my items. I can just use them. So we want to hide the items from the host that they created. So then we can do match, okay, and we're gonna do host. Okay, so the $, when you add the $, that's basically referring to this host. And I can do ID, and this is going to be not equals to new object. So now where's object ID? That's coming from MongoDB, and it's going to be session.user.id, right? So the session user is the current logged in user, and the reason why we're doing this is because the ID field is an object ID type. And then finally, we're just gonna pass this to the projection stage. We're gonna do project. Okay, and then what I want to get is the name. I want to get the host name. So we wanna basically see who is hosting this. Host name. When you say one, this means like basically show it. Price, photos, one, and that's it. Cool. So I hope this makes sense. Let's, before we even use this, what I will do, yes, so what I will do is let's just do console.log items. Let's actually even better, I'm just gonna do this JSON stringify items. Let's do that. I don't need this. I'm gonna save it. So let's go camera gear, see what happens. Error. Okay, oh, okay, wait, this should be host as host. Okay, so this should be like that. Okay, so we are not getting error. That's not bad. If I go to house tools, it's empty. Okay. Yeah, so the reason is because remember we have this condition. If I remove this, all right, so now I'm gonna go browse. Let me refresh. There you go. So it's showing me my items. So that's the whole thing. So you know what will be nice? So basically it's so if I go, because I created the camera and I shouldn't be seeing it, right? That's the whole idea. So let's do something. I'm going to log in as another user. So I'm going to log out, sign out. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's just testing right now. So I'm going to sign in. I'm going to sign in with a different account. All right, so I'm signed in. I'm going to go to host. So, okay, so I'm another person now, and I'm going to go add item. Let's add a drill. Okay, I'm gonna hit next. There's gonna be power tools. I'm gonna say very powerful. Next, let's say 55, and then this is 90. I'm gonna select images. So here you go. Oh, that's the sander. Drill. So I'm gonna add a drill. I thought I had another image. I want to make sure. Anyway, let's just stick to one. Okay, so there you go. I'm going to say submit. So item created. If I refresh, boom, there you go. So now the item is showing up. If I go to the main page now and I go to power tools, I don't see this, of course. But if I go to browse, I see the camera, because remember the camera was created by a different user. So let's see, that's the name, blah, blah, blah. So that's good. That's working. So I'm gonna go now and we're gonna start listing this. All right, so we know this works. I'm gonna delete this. Okay. So first, let's create h1 and text dash to XL, and then a small and above. We're gonna do text dash 4 XL, padding Y of 8, font dash bold, and then this will be basically rent. Okay, and then what we can do is display the name. So we can say for the category, it will be data, sorry, item categories dot find cat, and this is going to be cat dot name is equal to params dot category. Okay, and we take the display name. Alright, so we're getting this error and item categories. Alright, so I think the problem is that, I don't know, it's kind of dumb. So the item categories is defined within a client component, and then I'm using this in a server, so that's probably causing the issue. And now that I think about it, that we did this, actually this would have been okay. So what I can do is, if I come here, I'm going to create a new actually I'm going to create a file outside, and we're going to call it data.ts. And then what I will do is I'm going to go back to where this is defined, gonna cut it out of here. We're going to put it here in the data. I'm going to save it, and let's see where is the categories. So now if I come here, item categories, cool, it's coming from there. So that fixes that. And now I think if I do this should, I'm going to get rid of this line, and if I do item categories, okay, so now it's coming from this data. If I save it, there you go, that works. So again, remember, I mean, You guys can keep it, or you know what, I'm just gonna fix it. What the heck. So I'm gonna take this, exit out of here, browse items, save it, categories, and let's fix everything. We're kind of basically just putting it back. I'm gonna bring this here. Just need to get rid of this thing, and then I'm gonna delete this file, move to trash. There. So I'm gonna save. What happened there? Don't need this. Save it. Let's just make sure this works. So come back here, can browse, boom. Power tools, yes, yes. All right, cool. So we saved one client component. Woohoo! All right, so now that we have that, we were here. All right, and so now we can, if I come here, so rent camera gear, so we are displaying that. So that's good. All right, and also let's just display for the user how many items are found. So I'm going to do slate 400. Let's do, and we can do found. Okay, and I can do items dot length, and let's just do items. Okay, found one item. That's good. That makes sense. All right, so now we can do like this: div dot grid dash columns dash 1, and on small and above we can do grid dash columns dash 3, gap dash 8, small and above, gap dash 6, padding y dash 4. Cool, like this. Then we're just gonna go through the items dot map item. All right, and let's fire this thing. All right, so what do we do is we're gonna create a card. Okay, and key will be item dot underscore ID, and we're just gonna give it a class name. It's gonna be flex dash column items items dash center, and on hover we're just gonna give it a shadow of medium. Okay, like that. So there you go. That's a tiny card. Now the card is gonna have content, and we're just gonna give it a class name padding x of 0, like that. Okay, so there you go, it's growing. And then we're gonna have an image. It's coming from next image. I'm gonna close this off. All right, so first let's give it a class name, and padding dash 0, max dash height dash 60, and on small and above, max dash height dash 40, like that. Alt will be basically item dot name. Yeah, we'll just do that for now. And then what I will do also is source. That's important. And then it will be item dot photos, and let's just take the first one, 0, like that. Width, and I feel like this works better, 340. Height, I'm just going to give 100, like that. All right, so that's your image, looking good. All right, and then what we will do after the image is flex and flex column and padding dash 2, like that. Cool. And then what we can do is first provide the host name. Okay, I can type, and then it's going to be item dot name. Well, I mean the item, actually host name. So the person that's actually hosting, okay, so one thing that I see, we did not get the host name. Oh, cause, all right, so what we need to do like this. You can actually do host.name. There you go. So that's coming good. I think we just need to, so I'm gonna do capitalize. What? That's good. Text dash large. Okay, that's good. And then text dash late dash 500. Nice. So that's coming good. Then we should also include the item name. So I'm going to do item.name. So that's the Canon camera right there. So this one I might want to be bold. There you go, like that. And what I also want, so this should be like text XL, and but then small and above should be like even bigger, text dash to XL, like that. Canon camera. And I'm just gonna have padding wise, so let's see. Okay, so there you go. That's looking good. That's looking good. Cool. So that's our camera right there. So what we can do then after this is just have a nice divider. Okay, like that. And then let's add the price. So it's going to be class name again, font dash semi bold, and padding top dash 4 and padding bottom dash 2. We're gonna do price. Cool. All right, and then we need to do the hourly and the daily price. So div flex, it's gonna be justify. Justify between padding y dash 1. Okay, this needs to be corrected. Okay, let's see. So for this one, I'm gonna do daily. Right, so that's your daily price. And then what we will do is this. Okay, and this one will be item dot price or daily. There you go. So that's your daily price. And then what we can do is actually just copy this and paste it, and this is going to be your hourly, and this is going to be hourly. All right, so there you go. So that's that. And then one thing we should do is here, I'm gonna add another line, and what I will do is let's see, maybe padding top dash 1 and padding bottom dash 1. Yeah, just give it a little bit of space. Cool. Then the other thing we will do is, so that's the cart content. Then we need the cart footer, like that. We want to give the user the option to rent this out, right? So basically the idea is this: if the user is logged in, right, then they should be able to rent it. Okay, otherwise we basically create a link, okay, and we say login to rent. Okay, this needs a href. We're gonna give it that, and that's gonna be basically just logging in. So it's gonna be auth sign dash in. Cool. All right, so we're logged in. That's why we're not seeing that. So if I can come here, then I can say, whoops, link. Okay, href is going to be item. Okay, and then it's going to be item underscore dot underscore ID. So that's what it is, and then we can call it rent now. Because the thing is, we need to ask the user for payment before they can actually rent this item. So that's why we're gonna do that. We're gonna do the stripe and all. Okay, so for the footer, I have just some classes. So when width at full, that's one. Padding die 0, that's another. All right, and then flex, it's another. Justify center, there you go. And then padding y dash 4. Okay, and on small and above, padding y dash 2. Cool, so that's that. And then for this div, I'm gonna do a class name, and then we're just gonna do actually on this one I don't need anything. I don't even need if I need this entire div. Actually, I'm just gonna get rid of this. What I do need is I'm gonna do class name, so it's gonna be font dash bold like that, and then it's going to be text dash XL. Okay, nice and big. And then text dash primary. Cool, and I think that's it. So that basically is for that. And then for this one, all we do is just say text dash blue dash 500. Cool, so that'll take care of that. So let's see. So now I'm going to log out, and there you go. You can see it just, and if I hit sign in, boom, takes me there. So that's pretty neat. So if I go here, go to power tools, boom, I have my power tools. I need to log into rent. If I go to house tools, so this one anyone should see it because we don't know who the logged in user is. So everyone, I mean the logged in, even the user that created the item can see the items. So that's that. So then after this, then we're gonna now take care of the renting. All right, so now we're gonna take care of renting the item, where when we click the rent button, basically we need to show a form where user can select dates, do the payments and all that stuff. All right, so I'm gonna close pretty much everything, and then we're gonna come here, and if you guys remember, we said that when somebody clicks on rent now, we go to item and then basically the item ID, the item we're trying to rent. So that means it's gonna be relative to this. So we're gonna come here and gonna create a new folder, and I'm gonna call it rent, and then we're gonna do item ID like that. Okay, and then within that, what I will do is I'm going to create a new folder. We're going to call it components, like so, and then we create a page.tsx like that. All right, so within the component, what I will do is I'll create a new file, and this is going to be the rental form .tsx, and then it's going to be a rental form like that. Right. So first we're going to create the schema, and we're going to use, of course, the same kind of method. We're just going to do export const form schema is equal to z. So now what is z? So it's basically star as z from zod, like we have been doing before, from like that. So it's going to be z dot object. Okay, and then rent. So first of all, we need to see when does the rent start. So it's going to be a z dot date. It's a date, and a required error will be basically a start date is required. Okay, like that. And then duration type. So is it how many days or how many hours? That's what we do. Z.enum. Okay. And then it's going to be hourly, daily. Okay. And then I'm going to basically do the same thing. Duration is required. Okay. Then days. Z.coerce. So it's going to be a number. Right, so I'm not going to type this one, and it's just basically the same idea. We're basically saying it's a number, and for invalid, just days must be a number. It must be positive. It must be finite. And then finally the hours. So for how many hours we're going to be renting this. And the same idea, hours must be a number, positive, blah, blah, blah. All right, so then what we will do is inside the rental form, I'm going to say user is equal to use session. So that's going to give us the session. And then I'm going to do form is equal to use form. So that's from React hook form, z.infer and type of form schema. And basically we're gonna give it a resolver. So that's going to be Zod resolver on this form, on the form schema. Okay, and then we're going to give some default values. So for example, hours, we want at least 1 hour, we want at least 1 day, and the rental start will be when basically you start, right? You are here, so today. All right, so that's our form. All right, so then we need to now keep track of the rent details. So it's going to be, so we can update the UI in real time in real time as the user make their changes. So it's going to be use state from React. Okay, we're going to give it a type soon. Okay, so basically the type of this will be, okay, so I'm not going to type it again. It's very simple. So we have duration, price, unit cost, and then again the initial values will be, so duration is empty, cost is 0, price is 0, the unit, and the end. All right, so now we need to, as the user change the date, the price, the duration, we want to update the total in real time. So that's why we're going to use a use effect hook for that. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to use something called like watch. So we're going to do form.watch. So we watch these, for example, rent to start. When this changes, then we do the update the UI, and that's how we do it. All right. Oh. Okay, I am going to put these like this. All right, and then I'm going to copy this. So we're going to watch days. We're going to watch duration, type, and finally hours. We're going to watch all of them. Quick fix disable for this line. Okay, quick fix for the entire file. Yeah, no, not the entire file. Can we do just for, I mean, that's going to be painful if I have to do it for everyone. Anyway, there you go. So that disabled the error or the warning. Okay, so then what we're going to do, we're going to say item is equal to JSON dot parse, and it's going to be item props. Okay, it's item. So now what's item props? Item props is something that's going to get passed to us. So we're going to say item props and book dates. So for dates, where the item is booked. We don't want the user to book for the item to book for the dates that's already being booked. So that's what that's going to be. All right, and then we're going to say item props is string, basically prop, and then booked dates, it's going to be a string as well. So that's that. It's going to be booked dates. Cool, like that. So I'm just going to minimize this so we can take a look at this. It's going to be types. This gonna, because this is a client component, it's going to get passed to it from the server. All right, so then what we will do is I'm just going to minimize this line. Okay, so what we'll do is first get the start. Okay, and it's going to be form.get values. Okay, and it's going to be rental start, like that. It's going to be form. All right, so we need one for days, duration, hours. So all right, so then if start, if we have this and the type, okay, and then if type is daily, gonna go up. So then we basically do set rent details, and then duration is gonna be days. Okay, and days, like that. So it's gonna show like 10 days, 4 days, 5 days. Price is basically just the price, and cost is actually price into days, and unit is actually type, and finally end. All right, so for end we're just going to add days. Okay, so now for this one we're going to use something called a date FNS npm package. If you have not used it, it's a very powerful package that can do a lot of, like, make a lot of trivial things for, like, for example, I want to add days, add hours. I can easily just do the function. So if we come to Shatcn, they have something called calendar. Now this calendar actually is based on top of React Date Picker, which uses that date FNS. So we can install this, and this should just give us the everything in one shot. Cool, with that done. So if I come to my package, all right, so as you can see, we got the date FNS, right? And then we also got the React Date Picker. So just by installing that one thing from Shatcn. So cool. Okay, so now if I come here, add days, there you go, it came, and you can see you can basically add days. So I'm gonna say start, and then number dot parse int days dot to string, like that. Okay. Otherwise we just say 1. So when does it end actually? So either this, or we just add 1 to today, means like next day. So that's what if we are daily, and else if type is equal to hourly. All right, so I'm gonna copy basically this, paste it here, but instead of add days, well, first I'm gonna fix this, and I'll say hours for hours. Okay, then this will be price into 4 hours, and then here I'm gonna do add hours from date FNS. It's going to be start, and this is going to be 4 hours, right? So let's say you're just renting something for 3-4 hours. That's what you will do. I'm going to save this. All right, so now that we are done with this part, then the next one, Okay, the next that we have, let me just organize this a bit. Gonna minimize this. Why is it still form prop? What the heck? All right, so then what we can do now is on submit. I'm gonna have on submit, and it's gonna be data z.infer type of form schema. Okay, just one. All right, so now basically what happens when you hit the rent button, then actually we will basically get all the information, but we also make the user pay, because if you don't pay, then we don't give you the item. Okay, so I'm gonna do item is equal to json.parse, and it's gonna be item prop is item. All right, so let's just do form data is equal to new form data. What? Like that. Okay, form data dot form data dot set. And I'm going to do amount. Okay, and this is going to be, so here, because form data, if you look at, it's a string, so we need to convert this to a string. So we're going to do rent details dot price, like that. I'm just going to submit then one for item ID, guest ID, rent start, rent end, duration type, and duration. So this is the second, so this is going to be item. So I'm going to do, that's the item name. So I'm going to do item. Cool. So that will actually take care of this. So, and then here we're going to call Stripe checkout action. Okay, so we need to do that. But before we do that, we should create the form, and then we can come here and take care of that. So I'm going to come here. I'm going to do form, and I'm going to do form like that. Again, I think it brought from the wrong place. Okay, wait, we don't have the form. Okay, so if I do form, I want this form. Cool. All right, so then this is the summary basically of when somebody is trying to rent something. So we can show the summary here. So it's going to be rent details dot price. If it's greater than 0, then what do we show? Well, we show a div bg slate 100 padding -4 and then rounded -small. Okay, like that. And then inside of this we have a paragraph of text-xl font -bold and padding bottom -2. So this will be called summary, and then another paragraph text-xl. Now this will be where we show the price, the unit, and all that. And so the way we're gonna do this, we're gonna do basically a $sign, the amount, and we're gonna do $rent details dot price. I'm gonna copy this, and then it's gonna be the unit. Let's say, and then here I'm gonna do. So let's say you're saying $10 per hour, $4 per this, that, like that. And then after this, I'm gonna show the multiply sign, and then finally we're going to do rent details dot duration. Okay, and then we're gonna do the equal sign, and finally a span, and we're gonna do rent details dot cost. Cool. This will have a dollar sign. I'm gonna have it spaced. Whoop. Like so. Okay, and just gonna give it a class name of font-bold. Okay, so I think we should use this so we can actually see this in action, because we've been coding for a while. Let's just make sure it works. So if I go to the page, let's see. So this should be inside the component. This should be inside the item ID. Yes. Wait, do we make sure it's the right one? Yeah, so this should be under the item ID. All right, so what we will do is I'm gonna come here and I'll say rent item page. Okay, so that's the page. So let's come here to this. I'm gonna log in. All right, so I'm logged in. Then I'm gonna go to, let's say, camera gear. Boop, rent now. Cool, error, nothing happens. Rent item. Oh, okay. Now we've got something. Oh, okay. So here I can do basically params, and I can say params is an object where we have item ID of string, like that. Is it 404 not found? Yeah. Cool. So it's like rent, and let's see, make sure. Okay, so it's basically rent, item, and item ID. Yeah, that should be correct. So if I go rent now again, that's weird. Rent, oops, rent. Oh, this should be item. What am I doing? Yeah, it should be rent, item, and then whatever item we're trying to rent. Let's see. That's what I'm talking about. So rent item page is here. Cool. All right, so we're gonna come here and I'm gonna get rid of this. How about I do this? All right. Okay, so class name, flex column, justify, justify center items dash center, like so. All right. So what we can do is create another div and width dash full, and then justify between. Okay. And then I want to do flex column, and on small and above flex dash row, or like so. So within this, let's put the item dot name. But now what is item? So we need to bring that first. Okay. So what we can do is we can do await connect to DB, like that. So this one be a sync function, like that. Oh, I always do that. This should be here. Cool. So that's that. All right, so once we connect to the database, then let's get the item. So we're going to say const item is equal to await item model dot find by ID. Okay, and it's going to be of type item, and it's going to be params dot item ID, like so. And all right, so what I'll do is I want to also populate the the host that created it. So we're going to do path is going to be host ID, and which model it is. The model is user model, like that. So then I can come here and I can say item dot a name. Cool. Okay, because it could be empty. Okay, let's just format this a bit. And if I hit save, let's see. Canon camera, amazing. All right, so then let's just say class name of text-2xl. Nice and bold, capitalize like that. And then I will do on small and above text-4xl. Okay. And also what I will do here is padding y-8 like that, font dash bold. Cool, so that's that. So let's just go back. If I come here, let's say browse tools. Okay, house tools. I can go here. Cool, vacuum. All right, so that's coming. And then what we will do is I'm gonna come here, and then what I can do is I can say div dash flex, and then this will be basically hosted by okay, so that's gonna be that. So that's the person that hosted the thing. And what we will do is we will do basically p class name, and it's gonna be capitalize. Okay, font dash bold and margin left dash 2. All right, so here, so now remember we got the host, so we need to get a hold of it, and it's a weird way of doing it. So because remember the host ID is an object, it's a reference. So I mean we do get the object, but since we're using TypeScript, so we have to do it the fun way. And the fun way is like this. You say item dot host ID is unknown. Do that first. I'm gonna close this. Then you do as user dot. Okay, I'm gonna put one here, and I'm gonna do dot name. Did I put one too many? I probably did. Okay, this should be user. Let's see. There you go. So that's the person that's the hosting this. All right. So let's see. Okay, this thing's all over the place. That's cool. All right. So one thing we should do here is div dot space dash y dash 8, and on small and above space dash y dash 4. All right, and then this this will be inside of here. Okay, and let's see. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. So that's coming nice. We're gonna have by the way, the images. Actually, maybe we should do it now. So here is the images. Okay. Oop, oop, oop. All right. So the way we're gonna do this is we're gonna use a carousel. CAR. There you go. There. All right. So we're gonna install npm install boom being done. Okay, and then I'm gonna copy. That is done. I'm gonna come here. And let's add the carousel so user can see the images. Okay, so I'm gonna do carousel. Okay, class name with dash full with dash full max with small and small and above. We're gonna do max with dash XL. Cool, so that's that. And then carousel content. Okay, and then it's gonna be item dot photos.map. It's going to be photo. And then what we do is basically carousel item. Okay, and key is actually photo. Okay, and then image that's coming from next image. And what we're going to do, we're going to do width is going to be 600, and the height, that is going to be, let's say, 400. It'll be ideal to have uploads, what do you say, square images, but that can be done on the server. But as soon as they upload, just run a function and square them out. Anyway, so the alt attribute also will be just the photo. So that's just the URL. I want to save it, and there we go. So now you have that coming. What if I go to the camera right now? Did we have images for the camera? I don't remember. Let me refresh. Camera, yeah, we had 2 images. So okay, there you go. So the images are coming, and why aren't we seeing both images? I don't know. That's because we need the carousel previous and carousel next. I'm gonna hit save. There you go. So perfect. Now I can flip through the images. I can come here. So what happens if I come here? Well, this is ours, so it's not gonna show. I'm gonna go right now. Yeah, see, it's disabled. That's good because we only have 1 image. So beautiful. I'm gonna go back, go to this guy, rent now. Boom, the image is cached, so it's much faster. Awesome. Cool. So now we can see the images also. Nice progress. Pat yourself on the back and the neck and the head if you made it this far. All right, so now we can see the hosted by, who's who the host is. I don't know if this should be like in the same line. Maybe we should do that. So if I take this and just bring it here, that makes more sense, right? Okay, so that's that. All right, so then we need to add the description. So that's going to be basically a class name. All right, and it's going to be class name of flex column and space -y-2. Okay, and then we're going to do p class name, and it's going to be font -bold. We're just going to do description like that. All right, and then we're just going to have a nice, say, please read the entire description. So that's that. Okay, and then finally we're just gonna do item dot delete one. No, description, this one. Cool, there you go. So testing is coming. So that's that. And then what we can do is we should show the form actually that we created. And the way we're going to do is we're going to come here and we're going to say div dot. So this will be hidden. Okay. Button small and above is going to be block. And that's going to be items dash start and space -y-4 padding top -8. Okay. And then basically it's going to be rent details like that. So there you go. Let's make this a bit nice. Font -bold, cool, like that. And then finally it's going to be rental form. Okay, item prop, so that's the item. We're just gonna do item and book dates. So that's the dates it's been booked for. How about I just do this for now, an empty string. Now what is it saying? Item prop, assignable type string. All right, so what we can do is, since we're passing from a client, well, is this a client component? No, it's not a client component. But maybe the rental form is. Even that is not a client component. Okay, so why we are doing this then? I don't know. Should we just item? Yeah, that's it. And I don't need this. So can I just say I'm gonna comment this out and I'm gonna do item prop. Save this. Uh, 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 um, cool. So that takes care of that. Then here I'm gonna do this. Why? Can I do this? This? Okay. What happened there? You're using a component rental form. Oh yes, we are actually using a use state and all that. How silly of me, your use form, blah blah. So this has to be a use client. You see mistakes. Okay, save it. Okay, make some call stack. Okay, so this is a problem. And to avoid this problem, what you have to do is you need to kind of go back to what I was doing. Okay. So this is gonna be that, and then here it's gonna be that. That will take care of this. So then what you need to do here is, since it's a string now, you need to do basically JSON dot stringify and like that. So if you want to pass stuff from client to, sorry, a server component to a client component, you need to serialize it. And that's what we're doing here. So let me refresh and see why it's not showing. All right. By the way, how do I know we need to serialize? So if we go to Next.js org, and if we go to get started, okay, so where did I see that? Did I see that? Is it rendering? Server components, passing props from server to client. Yeah, serialization. There you go. From server to client. So you need to basically, that's your client and that's your server. You want to pass some crap to it. So yeah, you do serialization is basically, yeah, you can read more here, but yeah, that's the whole idea. Anyway, so okay, so now our form is not showing up and we need to figure that out. Is it because it's hidden initially? Let me just get rid of this. Uh-oh, still not showing. All right, let's go to rental form. All right, so let's add the fields one by one. On submit, okay, we're going to do form dot handle submit, and we're going to call our submit like that. And let's just give it some spacing. We're going to do space dash y dash 4. Cool. So that's our form thingy, and I'm going to be doing form field. Okay. And it's going to come like that. So again, control dot control. This is going to be form dot control and name. So the first one will be duration type like that. Render. Okay. Then what we do is field. Okay, and then we are going to do basically like this. All right, form item from Shatian and class name of space dash y dash 2 and what to bg dash slate dash 100 padding dash 4 rounded dash small. Cool. All right, so then we're going to give it a form label, and it's going to be I would like to rent. There we go. Now we're seeing something. All right, now we're talking. Okay, and we're going to do a form control. So radio group. Do we have a radio group? Nah. All right, so let's go to Shatian radio group, and we're going to copy, paste it, and then done. All right, so that takes care of that. Let's go back here, and then we're going to do radio group from this one, and then what we can do is we can have a form radio group, and we're going to have a form item. Okay, and class name will be flex items dash center space dash x dash 3 and space dash y dash 0. All right, and finally in this one we're going to have a radio group item. Okay, and value will be hourly, like that. There you go, that's coming now. And this needs to be within a form control. Okay, so I'm gonna take this, put it here. Okay, and then what we need is a form label, and it's gonna be hourly. Let's see, perfect. All right, and then for this one, class name will be font dash normal. Okay, nice and light. All right, so for the radio group, then what you want to do is you want to basically do on value change, so field dot on change, and then default value is going to be field dot value, and finally we're just going to give it some CSS. It's going to be flex dash column, whoa, and then it's going to be space dash y dash 1. So I'm just gonna grab this one, and basically you just, this one is gonna be daily and daily. There you go. So now we have two. There you go, and as you can see the pricing is changing. How cool is that? Cool. So basically $220 daily for 1 day is that, and $6 daily hourly for 1 hour is $60. All right, so that's working well. So now we're gonna move on, and then we're gonna do the date thingy. All right, so rent start is basically going to be then another component. It's going to be what happened? I don't know what happened. I'm gonna do rent start DSX and RFCE start like that. I don't know why it changes. Cool. All right, so we're gonna come here. I'm gonna do rent start. There we go. Okay, so let's get in there and let's start cracking away at this. All right, so basically what it is a form field. Okay, and the control will be form.control. Now you must be asking, well, what is form? So that's the form that is passed by the user. Okay, so basically I'm gonna do form, and the other thing we need is booked days. So we need to pass in the days because we need to disable the form for those days. So form is basically use form return z.infer type of form schema. Okay, and book days, we need to do this one. It's basically an array of dates like that. Now use form return is coming from import use form return from React hooked form like that. And of course we need to bring in Zod, otherwise we are in trouble. Okay, it should be use form return, not user. All right, okay, so now it's complaining. So what we should do, we should pass the form to it, which is our form. Okay, and then it's saying the book dates. I'm gonna pass just an empty array just to make this thing happy for now. All right, so that's that. And then the name will be rent. Let's see if it comes up. Rent start, cool. Okay, and then render, that is going to be just like before. We're gonna do this, and then it's gonna be form item. Whoop, not that. Form item. Okay, so form item, class name, flex, and then flex dash column. Okay, and then bg slate dash 100, then padding dash 4, and rounded dash sm. Cool. So that's your form item. Let's see. All right, something's coming up. All right, so then we're gonna give it a form label. It's gonna be form label, and basically it's gonna be rent start. There we go. All right, so we need a pop over. I don't know if we, yeah, we don't have it, so let's install it. So it's gonna be pop over. Could install that from share. It's basically this thing, right? So we want to show a calendar, so that's what we need it. So I'm going to install, bring it, install it, and then copy all of this. Cool, so that's installed, and we're going to put that here. So I'm going to do pop over. Now what's the trigger? So pop over trigger, I'm going to say as child, and then it's going to be basically a form control, and we're gonna put a button. Let's just scroll up. Cool, so it's gonna be a button with a variant. Did we bring the button properly? Yeah. Do we have two buttons? No, just one. All right, so button variant, going to be outline like so. And then what we will do is, all right, so basically the way we're going to do this is if there's a field dot value, if we have value, then basically format, it's going to be format from data finesse, whoop, like that, and it's going to be field dot value, and the format type is PPP. Okay, And otherwise, basically, we just have a span that says pick a date, like that. Let's see if I go back. Cool, there you go. Um, So we need a button that we can basically click to show the calendar pop-up. So I'm gonna, from Lucid, calendar icon, there we go. And let's just do class name, margin left of auto, and height -4, width -4, and opacity of 50. There we go. Cool, that's what I'm talking about. So when I hit it, nothing happens. How sucky is that? All right, what's going on there? All right, so actually we need to give the pop over some content, because currently, I mean, we're pressing it, but like, what is it gonna show? So for that, we're gonna do pop over content. Like, I mean, if I just put test, let's see what happens. She shows test. We need to show the calendar here. Cool. All right, so we're gonna come here and we're gonna say calendar from Lucid React. Okay. All right, so mode is single. We like to be single. Okay, selected, not on select, selected. Okay, it's going to be field dot value. Okay. I'm gonna scroll this up a bit so we can see it. On select. Okay, so here day, and then you give it this one, and then modifiers. Why is everything red? Let's see, calendar. Oh man, no, that's not what we want. We don't want this calendar. We want calendar. This calendar. So that's why things were not looking good. All right, now we're good to go. Okay. All right. So if modifiers dot booked, if we are booked, then basically we set a footer massage. Okay. And we can say all ready booked. Don't worry, we're gonna get this. And then else set footer massage. We're gonna say format. We just show the date. Format, and it's going to be day as date. Okay, and the format is p 3Ps. And don't forget to call field dot on change and provide it the day. So if you go to React calendar, day calendar, actually you can just find your documentation on how this crap works. So what's this footer and set footer message? Well, that actually, my friends, is just a state. So all you have to do is do footer massage, set footer massage, and I almost type massage. I do need a massage after this. All right, and then it's gonna basically select a date. Cool. Set footer, footler. Okay, I don't know what set footler is. Yeah, no idea. It's supposed to be footer. Okay, how's that? That is looking good. What if I click here? Aha! Would you look at that? All right, so we need the footer message here. And the way we're going to do this is this. So I'm going to do footer. And we're going to do footer massage. Bow! There you go. Select the date. And then what I will also do. Pop, I want to click here, man. Is I'm going to do P, class name, padding -1, font -light, bgtool 200, and this is going to be footer massage. Okay, I mean, if we have the message, then just show it. Cool. That's what I'm talking about. So when I select a date, what do you guys think of this? Cool. Now there's a problem. As you can see, I can select dates in the, so today's 19 when I'm recording this video. And I mean, you would not want to go in the past and book something. So let's fix that. All right, so how do we do this? Well, we're going to say, first of all, modifiers is equal to, and we say booked. Okay, and that's the booked days.map. So first we want to disable the booked dates. Okay, so that'll take care of that. And then modify, let's give it disabled. The disabled dates, what dates are disabled? Okay, so we need to fix that. So it's going to be basically, oh, I didn't mean to do that. Date of type date. I should get rid of this. Date of type date, and if date is less than sub, so that's coming from datafns sub new date and days one. So basically we're saying take today, subtract 1 day, and just go in the past, disable everything. So let's see. Ha! In one shot. So now I cannot select days in the past. I can select today, but not in the past. How cool is that? Once we have people booking the stuff, then we're gonna block those days as well in the future. But for now, we're just gonna do it this way. And let me refresh, because sometimes, there you go. So I think that error was just, I did not do a refresh for a long time. But yeah, let's just check the console. Make sure there's no errors. Yeah, there's no errors. We're cool, people. We're cool. Cool. All right, the other thing I want to do is I want to just do some modifier styles. So basically when the item is booked, right? So we need to highlight that in a different color. All right, so how do we do it? Well, we say modifier styles, okay, and it's going to be booked, and then booked style. And that book style is basically we give it a color, and the color will be light gray. What? Light gray, and then disabled true. So this is just CSS we're throwing in, that's all. Disabled. Okay, I don't understand what's this problem. Let me just do a reload. Okay, I don't get this. Why don't you understand these? So if are you saying that I take this and you want me to do this const booked style is equal to this, okay, and then you're gonna be happy? Is that what the booked not days style? Okay, weird. I don't get it. But anyways, whatever works. So there you go. So now we have a calendar that we can actually use to book dates. So that's pretty cool, I must say. Cool. So that's that. I think we are done. We're done with this. So that was this part. All right, so then if we go back here, so to the rental form. Okay, so we just did this, and then we're gonna move on, and then we're gonna do rent details dot if we have a unit, and then what we do is we basically have a class, and then we want to show when the item will be returned. So if it's like we don't want to give the user ability to choose the end date, we're just going to calculate for them. So that's why we're doing this. It just makes things easier, in my opinion. All right, so we're going to say returning on. Okay, and then what you do is you say format from date fns. I love this thing. Pew. Okay, and then rent details.n and then ppp. Cool. So let's save it. And all right, so if I do, let's say daily, so as you can see, I'm renting for 1 day, so it's 19. I'm returning on the 20th. So if I, let's say, pick well, oh no, wait, we're gonna then give the user the option to choose how many days they want. So then basically you will see this will get updated. So one thing I will do is quickly just apply some styles on this. Let's see, so I'm gonna do daily and let's do 31 there. So that looks nice. So we're returning on y is, yeah, okay, that there you go. So sorry, I'm going to do hourly, so I'm just going to return the same day. If I do daily, that's next day. Perfect. All right, so that's good. Scared me there for a while, a bit. All right, so this is then where we can then have let the user pick either the days or the hours. So I'm going to do form.get values. So basically, depending on if it's hourly or daily, we want to show the corresponding form. That's the idea. So duration type, if it's equal to hourly, okay, then we show form field self-closing, brother, self-closing. All right, so what do we do? Well, control it, form.control name, okay, and then it's going to be hours. Render, okay, so render is going to be, and then I'm going to do field. All right, okay, so form item, and just give it a class name, bg slate 100 padding dash 4 and rounded dash small. Form label, okay, so this is going to be hours renting for, okay, because this will be the hour, and then form control is going to be an input. This one, okay, placeholders, I'm just going to do, like, for example, 4, and don't forget to spread the field on it, otherwise nothing will work. Okay, and then finally we're just going to do a form massage, and then actually let's just do a form description, and we'll just say minimum of 1 hour. Did I get that? Yeah. All right, let's go. So daily, actually no, hourly. There you go, that's what I'm talking about. So as you can see, I can select the hours, and you can see on the top the price changes. So 3 hour, 3 gram 60 is 180. Beautiful. 1, if I do 2, if I do 10 hours, I want to be more ambitious. Cool. So now let's do the same thing, and this will be for I'm gonna just organize this. So this was for hourly. This will be for daily. All right, so I'm gonna do daily. All right, and then just need to change this. Then I'm going to do, oh man, days renting 4, minimum of 1 day, like that. What's up with you? Rental start, what the heck is wrong with you? I'm gonna save this and let's just reload. All right, so what's going on with this? Okay, type daily is not, we have that. We don't? Let's check our schema. Hours, days. Oh, okay. Days. It's actually days. Days. All right. That takes care of that. So name is day. That's important. And let's save it. All right. So let's go. So if I'm gonna do daily. All right. So that's one day. So as you can see, I'm starting on 19th. I'm gonna do 3 days. And January 22nd. So 19, 20, 21. I return on the 22nd. So there you go. And then 3 times 220 is $660. Beautiful. Cool. Then finally, finally, let's just do a button. Class name of it dash full. And type will be submit and proceed to payment. So, finally, you want to pay. All right, so it looks good on mobile. I like it. So let's do daily. Cool. Okay, 24. So we're returning on, let's say I'm gonna do for 2 days. So yeah, 2 days. I'm returning on 26. And cool, I like this. All right, so that's looking good. And then now what we're gonna do is we basically need to now do the payment part. All right, so now for payment, if you guys remember where we had the form, yeah, so here we set like the Stripe checkout. So this is what we're gonna do. So what you should do is we're gonna come here and we're gonna do Stripe payments. Actually, I don't know if they have a developer. Let's see, there you go. Cool, so we're gonna come here, click on it. Then you're gonna sign in. So I've already created an account. If you have not, just go ahead and create the account, and then we're gonna hit continue. Okay, so you're gonna land on this dashboard, and what you want to do here is then go to APIs and SDKs, and go to the API, and you can read here on how to basically do the authentication and do the transaction and all that. So something you can read. But anyways, I'll come back and we're gonna click on dashboard. All right, so when you're in the dashboard, then as you can see, here's the secret key, and then this is the publishable key. Well, these go in your end file. The other thing you want to do is turn on test mode, because we're testing, and once you're done in testing, then you can just turn it off, and you can see how it says like live mode. So you want to take a note of that. So we're going to turn on test mode, and then we're gonna basically go ahead, and this is your let me see if it actually, okay, there you go, it copied it. And then we're gonna go to the end file, and let's just come here and we're gonna do Stripe. All right, so I think I copied the secret key, so we're just gonna do Stripe underscore secret key, and this will be this one, sk blah 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 test, and then this is the publishable key. Whoop. So I'm going to copy that, and then we're going to do next underscore public underscore stripe underscore application ID. So how you see how we're putting the next public, so this will be visible on the front end client side, but that's okay. The main thing is this one, so this will be on the server side. Cool. All right, so I'm gonna go back to our app, and then let's go to, yeah, so this is where we're going to call the action that's going to start the payment. So you want to come here and let's come here to app. We're going to create a new folder and I'm going to call it actions, like that. And then we're going to create a new file. Let's just call it stripe.ts. I like it so. All right, so first, this is a server component, so we're going to put specifically server. So actions a new concept in Next.js 14. So I'm going to do export async function, and we're going to do create checkout session. So when you're trying to rent something, we will create a checkout session for the person. We're going to get data. It's going to be form data. Okay, and it's going to return a promise of type void, like so. Not from data, it's form data. All right, so we're gonna do const checkout session. Okay, it's gonna be stripe. All right, so now what is this? Well, we need to install it. So we're gonna come here, we're gonna say npm install, and we're gonna do stripe. That's one thing you want to install. The other thing you want to install is stripe.js, and then stripe react stripe.js. So these three things you want to install. Let me just make this bigger. So you want to install, where did it go? Install stripe.js, and stripe react stripe.js. So I'm going to hit enter. All right, so these things are installed. So now let's try this. So if I do stripe, let's try this again, stripe. All right, so it's not bringing it in. Sometimes VS Code is, okay, so sometimes VS Code is just having a bad day. So we're gonna do import stripe from, you're gonna do at, from, we're gonna do stripe, like so. All right, so we're gonna do stripe dot checkout, there we go, session. Okay, and then what you want to do is now call the Stripe client. But what is a Stripe client? Well, so this is what we need to create. So we're going to come here, come to our lib, and we're going to create it here. So I'm going to create a new file and we're going to call it stripe.ts. And basically all you do is import server only, and then I'm gonna do import stripe from stripe. Okay, and then we do export const stripe is equal to new stripe, and then this is where you're going to do process.m.stripe, close that, stripe secret key. So that's where you use the secret key, and you should do this just to tell it's a string, and then we'll just give it an 2023-10-16. Cool. So I found, by the way, this GitHub link helpful. I'm going to put this in the code and I'm going to check this in so you guys can read further. All right, so we're going to close this, and then now we're going to come back. And now if I do stripe, there you go. Now I can do stripe.checkout, okay, dot sessions dot create. We're going to do that. And then let's say, so what kind of basically are you setting up? Are you doing a subscription based model? What are you trying to do? Well, we're just trying to do a one-time payment because people pay rent item and then they come back. Now submit type, I'm going to say book. When you say book, this actually, so the button that you will see where you're trying to like do the final thing, it says book. I don't know what other options they have. Let's see. So they have like pay, donate, blah blah blah. So I'm just going to do book because that's kind of close to what we're trying to do here. All right, so now we're going to give it some metadata. This metadata will be available to us when the person has paid and then they land back on our endpoint. So we're going to just say we need to know the item that was checked out. So data.get, that's why we have this form here, and I'm going to do item ID. Okay, and it's going to be string like that. Okay, so then the next thing is guest ID, data.get guest ID. You kind of get the drill. Basically, you're just putting whatever information you want to get, anything you can actually just put in the metadata. So let me just type in the others and start and end, duration, type, duration, and amount. All right. So I'm going to take this from my notes actually. No need to type these. There you go. So as I said, we're just trying to get the values from the data. That's all. All right. So then when you're trying to pay, you want to see what you're paying for. So basically, we're trying to add the line items. So quantity is 1. Okay. Price. Okay. We need to give it the price data. And for that, we're going to do currency. It's going to be USD. And the product data. Okay. So what the user will see when they're trying to pay, well, we're going to give it a name. And you want to say data.get. Okay. Item. Okay, like that. And then finally here I'm gonna do unit unit amount. Okay, so this is where we need to display the currency in a nice format. All right, so for that what we're gonna do is we're gonna come here, come to utils, and we're gonna create some functions. All right, so the first thing will be export function, and we're going to do format amount for Stripe like that. So it's going to take the amount, which will be a number, and then it's going to take the currency, like whichever currency you want to format it. So that's what it is. All right, that's going to it's going to return a number like that. All right, so first let's do number format. It's going to be a new. Now if you guys don't know this intl number format, this is pretty awesome thing in JavaScript. Let me just show you. So mdn intl number format. All right, so you can use this to basically just format anything. So as you can see, they're using, I think it's Dutch. They're formatting the currency. You can do Japanese. Here's I think Indian rupees. So you can basically do any kind of format you want. So very powerful tool, I would say, available just right out of the box. All right, so I'm going to do number format, and what I'll do, I'll say n.us. Okay, and then what you do is style. Style is currency, and currency, well, the currency, and then currency display. We're going to do symbol, right? The dollar sign, I guess, or the euro sign. All right, so then what you do is you're going to split the parts, and we're going to do number format dot format to parts. And what do you want to format to parts? We want to format to the amount. So if you read the format to parts, okay, it doesn't have description, but I'll explain it as we code. All right, and then 0 decimal currency boolean, okay, true. Okay, and then 4 we're going to do let part of parts, and if part dot type is equal to, if there's a decimal basically, then 0 decimal currency is false. Okay, and then finally we're just going to do return. If it's a 0 decimal currency, then just return the amount. Otherwise, mat that round amount into 100. Cool. So now I can save this, and then I can come back here, and then I can do format amount for stripe. There you go. We're gonna say it's a number data.get, because it's coming as string, so that's why we're trying to convert it to a number. Okay, so I'm gonna just put this on the next line. All right, and then what I will do is I'm gonna say as string, and finally here I'll say USD. Cool, so that will take care of that. All right, so then once you have done the payment, then of course we want to take the user somewhere. So we need to create a success URL, and this will be basically any URL that you have to create, of course. So what we will do, we'll say headers. Nope, not this, headers. Headers. Let's see if this will bring it. It won't. So what we can do, we can say import, and we can say headers from next headers, like so. Yeah, there you go. All right, so what we will do, we will do headers, okay, and then basically you get the origin, okay, wherever we came from. Well, I'm the origin. What's our origin? And then I'm going to create this later on. So it's going to be rent item checkout. So if you guys remember, we created this rent item. So within this item, we're going to create a new folder before we forget. It's going to be checkout. So we go to that checkout, and then we give it a result parameter, and then it's going to be a session underscore ID equals to, you want to type this exactly the same way, checkout session ID, like that. Okay, and then finally you need a cancel URL. So let's say somebody lands on the payment page and they just cancel out. So I mean, you can just take them wherever you want. So what I will do is, in this case, I'll just go back to the headers.get origin. So I'll just go back to the origin where we came from. Okay, with all that done, then finally you're gonna come here, redirect from next navigation, and you're gonna do checkout session.url. Okay, and it's gonna be a string. Okay, so what did we just do? Well, we come here, we create a session, checkout session. So what in the end will happen is Stripe is gonna generate a URL and provide to you. So then you can take that URL and basically direct the user to that. So they will move out of your app into the Stripe payment system. Okay, so we have an issue here. Session create. All right, so we're getting this. All right, so this should be, I think, string. Cool. So that will take care of the checkout part. So what we can then do now is, in here, we can actually call create checkout session. There you go, checkout session, and we're gonna give it this form data. All right, so if everything goes well, this should actually, let's refresh. Oh, okay. Stripe.ts. So if I go here, stripe.ts, use server, not user server. Cool. I'm gonna save it. All right, so let's see. So I'm gonna do daily. I'm gonna do process payment. Oh, there you go. So Canon camera, $220, and we land on the payment page. And let's go back and see if we go back to the home page. Cool. So there you go. So that's working well. So we can land on the payment page and all that. Let's say go house tools, rent now. I'm gonna do, let's say hourly, so $35. Remember, proceed to payment, vacuum. There you go, $35. And you see that's what I was talking about, book. And here's $35. This is so cool. All right, so let's now create this checkout result. Once we do the payment, we want to go somewhere. So within this checkout, remember how we did this. Under the actions, we said rent item checkout result. All right, so we need to create all right, so checkout, I'm going to create result. All right, and then within that result, I'm going to create a page.tsx like that. All right, so we're going to come here and we're going to say search, or sorry, rent item checkout result page like that. All right, so we're going to pass to this a search params. So we're going to remember we did that result and then question mark checkout whatever. So we're going to now get that here, and then here search params basically has a session ID and it's going to be a string like that. So if you guys remember here, remember the session ID, so we're just trying to get that. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna close this. What we will do to prevent people from coming here, we can say if not search params.session ID. Basically, there's no, you shouldn't be coming here without a session ID is the point. We are just gonna throw new error, say please provide a valid session ID, right, like that. Okay, and then if that's all good, then we will of course come here and we'll do session checkout session. Whoop. Okay, it's going to be stripe dot checkout session dot session. Okay, and it's going to be await stripe. That's the one we created. Checkout dot sessions, this one, and retrieve. Okay, so we're going to retrieve now the session ID, search params dot session ID. Okay, and expand. We're going to do line items and payment intent like that. Of course, this will be async. All right, so with that done, then what we can do is we can say const payment intent is equal to checkout session dot payment intent as stripe dot payment intent. Okay, and then const payment status to see if it was successful or not. We're going to do payment intent dot status, this one, and we basically just do like this. If succeeded, then we say payment successful, otherwise payment failed, like that. And then let's just do rent start is equal to this. If payment intent dot status is equal to succeeded, then we do take the metadata that we passed in. Okay, we're going to do checkout session dot metadata as metadata, and this metadata is coming from, Okay, it's not gonna bring it. Let's see. It should come from Stripe metadata because cool, it's not bringing it in, so we're gonna bring it. We're gonna say import meta data from. That's why we brought in that Stripe.js. That's the library we brought in. Okay. It's metadata, and it's going to be metadata. Cool. All right. So then what we're going to do is we're going to say rent start is equal to metadata, and let's just grab whatever you want to grab from this now. It's basically a key value pair, rent start, and then here I can just shoot. Let me just scroll up. We can go to our basically API endpoint and actually create a booking. All right, so it's going to be item, and then it's going to be here will be meta data item ID. Okay, and we're going to go rent. Rent. Why is this not coming? Oh. Cool. All right, so that's that. All right, and then we're going to do method post. Basically, at this point, we're just going to go ahead and create a booking, and body is going to be json.stringify. Okay. Okay, so item, for which item? We basically just do metadata item ID. I'm going to quickly type these and then show you guys. Right, so what we're trying to do is we're going to get the item ID. All you do is just go through and whatever you passed in, just basically grab that. So item ID, guest ID, rent, blah, blah, blah. All that's going to come. And then finally, we have the return. And this is where we can basically do like show it. So flex, whoop, column, and then justify center and items center. Okay, so I'm gonna put like a nice check circle 2 from Lucid, size nice and big, 64, and class name we're gonna do text dash green dash 500. All right, and then h2 class name of text dash green dash same 500 text dash to Excel, and then padding y top, sorry, padding y4, and it's going to be payment status. So we should only show this if, let's see, if payment status, payment intent dot payment status, there you go, is equal to succeeded, right? We only show the thing if it's that, and then for this one I'm thinking we should only show the green if it's successful. So yeah, I should do this. Okay, let's see. We're gonna come here, and then I'm gonna do if, same thing, if it succeeded. If it succeeded, let's see, then we do this. Otherwise, gonna be text dash red dash 500. Whoop. Okay. Cool. We need to do this. All right, so that will take care of that. I think I should bring this on next line so we can easily see it. Cool. All right, and then finally, let's just do payment intent dot metadata, and we're just gonna do the Guest. I don't know if we should. Yeah, we don't need to put the guest ID here or anything. The only thing I'll do is this. Whoop. Did I? Yeah. I think I made a big mistake. Let's see. I don't need this. Cool. All right, so we'll do h3.text-large, and we can say your item has been booked. You can pick your item on. Okay, and there's going to be a span. Going to be a span, and class name will be font-bold, and then it's going to be format from datefns rent start. It's going to be PPP. Right, like that, and like this. All right, and then what we put here is just going to put a period. Then we say you can basically just give them a link to see their items, and we say href. Okay, it's going to be my rented items. Okay, and class name of, let's say, text-blue-500, and we just say click here. So you can basically click here to see the items you have rented, right? So we just want to take them to the page where after payment, make it easy for them to see the items they've rented. That's all. Okay, so I think that actually should cover it. Okay, so now the one thing that's remaining is if we come here, app, all right, so API, we have item, then item ID, and looks like we don't have rent. So we're gonna come here under this item ID, create a new folder, call it rent. And then within that, I'll create a new file, route.ts, beep, like that. All right, so let's get cracking. So we're gonna do export async function post. Okay, and we're gonna have a request like that. So we're gonna get the params. Params, and then this will be params will be what? It's going to have item ID. So we need to know which item has been basically rented. So that's what it is. Okay, we're gonna do a try catch. Error console dot log error, like that, and return new next response. Okay, and then we'll just basically empty body, or I don't know, we're just gonna do server error and status of 500. Cool, that takes care of that. All right, so in here, let's connect to the database. Okay, then let's get, say, session is equal to get server session. Okay, auth options. Okay, if not session, if you don't have a session, just say return new next response, and we say unauthorized, and status is just say 41. I think it's called bad request. Then item is equal to await item model dot find by ID. What are we trying to find? The item. And what's the item ID? Params dot item ID.
Cool. And then basically, so let's say you booked it and someone deleted it. Then we just take care of that. Highly unlikely, but you know, gotta be careful. New next, what? New next response, and we will just say item not found. Status 404. Cool. So that's that. Let's scroll up. Then finally, what you can do, get the body. So body is equal to await request.json, like that. And then finally const, we're gonna get all the stuff that we passed in, right? So all the item data, guest ID, stripe ID, blah blah blah. So we're gonna get that here. So item ID, guest ID. Let me just quickly type these. All right, so we're gonna get all of this from the body, like that. And then booking status is equal to booking status dot. It's gonna go basically into pending. Excuse me. It's gonna go into pending state, because what if you book, let's say 2 weeks from now, then we go into pending state because you will come and pick it up. And then, but then if is same day, right? And rent start new date. So let's say you book, you're just going to pick it on the same day. Then we say booking status is equal to booking status dot rented. Then that means you have just rented it already. Then finally, we're going to come here. We're going to say booked item is equal to await booking model dot create. Okay, and then all we do is just basically just you know, fill in the values. That's it. Okay, it's gonna be item ID, like that. Oop. All right, so let me quickly type these. No need to see me do that. All right, and then if that's successful, basically we just say next response, and whoop, actually just do this, return new next response. We say item booked status of 200. All right, so hopefully we have done everything correct. So let's go do an end-to-end test. So I'm going to come here and I will try to rent this. I'm going to rent it. I'm going to say daily. Let's say I'm going to pick it up on the 21st. I'm going to say proceed to payment. Okay, so email will be John, email.com. We're just going to give some fake credit card. Okay, these could be any values. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I'm gonna be John Doe and some bogus postal code. Let's say book. Okay. Okay. Failed to. Okay, so it looks like the payment went through, so that's a good sign. Now the problem is that, as you can see, rent item checkout. So we're getting that, so that's amazing. So the only problem is, looks like that URL that we, okay, right here. Okay, so it looks like it needs the full URL. All right, so it looks like, yeah, it needs probably the full URL. Let's see. All right, there we go. So payment successful. Your item has been booked. You can pick your item on January 21st. That's correct. You can click here to see the items you have rented. You see us going to my rented items. We don't have that, so I'm not going to click it. But there you go. So the payment is going through. One thing I see is the spacing is all over the place. I think we could fix that. And then also you can click here. You can click here. So this one. Like that. Okay, so I'm gonna come back here. I'm gonna save it. Let's do another one, and let's see. Let's go to power tools. Oh, actually, we don't have any power tools. How about, yeah, let's rent a vacuum. What the heck? All right, so I'm gonna say daily, and I'm gonna pick on the 20th, proceed to payment. Cool. So again, John at email.com. We're just gonna give it a MasterCard 4. And John Doe, okay, there you go. Canada, whatever. And we're just gonna do this, proceed to payment. That's what I'm talking about. There you go. So now we are getting there. So I'm gonna click away. Let's go and check in our database if we have booked items. I'm gonna log in. Database collections. Easy rental. Okay, items. So it looks like the booking has not been created. All right, so let's see. So the endpoint that we're trying to hit is fetch localhost API item ID, and why is there this here? Oh, okay. Let's see if that was the reason. All right, so I'm gonna go back and we are going to go to browse. We're gonna book this camera again, and I'm gonna say daily, and let's just go for 20th. Proceed to payment. Okay, let's see. So hopefully it's gonna go through. Okay, so we got here. Let's go and refresh the database. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. All right. I think if you refresh the page, it will create 2 times. But there you go. So we have a daily, okay, and the pickup date is 20th. That's correct. It's rented because it's the same date, so which is today. And we have a Stripe ID, which is good. Amount is here. So this one is in the dual created, but I mean this one happened in production. We're just testing. Anyway, so let's just, so what did we book? Was it I think it was the camera, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so if I go and look at the item ID, so it's 3AFC2. Items is 3AFC2, correct. That's the camera. Beautiful. All right, so then as you can see, after successful login, we're supposed to take the user to my rented items. So why don't we go ahead and do that? So I'm gonna do we have a link here to it? Yes, you see rented items, my rented items. Yeah, it doesn't exist. So let's try to create that. So I'm gonna come here. We're gonna just close everything under the app. We're gonna create a new folder, and I'm gonna call it my rented items, like that. Then within that, I'm gonna create a new folder under underscore components, like so. All right, so within this one, I'm gonna create a layout.tsx, and then I will also create a page.tsx, like that. So the layout is gonna be the same as the other layouts. I'm gonna copy it, and we're gonna come here, and the only thing, we're just gonna call it my rented items layout. Okay, let's do that. That take care of that. And this one, we don't need the header host. It's just going to be the header. That's it, because this is the guest looking at their items. Cool. So then what I can do is go to the page. All right, so I'm going to come here and I'll do this my rented item page like that. Let's save it. All right, so let's go and take a look now. Cool, so that's coming good. All right, so what do we do here? Well, first of all, we're gonna create h1, and it's gonna be text dash 2 XL, small and above, text dash 4 XL, and padding y dash 8, and font dash bold. Cool, and it's gonna say rented items. Man, I keep forgetting the E. All right, let's see. There you go. That's coming good. Let's minimize this. And then what we need to do is we need to get a hold of the items that we have booked. So I'm going to do, first of all, session is going to be await get server session auth options, which means this will be async. So this is a server component, by the way. Don't need to be a client. All right. So what I will do, I'll say const my rented item result is equal to await. We're going to do booking model. Okay, dot find me of type booking. And what we will do is we'll give it the guest ID. That's going to be session dot user dot ID, like so. And what we will do is populate like that. Okay, and we need to do a path of item ID. We need to populate basically the item so we can show its name and stuff. Item model like that. Okay, and then also within that, remember every item then has a host. So now we're going deeper in and we're saying populate. Okay, we're gonna do path be host ID and model will be user model, like so. Okay, so you can see just once again we're populating the item. Then each item has hosted by somebody, so we're saying grab that as well. All right, so then we can come here and we can say my rented item results dot length. If we got something, okay, if it's greater than 0, then we do something, and that will be basically a div. We create a grid and show the items. Grid dash column dash 1, and then we do small and above grid dash column z dash 3, gap dash 1, and small gap dash 2. Okay, so if you guys didn't notice, I forgot s here. Okay, like that. Otherwise, we basically just show like another div where let's say if you don't have any rented items, so what we will show, we'll just show flex column and items dash center like that. All right, and then image. Cool. So let's actually yeah, so this one has the item. So let's say I'm gonna just do 10. Okay, so I just trying to simulate like the if there's no items. So there you go. So that's coming nicely. And then what we do, we just do create h2. Oh, there you go, that works. All right, so this is, let's see, you don't have any items, then they're gonna see this. And so anyways, I'm gonna take this back since this dude has one item rented. So now we can display that. All right, so what I will do is I'll basically we just iterate over the items and we just display them. So I'm gonna create a div key will be item dot underscore ID, like so. And we're just going to give it a class name. Let me expand this a bit. So we just have to do what we did before. It's going to be item.item ID, like that, as unknown. Whoop. Okay, and then as item and dot name, like that, unknown. This is going to be item type. Cool. So let's see. There you go. So Canon camera, that's the one this person rented. Okay, I think we should put this in a p tag with a class name of something, and I'm gonna put this, slap this on the end. Cool. All right, so it's gonna be tax-2xl. Let's see. There you go. There, that makes more sense. All right, so let's bring this here. Then we want to show the date that the item has been rented from, so like the start and end date. Okay, so for that, we'll just create another p tag. So from now on, it's just basically showing data to the user, right? So you have done everything, all the work, and now we just basically show the states and the amount and the name and the blah blah blah. That's what it is. So format is going to come from date fns, okay, and it's going to be item dot rent start. Okay, and the format this time I want to do is month, day, year, basically like that. So it's like 3 letters month, you get the idea. All right, and then I'm going to copy this. We're going to do a dash, and then I'm going to come here and it's going to be rent end. There you go. So they know when to return it. All right, so that is that. And then finally, we're just going to have a p dot. Okay, and then we're just going to show like who the host is, right? And for this, it's going to be like just crazy. So it's like basically you're doing item dot item ID is unknown. First we get the item. Okay, then we get the host ID from it. Okay, as unknown. And finally we get the user from it and get their name. User type unknown, like that. All right, must have forgotten one. Let's see. There you go. So that's the what do you call it? The host. All right. So then now the item, when we rent an item, it has a couple of status like pending and blah blah blah. So when item is rented, you can end the rental, right? You just return it and then the rental is ended. When it's in pending state, that means you still have not picked it up, so you can cancel it, just get your money back and that. So let's show that. Okay, so if item dot status is equal to booking status dot rented, okay, then we basically show something here. So let's create for that one different components. So we're going to come here to this folder and I'm going to do end rental.tsx, and then it's going to be rental, like that. And then what I will do here is I will do cool. So this will be a client component. All right, so in here we're gonna come here and I'm gonna say const form schema is equal to z.object. Now z is our zod, star as z from zod. Okay, and I'm gonna do object. Basically, we just get the comment. That's it. Z dot string and minimum, and this comment will be shown to whoever is renting this item so they can make up their mind. Message, you can say item comment should be minimum 10 characters. Okay, so that's your form schema. And then we're going to do const and rental form type is equal to z dot infer. Okay, and it's going to be type of form schema from this schema. Okay, so finally we had the end. What happened there? Oh, so this should be type. That's why. All right. So for which item we want the comment? So, I mean ending the rental. So that's what we're trying to do here. So for item will be of type booking. Actually, which booking are we ending? That's what it is. Cool. Okay. So const rating set. We need to have a rating. We're gonna do this, use state, so initially just say 0, and const router, you could use router. Gonna bring the router. Okay, then const form is we need to create the on submit. Okay, and it's going to be data and rental type like so. Cool. Let's close that. All right, so we're going to have the rating. When the rating is clicked, we're just going to basically to handle the star click is equal to index number, and what we will do is say set rating to index. That's it. So that will set the rating for us. It's gonna be this. I'm gonna save it. Okay. Use router. Alright, so use router. Okay. Oh, this should be from Next Navigation. I think that's why. Let's see, refresh. Cool. Alright, so that was the problem. Alright, so now that we have that, then we need to just come here and basically have a dialog that pops up. So I don't know if you have created a dialog. Let's see. So I'm trying to basically create this. So I'm going to come here, npm install. Let's just make sure we have not created the dialog. ABC dialog. Actually, we have dialog. All right, so we don't need to install it again. So I'm just going to close this, and I'm going to copy this. And then we're going to come here and just paste it like that. Let's go back. All right, so let's come here and we're gonna do dialog. Okay, like so. Then we need a trigger, dialog trigger as child. Okay, and then it's going to be a button from this one, and then variant will be ghost. Okay, and then class name for this one will be text-green-500, padding of 0, and we'll just do end rental like so. Cool. There you go. That's the button. Let's see. Yay. All right, so let's click and see what happens. Nothing, because we don't have a dialog content. So let's scroll up. Whoop, like that. Dialog content is going to be a form, React hook form, and we're going to spread the form on it. Okay, like that. And then form on submit. We're going to do form.handle submit, and we're going to give it our form handler like so. Then we have a dialog header. All right, so dialog title. Okay, and it's going to be end rental for, if I can type, and this is where we're going to put the item name. So we're just going to do for, let's do like this, for item as, sorry, for item dot item ID as unknown, and then we're gonna do as item. All right. Okay. So yes, because we I think are not passing. So if I look at end rental, yeah, we're not passing anything. So we should pass this. So item. Let's see. What do we call it? For item. Oops. For. Okay. For item. Now, why is it not? Okay, I think what I should do is this, for item. Okay, and then I can do for item is of type booking. I'm going to get rid of this. Cool. So that's that. And then I'm going to go back. Now, if I do item, yeah, it's coming up. And this one will be item. Like that. All right. So, yeah, we need to come here and do like JSON. Remember the serialization stuff. If you're going from a server, passing from a server to a client. So that's what we're trying to do here. JSON.stringify you do. And then let's do JSON.parse. Let's see if that works. Yep, that worked. Let's hit end rental. There you go. End rental for Canon camera. Yay. All right, so let's see. Gonna bring this on next line, and we're gonna do this. And one thing I will do on this one, you see, if I come here, let's do a span. There you go. So that's that. All right, so that's our dialog title, and then that's our header, and then here I'm gonna create a div space dash y dash 8, and then small and above we're gonna do space dash y dash 4, padding y of 8, and small and above padding y dash 4. Cool. All right, so that's that. In this one I'm going to put a form field and control. It's gonna be form dot control, and the name will be comment, and render. Okay, we're gonna render the actual form field, and what you do is field, and then we are going to now render the text area basically. So let me scroll up, and what we will do is I'm going to do form item. All right, and form control, and then finally text area from Shatsian. Spread the field on it. Okay, and max length, let's just, we're not gonna have people like type essays. So feedback or comment. Cool, like that. All right, I think I forgot to close the form field. Let's save it and let's get some error. Oh, I thought we were gonna get some errors. Yes, so we are getting errors. Let's just see what's going on. I am pretty sure yeah, that was my fear. See, yes, this form should come from this form. Save it. Let's try again. That's what I'm talking about. Cool. So now we can get comment, And we should also have like a rating thingy. So what I will do is right after this, let's just say rating. Cool. And then I'm going to create a div. So for rating, we need to create a rating component. So we're going to come here and I'm going to come to components. We're going to create a new file. We're going to call it rating.tsx. Okay, it's going to be a client component. And we're just going to call it rating main. Why you do that? Why? What? Cool. Okay, so we're done with this. So I'm going to come here and I'll say rating. Let's see. Hey, rating. All right. To this rating, we're going to pass the number of stars to show. And the number of stars that are actually clicked, right? And then what happens when the user clicks the rating icon. All right, so to start off, so we need to pass two things, rating and rating click. All right, so now what is rating? It's a number. And what is rating click? Well, it's a callback function that's basically has a parameter is index and returns nothing. Nothing. All right, so what we will do in here, just gonna do this. I'm gonna create a div and we'll just make it flex. Okay. Then what I will do like this, create an array and we spread it. So let's just go, out of 5 stars and then you map over this. Okay, so the first one, we're just not getting anything. The second one is the index is what we want. All right, and we are going to bring in the star icon from Lucid React. Whoa, what happened there? Meow, like that. Wow. Sometimes it's very hard to type with this sticky keyboard. But yeah. All right, what happened there? Yeah, you need to give it a key prop. So key will be index. That's why we brought that. All right, guys. So let's go here, and for now, I'm gonna say rating of 0, and then rating click handle star click. We already have that. Cool. So there you go. So that's coming along. Nothing is happening. All right. So let's handle that. So on click, what should happen? Right? That's what we're trying to figure out. So basically what we can do is we can just click rating click and we say index +1. That now we need to kind of fill these in when the rating is clicked. And the way we're going to do this is like this, class name, okay, is equal to cursor dash pointer and text dash orange. Let's go with 300. That's kind of closely matches what we're trying to do here. Okay, then we come here and fill. Fill is actually where we do the magic. So we would say fill. Okay, and then you do like this. If index is less than rating, okay, then basically is orange. Otherwise is basically just white. Like so. So let's see. When I click here, click here, click here, nothing is happening. That's amazing. Let's go back here, and that's because the rating is 0. So if I make this 3, there you go. So 3 stars. If I make this 2, 2 stars, and blah blah blah. Okay, so we need to now kind of keep track of this and pass it here, right? Okay, so I think if you guys remember, we created this. Yeah, right here, rating. So now we can use that. So if I come here, I say rating. There you go. So now I can just click here and we have instant rating. Cool. So that takes care of that. Then after the rating, basically we do a dialog. Actually this should be here. We do a dialog footer. Okay, and there's going to be a button and type will be submit, and we're just going to say end rental. That's what I'm talking about. All right, so let's see. So if I click here, there you go. Let's refresh. End rental, and you can just say ta 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 ta, and we can, you know, do whatever we want, and then we can end the rental. All right, so now we need to take care of the submit. I think we have not done anything. Yeah, that's the one. All right, so let's fix this one. All right, so what we can do here is simple. Say const data. Actually, we can just say, yeah, data to send is equal to new form data. Okay, data to send dot set comment will be data dot comment. So that's the comment, and then I'm gonna basically do rating, and this will be the rating. So rating, okay, it's gonna complain because it accepts a string, so we'll just say to string like that. So that will take care of that. Okay, and then we're just gonna do const result is equal to await fetch. Okay, and this is going to be API booking, and then we'll just give it the for. So that's the booking ID is what we need to provide. So we're gonna give that, and whoop. And finally, it's going to be method is going to be patch. Okay, and body is going to be JSON.stringify. Comment, whoa, comment will be data. Comment will be data.comment, and rating will be rating, like that. I don't know why I created this data to send. That does not make any sense. All right, so I can get rid of this. I'm so used to this form data that I just slap it everywhere. All right, what's going on here? For item. That's what we want, because that's the one passed to us. All right, so if result.ok, then basically we do toast dot success, and we say rental ended, and then we can do router dot refresh. All right, otherwise let's just console log the result so we can see what happened. And I think I will also do maybe error, and we can say operation failed. Cool. So that will take care of that rental. Now we need another one of this, and this is when someone cancels the rental. So it's going to be very similar. I'm going to copy this, and basically all we do is call it cancel rental, and instead of end, okay, so in this one, basically what we'll do is we'll have a button that says cancel rental. So I deleted that button. That's pretty bad. So I'm gonna go back here, and actually, so let's go here, and we already, I think, installed the alert dialog. So that's what I'm trying to do here. Okay, so I'm gonna copy, then we're gonna come here and we're gonna paste. Sorry, not in end rental. Whoops, made a mistake. It's in cancel rental. Cool. So I'm gonna come here and paste this. All right, so we can get rid of all of this because this one is not needed at all. Don't need text area, don't need rating, none of that. All right, we do need the button, so I'm gonna keep that. Cool. All right, so let's come here. I'm gonna copy their example verbatim and I'm gonna paste it here. But what I will do is I'm gonna have a button here. Okay, and on click, we basically set alert dialog to true. Now you must be asking, well, what's that? So I'm just gonna show you. So in here, I'm gonna have a state will be alert dialog, set alert dialog. It's going to be use state false. Close this. All right, so that will take care of that. Let's just fix this. Cool. All right, so this should trigger this. So open is alert dialog. There you go. That will be that. Now, one thing I will do, I'm going to save this first. And let me close this. Is I want this to have a variant of ghost and class name text dash orange dash 500 padding of 0. So this is the same as we had before. So if I come here to this page, remember how we were doing this? So now we can copy this, paste, and we're just gonna do dot pending, right? So if you're pending, then you can do cancel cancel rental like that. All right, so just to simulate this, if I come here, come to my you know what, let's do this. I'm gonna book another item. Let's say I'm gonna book this guy. I'm gonna say daily, and I'm gonna pick a date in the future. So let's say for the 25th. Then I'm gonna say process to payment, proceed to payment. Actually, it shouldn't be process to payment. John at email. Okay, payment successful. So let's go now here. Boop. Okay, you see, so cancel rental. So that's the one I was talking about. Okay, we have a look. Yeah, we don't need this trigger. I'm gonna get rid of this one. Let's see. Save it. Boom. So if I hit cancel rental, there you go. Are you absolutely sure? We're gonna fix the. Yeah, nothing is closing the thing yet, so we need to fix that as well. All right, so what I will do is here I'm gonna say cancel and then span, and then here I'm gonna basically do the same thing. Cool. All right, so dialog cancel is basically just cancel. We're gonna say no, and then for yes cancel, let's just make it more obvious. So that's that, and then on click, basically what we can do is we can say handle confirm. Okay, and we're gonna not this, we're gonna create that, and then on no, well, let's first do this. So const handle confirm. Okay, so let's fix that. I'm gonna do no, see what happens. Nothing. What we should do is we should do on click
set alert dialog to false. We just close the dialog. Okay, let's see. No, boom. No, boom. Cool. All right. So then in the confirm, we don't need to submit. Don't need that. All right. In this one, then what we do basically is const result is equal to await. And this should be a sync fetch. And this will be API. Take care of that. Let me come here and just copy this because it's the same deal. Paste it here and bam. One thing yeah, it's good. All right. So let's just make sure that we have this API booking endpoint. So if I come here, API, yeah, we don't have that. So booking route.ts. Yeah, we need to create that. We can do export async. So first things first, let's connect to the database. Connect to DB like that. Okay. And then we're going to do const body equal to await request dot JSON. I like it so. Okay, and then let's get the booking ID. Well, actually, we're just going to call booking ID dot params dot booking ID. All right, so const comment rating status. We can get any one of them from the body. Okay, then const booking is equal to, okay, we're gonna do booking model dot find by ID. It's gonna be of type booking, and it's gonna be params dot booking ID. And if we didn't find it, well, we just return an error. It's gonna be next response like that. Otherwise, we just do basically booking dot comment equal to comment. And then finally, we're just gonna do await booking dot save and return next response new next response. Oh, what happened? Item saved like that. Cool. So that should take care of the you know, ending a rental and blah blah blah. So why don't we go ahead and so let's go back here. Close all of this. Okay, so that's the route. We should also add a delete. We want to delete a booking, so async. Okay, so this one I'm not going to type on screen because it's so simple. I'm just going to paste it from the notes. And basically the idea is just connect to database, get the booking ID. If it's not found, just say booking is required, and then just find the item, delete it, and just say booking deleted. Boom, done. So very straightforward. Cool. All right, so let's finish this off. So what we need to do is we need to display then, because we want to show the user all their bookings and like the past bookings too. So all we need to do is just say item.status
if it is equal to booking status dot cancelled, right? So we just show a badge. All right, so I'm going to go to shadcn. And then I'm going to give it a secondary. Okay, and then this will be item.status, like so. And I think we should also do a default one. So let's say return. And this one will be basically just default, like that. Cool. So that completes rented item blah 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 stuff. So let's go ahead and end this rental, because you know it's in the we can end it. So I'm going to say end rental. We're going to say it was a good experience. I'm going to give it a 5 stars. End rental. Operation failed, of course. All right, let's see what happened. Operation failed. All right, so let's go here. Components and rental. So this is the one we actually came to. Console.log result. Okay, so we're logging it. So let's see. Inspect. Console response. Status text not found. Okay, so URL is correct. API booking, and then the booking ID. All right. How about I come here? Sorry, we're here. Okay, so I just want to make sure we're doing a patch. So end rental, we're doing a patch. We're giving the comment for item.id, so that is good. So let's see. Okay, let me try again. End rental. Okay. What I will do is I'm going to, let's do this. Let's say console.log. Let's just spit out the booking and see what happens. Okay. That is weird. It looks like we're not even API booking and then booking ID. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, we need to do this. Like, where does that come from? Booking ID, right? So I'm going to put this inside, move it. Yes. Okay, now it should work. I'm going to clear this. Rental ended. Cool. That's good. And if I just come here, refresh. Okay, so let's go to first MongoDB. I'm going to do a refresh. And let's go to bookings. All right, there you go. So the comment came. It was a good experience. The rating is 5. Okay, the status did not change. Let's see why. I'm gonna close this. We don't need this. And so we said either take this, or just return. You know what we need to do is we need to come here and say status. Whoop, not stats. We should say booking status dot return. Yeah, we need to do that. All right, so let's go ahead. And I'm just going to try this again and we'll see what happens. Yeah, I'm just going to override the comment. So this was a good product to rent. Okay, 5 stars. Cool, rental ended. There you go, returned. So that works. And if I come here, refresh.
This was a good product to rent. 5 stars. Return. Cool. Let's try the end rent. Cancel rental. So cancel vacuum. Yes, cancel. Cool. So see, it's got canceled. There you go. I'm going to refresh. Cancel. There you go. And we don't need comment or rating. All right. So now that that is done, then if I switch to host, booked items currently, we need to now show to the host the items that are booked by people. And let's do that. Come here. We're getting close. If you're still watching, I commend you. You are a true warrior. Yeah, and that really will just put in the comment how far have you actually watched this. I would just like to know, do people actually watch the whole thing or just skip it? Kind of gives me an idea of what's my what's the worth of my effort. You know, am I really making good content, or is it just you know, not really worth it? So let me know in the comment, please. And again, I would appreciate if you guys can just you know, like and share, because that's the only way people like me. So it's not just me. Like there's other content creators that get encouraged like that. So if you guys can just you know, put in the comment and make some comment, and then also at the same time share this with other people, and you know, like it, because that's all we ask for, then that really help us. Anyway, so what I did is I created the booked items now route page, and I have basically the layout the same, and then I created the page. So nothing special here while I was talking. All right, so what we do here is we're gonna get, whoop, I didn't want to do that. We'll do that eventually. But what I want to do is first get a session, await get server session, auth options. All right, and this is going to be await async const. Cool. How's that? Cool. Okay, save it. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna write a little bit of how should I say, complicated MongoDB query. I mean, you know, we're gonna do an aggregate. All right, so I mean, usually you guys see simple queries, but you know, on this channel we try to do things a little bit professionally, right? You're not gonna see these kind of queries outside in the real world. I mean, the simple queries. Okay, so first things first, right? Let's just organize ourselves. Find items that are booked. First we do that. All right, so for that we use lookup, and as I've explained before, is lookup is like, if you're a new if you know SQL, this is like basically doing joins. That's what it is. All right, so from on which table are we doing the join? Also on the items. Local field is item ID, and then the foreign field, that's the underscore ID, and we're gonna call this items, like that. So that's one part of it. Then what we do is we are going to unwind this. Okay, so I can say items. All right, we're gonna unwind this baby. Then the second thing you do is find the guest that booked the item. All right, so we're going to find the guest that booked the items. So let's scroll up. We're going to do another lookup, like so. Okay, so then from which table are we gonna, basically on which table are we going?
So doing the lookup is going to be users. Okay, local field is going to be guest ID. Foreign field, that is going to be ID. As it's going to be guest, like that. Okay, then I'm going to unwind the guest2, not guest2, I mean the guest. All right, then we need to get the host that created the item. Right now we need to also know who created the item. So we can do things on that. I mean, in case you wanna just go ahead and cancel and all that. So what we will do is I'm gonna say again another lookup. Okay, it's gonna be the same as this. So I'm gonna copy this, and for the guest, instead of the guest ID, it'll be items.host ID, and I'm gonna call this host. So as you can see, the items, so I'm grabbing it from this one. And then here, number 4, only return items for the currently logged in host, right? So we know who's logged in, so we can do that. So I'm gonna do match. We do a match host ID. Host dot, remember that host, the top we created, ID, new object ID. So this is coming from MongoDB, like that, and session dot user dot ID, like so. Okay, and then what we do is we're done with this. So now we just do a projection, right? So basically you do project rent and then just grab the things that you need. For rent start, we're going to do rent start, and I'm just gonna quickly type these because my hands are giving up. Pew. All right, so rent start, rent end, rating, blah blah blah, and we're just grabbing all of this. So let's save it, and yeah, that's what that is. All right, with that done, then we come here and let's use the thing that we just cooked. All right, so we're going to use tabs. Let's just see tabs from shared CN, so you guys will see how to use share. I mean, not shared CN. If to use how to use tabs. So let's see. No, I have not installed tabs. All right, so let's close these, and I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna paste it here. Boop. All right, and then let's start using them. Okay, so what we can do is we can set tabs like that. Default value will be rented. Class name, so width dash 300 pixel. Okay, and then small and above width dash full. So that's that. Then tabs list. Okay, class name, grid, full, and then 4 columns. This should be this. Cool, so there you go. Something is giving birth or getting born. Tabs, it's going to be trigger. So now you need triggers. Okay, value, rented, and this is going to be rented. Let's see. Aha, our first tab. Let's do the other one. Oops. Okay, this one will be pending. Like so. Let's see what happens. Cool. All right, so let's go full screen. You see, so width full, and if I go mobile, then it's going to be, that's 300 pixel. That's what it is. Cool. I'm gonna close that. Go back here. I like this one. All right. So then what we do is we're gonna have tabs content. So for rented, You do one, and then you basically just copy and paste it. That's what you do because they're the same. So I'm going to create h1. Cool. So there you go. That's that. And I'm going to have another grid. Let me just copy that one. I'm just tired of it's just a grid, one column, gap 2, and on small and above gap is 4. All right, so we're gonna do this. So now we go to the bookings that we created here, these ones, and we say filter. Okay, it's an array, and take the booking, and then booking dot status is equal to booking status dot rented dot map booking. Okay, like that. So all we're okay, man, go away. Okay, so we're saying filter map. So what we're saying is go to the bookings, filter based on the rented item because we're in the rented tab, and then we go through and we're going to display them now. Okay, so it's going to be a div key will be booking dot id. Okay, to make that thing happy. What? Okay. All right. Let's bring this here. Okay, so as I said, we're just gonna do this one, and the rest is just copies of this. The only thing changes the status. All right, so we're gonna have a just give this some class names. So okay, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a div flex dash column gap dash y dash 2 padding dash 2. That okay. Let's put something here. So we're gonna have a p. All right, let's see. Well, as it turns out, we're not going to see anything here because there's no rented items. It's either returned or canceled. So that's okay. We will book another item, then we will see it. So we're just going to finish this, and we'll see it displayed. Let me maximize this so I just get more space, and then I'm going to have let's just do on small and above text as SL font dashboard capitalize. Cool, so that will be that, and then we're gonna have another p tag text dash md text dash sm text dash gray 500 word. Cool. So in this one, what do we display? We're going to display the rent start and rent end. Okay, let's also display the guest name, the guest of honor. So we're going to do basically a p tag, lots of p tags. Like that. So that's that. So these basically, these values are coming right from here. So that's why we're doing that projection. That's helping us. And then let's display the earnings. Right. So how much did the host make from each rental? So earnings, and we are storing the amount. If I come to my MongoDB, as you can see, amount, right? So we're storing the amount for each booking, so we can display that. All right, so for that, let's go to our utils, lib utils. So we have format amount for Stripe. Yeah, we should do one for export function format amount for
display, right? That'll be nice too. Okay, so it's going to be the same thing. Okay, this should return a string, not a number. That's the only difference. Okay, so let number format, same deal. I'm going to take this and put that here. And then basically const formatted amount equal to number format dot format amount, and then return formatted amount. Okay, if it is equal to nan, okay, with a dollar sign. If it is that, then just return nothing, because we don't want to show nan on the display. That's going to be kind of stupid. So otherwise, we just return the formatted amount. Bam, like that. All right, so now I go back to where we came from. It's right here. That's one. And then we need to give it the currency. So it's going to be USD. Okay. And that should be it for that. So now all we need to do is we just need to take the tab content. I'm going to copy this, paste it, and then we're just going to do the second one. So the second one should be, let's say, pending. Then the third one will be, okay, so we're going to copy, paste this again. We're going to be return. And then the last one will be canceled. Cools. All right. Wow. What's going on here? Let's go to pending, cancel. Nothing is working. That's so crazy. Oh, okay. So remember, guys. So we have these tabs, right? So I rent it. So pending will be pending. Let's make sure pending. And then the other one was returned. And finally canceled. So this will be canceled. Cool. Save it. There we go. Okay, so okay, what's going on there? So oh yes, come on. So this grep stuff, right? This dude rented items from. So for example, when I go to, if I go to, let's say, switch to guest, okay, then I'm going to see rented items. So these were rented from this dude, Rasser, right? So it will show for this guy. So I'm going to sign out. Then I'm going to sign in. So I'm going to sign in. I'm going to sign in with the other user. Cool. So now I go to host. I'm going to go to booked items. Error. Nice. All right. Invalid time value. It should be rent and not rend end. Okay. So let's do this. Rend end. We're going to replace it with the rent end. Replace all. Boop. Done. Save it. Show me the good news. There you go. So how cool is that? So okay, one thing, it is for cancel, you actually didn't make any money. So we kind of want to tell the dude that, well, you could have made the money, but you didn't. So what I can do is basically saying, you know what, there you go. So you could have made that money, but sorry, you didn't. Okay, and then return is the one where you actually you made money because the item was returned. So for this one, we'll do a class name of text dash green dash 500 and font. Let's make it bold. You know, why not? Bold. Yeah, there you go. So that's your earnings, right? And then nothing to show here. And yeah, so there you go. That's good. My listings, these are the listings, Canon camera and blah, blah, blah. So let's go ahead. And so I know the grepsoft, I think. Okay, so this is from grepsoft, right? So I'm going to go ahead rent now. All right, so one thing we don't see is the comment and rating. So why don't we go ahead and display those actually. And let's close everything. So that will be, so, all right, so let's see, rent item, there you go, by item ID page. Yes, here we go. So this is where we display the item, and that's actually this item right here, right? So we're displaying, let me do this. So we're displaying the the images right here, carousel. Please. Okay, so we should display the rating somewhere here. All right, so what we will do under the component, I'm going to create a new component. We'll say item, rating, and review. Okay, .tsx, like that. And then I'm going to do RFCE, item, rating, and review. Cool. So that's that. Let's come back here and we can show it somewhere here. So right after the, let's fix this. Right after the description, blah, 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 I'm gonna do a div details. Let's see if that comes up. Run details. Okay, that's coming here. Weird. It shouldn't be here. Okay, actually this should be here under the description. There you go. That makes more sense. Cool. So here, I think I'll just make it font bold. Okay, so I'm gonna do item, rent, rating and review, and let's just do this. Okay, I'm gonna come here. Got the item ID coming through. Let's make sure it's coming. Cool, so we're getting that. All right, and then I'm gonna come here and I'm just gonna do const bookings. We basically get the comment for this item. That's what we're trying to do. So we're gonna do bookings, and I'm gonna make this a sync await booking model dot find booking item ID is item ID and status is booking status. So since people only make will only make comments when they return an item, so that's why we're saying rented. Okay, and then we also need to return the comment, rating, rent start, rent end. Okay, and then don't forget to populate. Okay, we need to populate the guest. So we want to see who made the comment. Model, the model is going to be user model, like that. All right, that's cool. Then once we have all of that, so I'm gonna come here to this class name. All right, I'm gonna do padding y-4 space dash y-4 like that, and then I'm gonna go through the bookings dot length. If we have booking, right, if we have it, then do something. Otherwise, we just say h3 no reviews, like that. Okay, so basically this one doesn't have any, so that's us showing that. Okay, so then what we can do here is I can basically say bookings.map booking. So for each booking, we can create a div flex, flex column space dash y dash 2. All right, so we need to give it a key ID to make this happy. Okay, I'm going to save it. Okay, so first thing I will do is remember we create that rating component. So now that's going to come handy. So I'm going to do rating booking dot rating, like that. Why is it complaining? Oh, okay. How about we make this optional? Then we can do this. That should work. Quick and easy. All right, so that fixes that. So we're going to get the rating, and then we're going to create another. Okay, and then what I will do is we're just going to display the booking.guest ID as unknown as user.name. Cool. User. All right, so that will be that. We don't want to display the entire name, full name. So what you do is you just split and just display the first name. That's enough. Okay, and then we're gonna do span the rental date, basically, right? When they rented it. So we can do basically format from dateFNS, and it's going to be booking dot rent start, and it's going to be a month. We scroll up, and day y. Cool. And finally, we're just going to display the comment. Cool, save it. Woo! All right, so this one doesn't have any reviews. But if I go back, so let me just sign out. Cool. All right, so I'm gonna go back. I think we did on, I don't know which one it was. Okay, I need to log into Rent. So what I will do is I'm going to log in as this dude. All right, and then I'm gonna come here, I'll say browse. All right, so I'm gonna say rent now. Okay, so we're not seeing the reviews. It actually should be returned. The item has to be returned, then only we leave the reviews. There you go. So now we are seeing, see this person left a review. They entered January 24. This was a good product to rent. All right, let's do this. So I'm going to rent this again. Same for today. And let's see. So if I rent for, let's say the 20, okay, so I'm going to rent from 20th for 3 days. So that means I'll be returning on the 23rd. Proceed to payment. All right, so let me quickly fill this. Okay, I can go and see my, there you go. So here is the item that I rented. Basically, so let's go here first. Go to Canon camera. Go to rent now, and as you can see, the item is here. By the way, one thing that I see, this date should be actually blocked, because remember they rented for 3 days. So let's fix this problem. So we're done with this, and let's see. So remember we have, yeah, you see how book dates, and this is just coming blank right now. So let's fix that. So what we can do is come up here, and I can do const, let me close that. I can say booked dates. It's an array of date, like that. So that will create an array of dates. And then where we do the, here's where we get the item. All right, we're gonna get the, let's get the list of dates the item is booked for. So I'm going to do const dates item booked for. Okay, and that's going to be on the booking model. Okay, and dot find, and that's going to be a booking. All right, so what we need to give first is the item ID. Parent that item ID. Cool, so that's that. Let me get rid of that. All right, so we should only get the dates if an item is either pending or returned. We don't care about canceled or those. So status will be booking status dot rented. Cool, so that's that. And then duration, because the hourly rentals are returned on the same day, you'll be pretty dumb if you book something for like 124 hours because it's going to cost more money. So we're going to say duration type of only rent type. All right, so we don't have rent type looks like, but we're just going to say daily, because if you come here, duration type, yeah, we just want to get daily. So that's what we're trying to say here, daily. And then basically all then we're saying is just give us the rent start, rent end, duration, and duration type. Let's make sure we got this right. All right, once we have that, then I can do dates item booked for dot map, go through it, and dates is equal to get booked dates. Now what the heck is that? All right, so we're going to come here and create this const get booked dates, and it's going to take a start date of type date, number of days, number, and it's going to return an array of date. Okay, so what we can do is you can say for let day is equal to 0, day is less than number of days, day plus plus. Okay, and then we do const next date, and I'm going to add days. I don't know when my next date is, so we say start date, what, and then we say day, add. Okay, and finally what you can do const booked dates. It's an array of date, like that. All right, and I'm gonna just push it here, book dates dot push next date, and finally you're just gonna return booked dates. Cool, so that will take care of that. So then I can come here, book dates, start date will be rent start, d dot rent start, and then the d dot duration, like that. And finally I can do book dates, which is our state dot push, well, not our state, actually it's an array, this is a server component, date, just spread the array. Then I can come here, right here, and we can do book dates. Okay, and remember this is a client component, so it's gotta be JSON dot stringify, like that. Let's save everything. Aren't we doing anything with the book dates? Let's see, so book dates, actually we're not using these. Okay, so if we come here, so we had this rent start. Oh, okay, it's an empty array. So let's fix that. JSON.parse. We're gonna do book dates. Okay, so if I come here inside book days, are we using them anywhere? Yeah, okay, there you go. So I'm gonna save, well, I need to save this one now. Let's take a look. So if we come here, I'm gonna refresh. Right, so I'm gonna come here. Let's go in camera gear, rent now. Okay. So these dates are still, I can still select them actually. That's not right. Let's see what's going on. So for starters, how about how about we go and say console.log book dates. Save it. Let's see. Okay, so as you can see, it's coming as an empty array. So that's probably why that's not happening. Okay, so how about we do this? Let's print this one. That's also an empty array. Okay, so is our thing not actually working? So pending or rented. Okay, so we're not getting the res so we're not getting the result, and it's because of this. So I think what we need to do is, because status is, if you look at it on the booking model, it's a string. So we just need to give it one value, and it's not going to work like this, like how we do in JavaScript. So the way we do it is like this. You come here, and what we're going to do, $in, and then it's going to be actually like this, an array. So we're saying, you know how you do in Microsoft SQL, but in SQL, so we're doing the same thing. We're saying in this or that. Anyway, so I'm gonna get rid of this, and what now we can do is, if I come here, haha, there you go. So as you can see, those dates are not greater. So when I select it, already booked, but I can select another date. So that is pretty nifty actually. And we're getting the rating and review. So now let's go ahead and end this rental and see if we can get the so I'm gonna say host was not on time, and I'm just gonna give it a 3-star. End rental, boop. Okay, so now let's go back, and I'm gonna go to browse, rent now, and there you go. That's the second thing coming in. Host was not on time. So now if I log in as the host, cool. I'm gonna go to switch to host. Okay, booked items. So let's see. There you go. So the camera was returned, and I got, these are my earnings, and this is the basically, that's the cancel one. And yeah, so there you go. We can see that. And now I think one thing I want to show is, I think we should also show the, if I come here, we should show like number of bookings somewhere. Yeah, so like for example, when I come here, yeah, it'll be nice to show to the whoever's renting this, to show them like the number of times this item has been booked. So that kind of shows the popularity of it. So let's see. So that will be, I think here, where we show the, let me see, rent now, log into rent. Yeah, I think we can show it here. Yeah, oh yeah, see, we left a note, number of bookings, so we're gonna do that now. Okay, so we have a match by category, and then what we can do is, all right, so I leave these notes and they're usually helpful. Okay, so let's do a lookup now that we have the bookings done, and it's going to be from bookings local field. It's going to be ID, and foreign field, it's going to be item ID as bookings, like that. So that's my bookings. And then what I will do is we need to do a grouping thing here. So right here, we're going to do a grouping to count the total number of bookings. So I'm going to do group. Okay, like that. And then I'm going to do ID underscore ID, do by the primary ID, like that. Name first, and we're just going to take the so basically it's you have an array and you're just taking the first value. That's what the first means. Return the first array element. That's what it is. Okay, and then what we can do, host name, it's going to be same thing first, and it's going to be host underscore dot name, and then we're gonna have price. Okay, and it's going to be first dollar price, and then we can have photos first dollar photos. Okay, no, it's going to be this. Cool. And then finally number of bookings. Okay, we're going to do a sum, and where the condition is it's going to be dollar equal, and we're going to do bookings. Remember, we have these bookings right here, so we only want to count if the status is returned, right? That's the only time we're going to do a count. Okay, and we're just going to do 1 0. Cool. So that is that. So no issues yet. So what we need to do, I'm going to close this, is in here I'm going to do number of, so it's going to be exactly same thing, number of bookings. I'm going to do 1. Cool. And then where we were displaying the daily and hourly thing, what I can do is right after this, I can do div.flex justify between leading dash 6, and then div, I'm gonna do text slate dash 500, and I'm gonna do past bookings. Okay, and then I can do basically item dot number of bookings. Cool. Let's see. All right, so this one has 0 bookings. Let's go. I'm going to sign out. We're going to go here and let's browse this one. Okay, so it looks like this one was rented at least 2 times and it's showing 0 bookings. So let's see why. Why is it not counting? Because if I come here, I remember if I refresh 3FC2, that's the camera, so it was returned, that's 1 time, and 3AFC2 here, that's the 2nd time. So at least it's got 2 bookings in the past, so we should be seeing 2 here. Okay, let's see what happened. Okay, we need to actually, yes, we need to come here and unwind it actually, because it's in an array, so we can do bookings. Cool. And that's what I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? We got past bookings of 2. That's so cool. All right, so let's switch to host. Okay, one thing we're seeing is when I click switch to host, we're going nowhere. So this is in the component header. Switch to host. Slash API auth sign in. That's what it is. Cool. So that's working. If I go here, sign in, sign in, that's working. That's good. All right, one thing we need to do is when we book an item, so let's go ahead and let's say I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna rent this item quickly and I'll show you guys. I'm gonna pick like a future day, let's say 24th, and I'm gonna go to payment. Cool, so as you can see the payment is successful and then we just come here. All right, so now the thing is that this one is in pending state, right? And how can we now change the status to rental? So let me explain. So the item should be picked on the 24th, right? So that means I cannot do anything. The only thing I can do is just cancel that rental until the I go pick it up actually. Then at that time we need to change the status of rented. So there's a couple of ways of doing it. We give the the host the power is when they go pick up the when they go deliver the item or the person comes to pick it up, then they can just change the status to rented. Or we can be a little bit smart and maybe do it through automation. So what I mean is I'm going to go sign out. And what I will do is I'm going to switch to host. I'm going to sign in with the user that created the item. Let's go do that. Cool. So I'm going to now go to booked items. And as you can see, that digital camera is in pending state. So when someone rents it, it's going to go into this state. So how do we do this through autonomously? So there's something called database triggers, and we're going to use that. So I'm going to go to your MongoDB, whatever your database is, and I'm going to go to triggers, and we're going to hit add trigger, and then we're going to say scheduled. Okay, and this is going to be, let's say, app booking status change. All right, so I'm going to do that, and then what we will do is you can go to advanced and you can actually set when you want to run it, but let's say this will run every minute. That's how it works. Since we're on the free plan, we only have one cluster. Okay, so they give you this function. You can read more, but I'm gonna get rid of this. So what we do is, this is like JavaScript, right? So we will do current date beginning is equal to new date. Okay, and then I'm gonna do const current ending is equal to new date, like that. And then what I will do is I will basically say current date beginning dot set UTC hours. Let's just reset everything to 0. Okay, and then current date ending dot set UTC hours. So this is going to be like, let's say midnight, almost midnight, 59. The idea is, let's say as soon as the time kicks in, let's say the day or the hour kicks in, or the item is supposed to be picked up, then we just kick this in. You could change this to whatever you want, but yeah, for testing we can do this. Then I'm going to get a handle to my database. I'm going to say MongoDB is equal to context. So context is something provided to you. We're going to do services.get, and we're going to be doing cluster 0. So that's this cluster. If you have other clusters, you can specify them here. Then once you have the database, then I can do bookings is equal to MongoDB, right, which is what we got here. This one. And then I can DB, then give it the database name. So it's going to be easy rental YT, and then the collection. So the collection is going to be bookings, like that. All right, so then finally we can do await bookings dot update many. So we just do it in one shot and update all of them that meet the status. So only if the status is pending, Okay, and then so what we do is we say rent start. That's the date, right? When the rent was supposed to be started. If it's greater than or equal to current date beginning, and then less than current date ending, like that. And then what we do is we're going to come here and we're going to come here on this one, and then what you do is you set. So what we do is we change the status to rented, like that. All right, so let's run it. Okay, yes, so you need a wait here because we're doing async. Okay, so I'm gonna say run. Let me clear this and clear, and let's save this actually first. Okay, unexpected server, wait. Sorry, this should be async. Cool, so let's save it. All right, so that's saved. Now if I come here and I do run, okay, so if you see this, that means it ran. All right, so let me just do a refresh. And so it's going to be still pending, and the reason is because the date is, let's see, the date for this is actually the 24th, right? So what we can do is if I just comment this out, right? So this basically the same thing, but I'm just removing the date so we can see this trigger thing in action. And now I'm going to do a run. Okay, let's see, we got true. I think it ran. If I do a refresh, there. So you see the status, it changed. So now we're in from pending to rented. So there you go. So that's how, and I'm going to put this back. And so this will run basically every minute, and it will just check, go into database, find the item that need to be basically rented today, and it's going to just automatically change the status. So that will cover the database triggers. So if I come here now, I go to browse items, I'm seeing this. Okay, we have an issue here. I'm not seeing, so I'm not logged in. That's basically just me. I come to this website. So how come I'm not seeing the power tools? If I come here, I go to items, as you can see, power tools is listed. Power tools, correct. Is power tools, yeah. So if we come, so I'm going to close this. So this is right here, right? Where we are getting the item by category. Okay. Oh, I know why. Yeah, because you see we are getting the items. Okay, so first we match the item by category, then we are going in and find the bookings. But since we never rented this power tool, it's never going to show up. I mean, just to prove my point, if I come here and comment this, then I'm going to comment this. I'm going to save it. There you go. It shows up. So we need to basically modify this now. So you see how it disappeared. We need to modify this to basically say, give me the items whether they are rented or not, because we want to show people those items. And so the way we can do this is it's going to be a little bit involved. So what I can do is I can basically get rid of this. Let's see. We can do like a sub kind of pipeline thing. I had to look this up, so a lot. So let's see, item ID. Okay, we're gonna do $.id. So we're gonna create a variable we're just gonna say item ID, and then we're gonna create a pipeline. So this like basically within the lookup, you're doing a sub kind of pipeline. That's what you're trying to do. We're gonna do a match. Okay, and then you need an expression with a match. Okay, and then what you want to do is we're going to do the AND operator, and then I'm going to do let's just come here and equals.
on the next line. So I'm going to do equals. So what are we comparing? We're going to say item ID equals to $$ item ID. So when you do the $, that's me referring to this variable right here. That's why we're creating the variable. So that's what that is. You can add more conditions than here. Okay, so let's see. So that's our lookup. Now it's complaining property as. Okay, so yeah, we need the as property and all that. So we're gonna do that. Then what also we need is, let's see, we're gonna do the group here now instead. Remember how we did the grouping here, but instead we're gonna do it here. And then we're gonna basically say ID of null. Okay, and then number of bookings. We're gonna do this and just do a sum, and then we're gonna do a dollar condition, and this will be equals. So this is pretty much just the same thing. Actually, I'm just gonna take this whole thing, sum and condition, like that. So we're gonna do that. That condition is done. And then here I don't need this. I don't need this. All I need to do here is then dollar bookings dot number of bookings. So now what is bookings? Let's see. Okay, that will be here as right bookings. Okay, that should take care of this. I must have messed up the. Sometimes I like SQL. You just start the query and you're done with it. Yeah, but Mongo has its own weird. Let's see. So let me. What if I just? I'm just gonna quickly move these around. So the oh, the booking is on the lookup. I think it's not on the. Let's see. So here's our pipeline, and yeah, that was correct as, yeah, so that was correct. Okay, I think this grouping should be inside of the pipeline. It should not be outside. I think that's probably our problem. So yeah, it should be inside the pipeline. Let me see. If I come here and I do this, let me just organize. Yeah, I think that'll work. Yeah, there you go. So the grouping should be inside the pipeline because you're running this. So you're getting the bookings. You run the pipeline on it where you match by the ID. Then you do a grouping on it, and then you say count where the status is returned, and then we're setting that as booking. All right. So that is that. But one thing then we need to do now is remember how we did the unwind bookings. But instead of this now, what you need to do, because you're gonna get empty array from the bookings, not an empty array. So what you need to do, you need to say bookings, okay, and you just say preserve true. So if we get empty null arrays, then keep them, and boom, there you go. So now it works. Okay, so if I go here, it's good. I come here, it's good. And I come here, it is good. All right, so we're, I think we are in good shape. So let's see. Let's start from the start. So we have a home page. We have, of course, you can put more work in it, add more categories. We can, okay, one thing this is I see is when I click on the, so let's see. So where was that? So on the page, ready to make money, start now. This goes to my listings.
Okay, so if I go to my listings, and if we go to the page, okay, so we need to come here, and if not session, then we need to do a redirect, and we're gonna do API auth sign-in. We're gonna do that. So let's see, is that what it's called? Remember what we did? What we did in the header, we just need to do the same thing. So if I go to header, it was sign in. Okay, so it's sign in, so I'm gonna hit save. All right, so let's go, and if I hit my listings, boom, it takes me to the login page. So that's good. So we have login. We can switch between host and guest mode. We can see our items, and it's very mobile friendly. So let's say I'm going to switch to host. I want to sign with Google. Cool, so that works. And then I can switch to host. I can see the items that I have listed. I can see my booked items. They were returned. And then I can see my listing. Okay, I can edit the item. I can turn them off and on. We can change the name. I can, for example, say digital camera, very nice, and comes with a stand, like that. We can change the pricing, we can change the pictures. I can hit save, item updated. So when I go back, digital camera, and then I can, if I log out, okay, I come back here, we should go to the main screen, but that can be changed. So when I go now, I can log in. And then when I go to the camera, I'm going to say rent now. So as you can see, the description has been changed, and we can see the review, and then we can see the date. So let's say I pick on the 23rd, and I'm going to say daily. I'm going to pick it, book it for 5 days. Process payment. We have payment going on. I'm going to say john@email.com. Cool, so we made a payment, then we get this payment successful. I can go to see the item, and now it's being booked. So now when I go and see, I can only cancel because the thing is on January 23rd. If I come here again, I'm gonna go here, and if I try to rent now, when I come here, see those days, they're already taken. So I hope you guys like this tutorial. I put a lot of effort into it. The MongoDB queries were not actually easy. Some of them are pretty advanced, but I had to actually just read up a lot on those. So I hope you guys liked it. And I would again ask if you guys can like and subscribe. Please share these, and also let me know what you guys think. So that'll be it for now, and I'll come with another tutorial. Bye.